Hello? It's me. Yeah, get out of here. Scatter. Alright, let me find this Warcraft broadcast. Look at the standings. Oh, shit. Echo in the lead? Echo and Mandatory are fucking gapping everyone else. What on earth? Dratnos guild team is in second? Well, I guess Pedro's per hour is looking for that 22. Congrats on the nomination. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, my platform will be being run on I will remove all instances of meters and Celsius from this country. It will be a fucking law to not use them. And also, other than that, I'm mostly just gonna fuck everything up, I think. And I'm gonna take advice from no one. I'm just gonna follow my heart. Let's go, great push. Let's fucking go. Woo! What's happening here? This actually looks kind of tight at the end. Dude, I feel like my TGP watching experience has involved skipping the first 2 days and just watching the last couple hours of the last day. And I feel like I'm going to get the most value bang for my buck. I've gotta. Max, TGP lost its hype compared to the Race to World last. Yeah. Have you been watching Evo at all? Nah. So what's the deal here? So Mandatory has a faster Algathar. Echo has a slightly faster Uldamon. Brackenhide, Echo 2 minutes faster. Neltharius, Mandatory 30 seconds faster. Oh, Echo's fucking gapping them. What is it? Mandatory nearly one-shot a 23 Azure, but they died to a crystal going off on the last boss. Oh, so the 23 is timeable. Oh, so this might come down to who can time the 23? What is it? Mandatory has a potential Brackenhide 22 over Echo 2. Both teams look to time the AV 23, though. It seems like on this last day, Echo Mandatory... Again, I haven't watched any of this, but it looks like that Echo Mandatory are... Have... I mean, it's kind of expected. Like, I feel like Echo and Mandatory were just better than everyone, so... Them showing that isn't surprising, I suppose. Echo has a 6-minute lead over mandatory. That's not relevant, right? Because both of them look like they're going to time the 22 Azure Vault. And if you're going to time the 23 Azure Vault, then that's most of the timer right there. And then you have to look at what their new timers are, stuff like that.
Time this dungeon on this level at least, especially since they're going to have like a 22 some odd timer. It's also number 13, if you're keeping track at home. Can you guys type that in chat? 13.
Mandatory were in the lead until the end of yesterday. They just turned on their
right?
usual final countdown attitude.
That's the game we're going to play for a little bit.
I mean, I still think Echo and Mandatory sounds like a toss-up right now. Well, not really. Echo's still in the lead, right? Like if Echo and Mandatory both... If Echo and Mandatory both hit this 23, and let's say they do it with equal time, Echo is still ahead by
They almost one-shot it.
like less than a minute. But I mean, they could just take a... it's really close. Mandatory's only chance is to win by points. That's not necessarily true. Let's say Mandatory... Let's say Mandatory times this 23 Azure Vault, and then they still have 2 hours to do keys. Assuming Echo times the Azure Vault and gets the same time as them, all Mandatory would have to do is take a minute off of one of their other keys. So their only way to win is not with points.
For them, there's always you're basically 50-50 whether or not
they're like behind 2 minutes in some dungeons or something like that, right? Look at that.
But the next couple of pulls we're gonna
Brackenhide alone. Plus, also didn't people say Mandatory might have a 22 Brackenhide?
Especially just tanking the
I guess Echo could too.
Mobs on a 23 fortified, they just completely own your tank, and so that's why you're seeing a lot of defensive play from all of the tanks this weekend.
Ooh, looking at Miscount on the bottom left, also going into that 23 Azure Vault. Wow. Alright, so technically they have some keys that they could do to catch up to the other teams, like the 21 Neltharis, for example. And of course the 21 Alderman, which I do think the 21 Alderman is going to be a bit difficult for Miscount. But yeah, I'd love to see that 23.
Holy fuck, that poll is crazy.
23 is super important.
I'm looking at Mandatory's first boss split. They are 30 seconds behind where they were in the.
What is it? They can push down their Brackenhide 21, but they aren't going to push down their Hall's key for time.
And so, losing 30 seconds on that
That's
boss
hype.
split is not great, but I do think that they still have a little bit of time to give. We saw in their previous attempt at the 23, they were going to be about a minute to a minute and a half under. So there is some time that they have for leeway, but there's not a ton of time in this dungeon that you can give, especially once.
Did you finish Terrace Land?
This world first keystone.
I think we might be done with Terrace Land. Yeah, I think we might not play that game anymore. We found an unfortunate situation yesterday. So basically, they released the in quotes mythic difficulty. They released a new mythic difficulty. Or I guess you call it mythic. It's called epic in that game. And we were really looking forward to it. And it was super fucking easy. It was easier than the other difficulty. So either they tuned the other difficulty that we really liked too hard, or they intentionally made this one really easy. And we looked forward to the China servers, which are 10 days ahead of us. And all of the bosses are getting killed on their first pull like minutes before the enrage, which means that the content is easy now. And I feel like it's going to be completely not fun for us. So
do you think that this poll? Do you think
there's
they're setting it up is any good?
There's a world where we don't play that anymore.
This makes it somehow safer. I initially thought maybe because they have more space.
No watch party. I think today I'm probably not.
Yes,
it's not a huge deal, but I went in there off stream the other day.
I don't know, maybe it makes it safer.
And I saw the reaction from Dorky in Growl's chat, and it was like extremely negative anytime I talked.
Maybe
and that just tells me that like there's a vibe in that watch party that's maybe a little bit more dungeon focused, and they just don't really like my contributions to it. So I think naturally it just makes sense.
Right? We saw
like if I want to watch the TGP and I only want to watch the end of it, they're watching all of it.
Those two teams are able to have very
I just don't think I don't want to put them in the position of like they have to deal with people talking about me in their chat and being uncomfortable with that.
You know, it's a little bit better
or
too, because
whatever. Like it's like I just don't think it mixes. So I'm gonna do my own thing.
I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to quantify like how much of a time loss this is compared to some of the other routes.
I just like this mandatory route so much more for the pure reason that their first pull is easier.
Chat is dumb. I mean, no, I mean it's the way they feel,
After
right?
seeing
Like
Echo
even when I
live
was
on his
watching
first
their
pull,
streams, like they were kind of,
what feels like a million times.
you know, like
Routines.
saying
Different
similar,
routines.
not similar stuff, but like they were also like, "Oh, Max is here. We're gonna talk about this now," and then their
Yes, I
chat
know
was
that in
feeding
theory
off of
that
that. It
route
just
is
feels
faster,
like
but does it matter if you
the
have
mix
to
just
vibe
isn't good.
on
Like
the first
what you
pull
what
for
I think it's okay for multiple watch
an
parties to
hour?
exist as
Not
well.
sure.
Like
Match though, unfortunately did have a
like you
death
can get
there.
different things from different watch parties. I
Also
yap about all
getting
different kinds of
that
stuff, but if you
drop
want
in
that, you can
breaker
watch
on
my
the bottom
stream.
left
But I
side
feel like when I was
screen.
joining
They
those
are
watch
at
parties,
21.
clearly the vibe from their
Actually,
chat
Robin
was like
Challenge
anytime I
currently
was
jumping up
talking, everyone was
at,
mad. And if that's the case,
book and is now
it
gonna
makes
rescue
no
Soda
fucking
on the
sense for
Shared
me
Priest, and
to
now
be
we're
in
gonna
there
get
at
grip
all. So
onto Rowan as well.
I
So
think
now
it
the
just
range
I
on
don't
here
want to
is
put
at
them.
the
I do
leech
not want to
of
because I know it was weird for them. I
Jane.
talked to
Stay
both of them
down.
after that
Oh,
stream.
Soda actually
My
does get-
God.
I talked to
Yeah,
both of them after that
technically,
stream, and they were like, "Yeah, it feels really bad. Like,
Oh,
you know, like, I don't want them to be saying that stuff about my friends. Like, it's weird, but like, you know, I don't know. I don't want them to have to worry about that in their chat. Like, I feel like that's super annoying. Like, hey, I get a ton of viewers during the TGP if you're both of them. Do I feel like I want to machine gun time people out? I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's just better to separate it.
It's gonna be so difficult. Oh no, Robin released.
Hadros can't res Drogo for 25 seconds. Oh my God, Sang is dropping so low too.
They're taking so much damage here in this intermission. Ooh,
Yeah,
this is gonna be so hard for them to survive without their healer.
Everybody's wiping at the same time. What is going on? 15 seconds until you can get Drogo up.
It's probably because you
I
said
don't know if they're
nothing
gonna
and
live
dipped
15
for
more
Terrace
seconds.
Land.
I don't think they're living
Huh?
15 more seconds.
I didn't say nothing, and also whether I decided to leave the watch party to do whatever else would never matter to anyone, right?
So unfortunate for them. Match, so let's focus on match. So Royman did release. One thing to note though is I think that they
What are you
skipped the
cooking?
break at
What are you
the very
cooking right
start,
now?
so Royman can't actually go back to the group. Royman is sitting there, does not have Shadow Melt available, so she cannot walk past the breaker and then melt. She has to wait for her melt to come back up while the rest of the team is finishing this pull by themselves without Royman there. Now, good to note is that this pull doesn't actually do that much.
Oh,
of
mandatory with the
damage to
reset.
group.
There you
Of course,
go.
Mike is taking a lot of damage on his tank though. So not having
Yes.
Royman there for additional defensives and some extra healing can be dangerous. Thankfully,
Damn, this
Jax
23 Azure Vault is
Steven in
farming.
particular,
Oh.
I mean, I feel like
being able
Just a meld.
the likelihood is that not only either, but both Echo and Mandatory will time this key.
pass going through. I mean, they can maybe do it.
Max, who do you think is going to win?
Pull not really doing
Right now,
much, damage to a group.
You have to give the edge to Echo.
They don't need healers.
But apparently, Mandatory has looked closer to timing the 23.
Yeah.
I
Like,
think
apparently they
the
almost
timer
one-shot it.
thing
But I mean, that doesn't really matter if it takes too a while to
assuming
do
that
it. But,
through, it's more just she can
like, I mean, if the tournament ended right now, Echo would be in the lead.
Like, is she
But if Mandatory timed a faster AV 23 than Echo does,
the answer is
then
yes, but
all
it's
Mandatory
not.
would have to do is take, like,
yeah.
a minute or so off of any other key. But then apparently both teams might be able to do a 22 Bracken hide. So I don't know. It still seems kind of up in the air. Assuming that both of them time the 23 Azure Vault, which I think is likely, it seems very up in the air. With maybe a slight edge towards Echo.
Once Royban is back, she can actually just cast the rest on Shala here. If she
I
feels
mean,
like it. But Royban,
I think she'll get caught
Dratno's
by
guild team is doing a really good
Let
run, to be honest, as first timers.
her cook.
nice. Okay, this
Hold
is
on,
a
let her cook.
big,
Hold
there's
on.
a pretty significant time loss here
It's
for.
fucking hype. Oh, dude, I just
Actually,
realized
yeah,
that Twitch chat, or I didn't have YouTube chat showing until right now.
The state of healer.
My bad. I'm showing it now.
Oof. Alright, I think
Dude,
they have
you
recovered.
guys have
If
to
she can
respect
get
that I
back
at least
up-
admit that YouTube chat. What I could do is just put it on my screen and just pretend like I never looked.
No. Okay, so they're
But
only
I'm
folks
fucking
left
being
there.
honest with you. All right.
She's looking like me right now.
Streamer L. Yep,
Running
Streamer
around,
L.
taking form. Moon firing. All right, now we gotta heal a little bit.
Max, I
Okay,
can't
so
wait
now
for the
it's
first
fine.
Race to World first on
that-
YouTube. I
that
can
was really
finally
scary.
watch while I work
Would've
this
been quite
season.
unfortunate to lose 25
What?
minutes in this dungeon, but nice recovery by them.
Why would you be able to watch on YouTube but not on Twitch?
That's
Ooh,
definitely
Echo's
very
killing
good
lane
for
more.
them.
Hold on, Echo's killing lane more.
Ooh,
We're back.
some improvements
Are
for
you guys still
Echo.
gonna day one Terrace Land bosses? Guys, I'm like 99% sure we're never gonna play Terrace Land ever again.
Don't even need to kill that tree.
Because logging in to do these day one bosses is just gonna be like 30 minutes and then we're gonna log off. What's the point of even doing dailies to do
So
content
one
that
Ella
bad?
is being used and one release on the trash pull earlier.
Mhm.
So not going too well.
What is
They're
it?
looking at
Twitch
split
Wait.
blocked at my work and
Yeah,
YouTube
they
isn't?
count.
six in.
Oh,
They
okay.
have so much count actually.
Wait,
Yeah,
why?
they're split. 805 for Echo and Miscount.
Why
6.7%
Twitch but not
at 815.
I think they have to do a
YouTube?
second poll of trash.
Terrace Land stuff
I
was
think this has
sponsored?
to be broken up into two trash polls is why the count difference is
Uh,
what it is. Which is fine. Like
I wasn't making any money from Terrace Land. No.
sacrificing time for balance.
We played it a lot when it wasn't sponsored. Liquid was sponsored to play like a total of 8 hours
Yeah,
over the
us as
last like
well.
month, and we played like
We do have match
hundreds.
now. Finally done with that frog pool that they had so many.
But those
issues
events
with.
are over. Yeah.
The world's
They-
longest frog poll.
Yeah, they still have that one rest because they didn't end up resting Royben.
Delhi, yeah. Or Royben, yeah. I don't know if Royben was able to even get res there. Was she?
What did you say?
I said I don't know if Royben was even able to get res in that position. Was she?
Oh, well, I think she was on top of the book, so technically
Okay.
she would have been able to get rest.
Stove just died to the infused ground, and Mandatory's going again.
Yep. Dude,
Unfortunate. An infused
what
ground
would be
right
the
now,
most
actually takes
comical,
only if you're standing in it,
not
and
interesting end to this
apparently
TGP?
23
Is it
level
mandatory
1
and Echo
Civil
both
Leeway
wiping in this
at
23 Azure
133.
Vault for the next 2 hours?
Looking around the horn.
That would
Echo
be
top
so
left,
fucking
finishing off
anticlimactic.
their second trash pull in the dungeon. Doing a great job here. Their next pull is going to be a massive trash pack with lust, and so we saw this is basically the furthest that Echo's made it in the 23 so far. So they're going to be Warren stoning here. Now is going to be.
They're 1 hour into it already, though, almost.
Stay alive. Top right here, Miscount, able to finish off Lane Morgan 926. They sacrificed. They had a couple deaths, but they also have a little bit more count coming off the first boss area.
Max,
So
I've
that's
been
gonna
watching your
translate
YouTube
nicely
content the past
into
few days. I love the
later
top
on.
10 content
At
you
the
do.
bottom right,
Yeah, we haven't
Building
done those in a while.
catastrophe
Maybe we'll
with
pick it
frog,
back up
and the
soon.
pages per hour kind of silently chugging away at this 22.
Yeah, I do want to take a look at Echo here because this is the pool that they wiped.
Terrace
to,
Land was
they
just
got
too
into the
much.
dungeon, like,
Terrace
very
Land was like a
furthest
guilty
into
pleasure
the
game. It was just
dungeon
super
before.
fun, but it got
So
0
this is the
viewers and no
same
one
thing
cared
that
about it.
happened earlier where they now get an
But now
idea.
that's over. I'm
We
pretty
still
sure
see
I'm not going to play that game
the
anymore.
trash
It's really
packs
unfortunate
where
too.
then now
I
they
was
go
really
down.
looking forward to
So
like
we'll see if they manage
doing
to
all the new
switch
Terrace
this
Land
around
bosses for
or
like
if
the
they manage
foreseeable
to
future outside of Race World
approach
first.
an
And we
area
would have all
that
had
they
so much
never
fun doing
reached
that.
before.
And then
So
they
we'll see if it works out this
they
time around.
basically
Now,
did
alright so far.
like, okay, if you don't play the game, they basically did what like Torghast did. You know how for Torghast to be interesting, it had to be challenging and the things you picked had to matter and all that stuff. But then like you had to get it for power, so they made it super easy so everyone can do it, thus removing the point of a roguelike. That was like one of its biggest issues. Okay, the content in that game was like that. Like day one challenge was like challenging for us, and we were actually the only people in NA or EU to day one like 3 of the raid bosses. It was no one else could do it. Right? So we're like, fucking, this is so fun.
Definitely looking very good.
And then now the new content is like baby mode. They like nerfed it, which doesn't make any sense because you don't even get power for it. It's literally an achievement. But they made it an absolute joke. So it's unfortunately going to be something we don't play anymore. I'm pretty sure.
Part already. This trash
they
pack is living a
need
long
this
time.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh, yeah, that
You
is true.
think Miscount is not doing it?
I don't think they need the count.
Oh, wait. Oh, so.
Oh my god, Zayla going
I
down
think they
by the unstable power. How bad is that's probably fine.
Max, have you had a chance to play the Elden Ring DLC yet? No, I have not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Echo's on a good run right now.
What is interrupt for one of the icy bindings cast? That's what he looks like he's assigned to here with that skull bash talented. If somebody gets slept, it could become problematic. Ooh, a really good soothe here.
Isn't that bad that they designed the game to be hard enough for only Liquid to clear though?
This could be
No,
a
no, no.
projectile.
You're missing the point. This content was aspirational content.
these
It's
slots
not.
just seem to be living
You don't get gear from
forever.
it. It's not power, so you can make it as hard as you want.
Being able to
We weren't the
assist
only
with
guilds to
some
kill it.
healing
We were the only
also.
guilds to kill a few of the bosses on day one, but other guilds
It
killed it
seems
day
like we
2,
have
day
more, for
3. It's not like if you can't kill it day
Miscount.
1, you now have a lesser achievement or you didn't achieve that thing. Having things be hard for the sake of going there is good. Also, I'm not making the argument that it was the best thing for the game. Maybe if things were slightly easier for everyone, but they didn't make it slightly easier. They made it hella easier. They made it like crazy easy. But also, I'm not talking about everyone else. This isn't like a WoW take where I'm like, here's what they should do for the game to be fair to everyone. I don't give a fuck about it being fair to everyone in Terrace Land. I'm only playing the game for fun for me. I care about what I feel about that game. Right? So I'm only, and we are only going to have fun if the content is super, super hard. And they made the content super, super easy. So while I'm not saying it's better or worse for the game or whatever, it just means we won't play it, right? It turns out when a game isn't fun, you probably won't play the game. It would have been better for us if it was fun.
Yeah, let's absolutely
not to mention that, or not to, again, excuse the fact that sometimes something that would be fun for us would be way too hard for other people, but it's very rare for us to find games that actually challenge us, and we actually did in some random weeb mobile game. But then it ended up being not for long, apparently. Here's apparently the reason why it was so hard. Because China, the Chinese version of the game, has basically an infinite amount of gold they can get because they can trade gold, which means there's RMT, and it also means the top players can all do boost runs and have perfect gear. So when they released it on NA and EU, they assumed that we would have the gear that China had, and they tuned it based on how much gear or how much damage the Chinese teams were doing, but none of us could do that because you couldn't trade gold. You could only like buy gold from the game, like a WoW token, but like no, almost no one was doing that. So it was really hard because we were having to kill bosses deep into the Enrage because they thought we had the gear that the Chinese teams did, but we didn't.
Finished at 23 so far, but we'll see if we get there.
Try harder.
I'll keep trying.
Definitely need it. As we head
Send me
into
your
the
energy.
high key section of the day.
If you could recruit one top player in the WoW rating community, who would you recruit? Kungan.
23 Azure Vault, another
It's okay, new Diablo season soon. Wait, when's the new Diablo season? Is it? It's beginning of August?
Wiping their first attempt. Notably, though, they got pretty far into the key. They were into that ring area before the second boss.
Yeah, that's me. I'm down.
They're definitely the highlight of the day. They were the highlight of yesterday too.
What is it? Max, I'm confused though. Isn't Merfolk King tuned for 2 healers and you 1-healed it? Feels like the other raids were going to be a lot harder. We looked ahead to the Chinese team that does similar damage to us, the KK Sharp team, and we watched them kill Synthesis Doctor, which was our favorite boss. And they 2-shot the boss, and they killed it 2.5 minutes before the Enrage. With 2 healers, 2 tanks. That's what's happening 10 days from now for us. So that was our sign that we have to get the fuck out of the game. Yeah.
That both Echo and Mandatory have, even if they manage to do that 23 AV that the others maybe cannot do, right? That's kind of the double condition for them, that they need to figure that key out. And the 20 Alderman for Miscount was rough. If you didn't look day one,
imagine showing new D4 season when PoE reveal right after. Dude, what? Dude, ARPG fans are so insufferable. Why can't you guys just like play multiple games and have fun with them? Why do you have to like PoE but hate Diablo? Like, Diablo started out ass. Diablo universally, like anyone who played the last season is like, yo, this is actually pretty sick. But even then, even if you don't think it's sick, why, if you're a fan of PoE, why do you feel compelled to say and always mention that D4 sucks? Like, it's just the brain gymnastics. I like, why would you ever, if you thought D4 was bad and you liked PoE instead, why would you ever think about Diablo? It's the most like unhealthy mental I've ever seen.
The easiest +1 they have left to go for, but again, right now they're competing with Miscount on the same score. They're both on that 126. But Miscount currently has a massive advantage in the time tiebreaker with almost 5 minutes of time advantage overall. So I think it's really going to come.
Max, will it be your first thing you do as president? Outlaw with jail time. You will get a sentence of jail time if you ever use any form of meters in this country, or if you mention Celsius, even when referring to another, even when you're referring to another country's weather. You're in jail if you do that. That's number 1. And I don't really have any other policies outside of that, but I'm going to fuck everything up, and I'm not going to listen to any of my advisors, and I'm going to do whatever I want.
Absolutely right. Of course, we just.
Oh, we're not going to war with anyone either. We might slander them online, but we're not doing that.
So they're probably now also moving towards that 22, I would assume, or maybe they're taking a look.
We're
at
gonna
the
use
London
social
Mill
media
Hills
as warfare.
or the Halls of Infusion.
We're gonna make
Hall of
crazy
Infusion,
dank
they
memes about them.
technically can
That'll
still
make
get
them
a
really
sword
sad.
in, so they're definitely talking about that right now. And at the same time, we do have Pedro's working on their 22 right now in the top left. And of course, if they can get this done, I assume we'll also see them in the 23.
Yep. You're going to be going for that the second they get the possibility to. I mean, the 23 is just. It seems to be of the keys that most of these teams.
What is it? Better change my PUBG settings to show feet and not
it's
meters.
necessarily the easiest to go
Show
for. I think
feet.
there are some
Ooh.
21s they could go for that might
No,
be
you're right.
easier.
Yeah, if you have a game, you know how like when you have to make games in China, you can't have like skulls and crossbones and stuff. You have to make like gravestones. Like you can't show bones and
Our
like
first tiebreaker is highest
human
key
body
levels by
remains. Like you have to
23,
basically
which
make a
probably
version of your game for
tiebreakers.
China, or at least you used
Really
to.
would love to get that down. I think all of our teams, regardless of where they are on
And
the leaderboard, are certainly
that's what it should be like in America. If there's a game developed in Korea, or let's just the rest of the world. I was using PUBG as an example, but like you have to make it. You have to use our fucking measurements, or else you can get out of here.
So that's actually a question I've been thinking about. If at some point the teams think, okay, the 23, while it is possible, it's so volatile that it's really hard to achieve, do you just go and maybe do the Brackenhide instead? If you're mandatory,
Your title is
you
hard
can do
baiting
that
political
Brackenhide.
chatters
They
in
were
here.
there yesterday.
Is it?
They got to that final boss.
I haven't noticed any
think
weirdos.
they
I just,
absolutely do that
I mean,
as
it's just a
well. So
joke,
I'm
right?
wondering when and how that is
I mean,
going to
maybe there
be.
is.
Of course,
I haven't checked
23
YouTube chat. Maybe some
from
first last name
22s,
Andes are fucking
and
telling me
in
what
that
they
way,
think about
that's
politics.
obviously the higher priority for them right now. Definitely interesting to keep in mind, though, that there are some other keys on the table that they could be looking forward to, and we've been seeing what an absolute truck.
Who's my
of a
running
key
mate?
this
Grimace from
season is.
McDonald's.
Yeah, it's
I didn't even have to
actually
think about that,
kind
by
of
the way. I've
insane
never
that
thought about that
Brackenhide
until you
on
said
their
that.
first
And as
run
soon as you asked it, I
actually
knew
was
who it
on a
would be.
perfectly clean run throughout the entire key.
Dude, Grimace would
Ended up wiping
absolutely
the first
slaughter
two
whoever else in a
crystals
vice presidential
on the
debate.
skull. Are those crystals actually going to be a difficult portion of the key? If they
THD?
just get unlucky
No,
spawns
no, no,
that
no.
one time, I mean, that's something we're going to have to consider in the back of our minds, even if you can get through.
Bro, when they made a milkshake about Grimace, people were randomly dying and shit. You know how hard that goes?
We've only seen them once, so it's hard to draw a conclusion from that. Hopefully, we'll see a team.
Imagine someone makes a
They're
milkshake for you.
relatively
You have a
soon, so we can
milkshake,
get
and
a
it's
better
like,
idea
yo,
of how
people are
that
just
is.
dying.
I mean, that's a pretty scary concept if you're spending all of this time in this key on 23, and then you get to the last boss and you realize, wait, this might not actually be possible. Not sure what the deal is there. Quick death from Crims there on Pedro's per hour, able to get the battle res on him, and he wasn't in cooldown, so it's not the costliest of deaths.
All right, Zyra, let's just cast.
If it actually uses all of their battle reses and they end up not being able to battle res someone during a boss.
Max, how was your family gathering? Was it peaceful or did all hell break loose?
Production, we have
It actually was pretty peaceful. I told the story before, but the only weird thing that happened was the first time I showed up, my aunt and uncle, Uncle Alvin and Uncle, Uncle, oh my god, what was his name? It was Aunt Barb, but I have an uncle that's like my mom's uncle, so he's like some kind of weird uncle to me, great uncle, I don't know. He's old as fuck. He's like super MAGA, like that level shit. And I showed up, and him and Aunt Barb, two separate conversations, and they were like, "Well, what are you doing nowadays?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm doing this and this. I have a house in LA." And immediately their entire disposition changes. And they inquisitively look at me like, how could you possibly live in a hellscape like that? That was the look. And then what they said was, well, aren't you scared of all the illegals? Both of them said that in separate, unprompted conversations. It's so funny. It's like, oh my god, what a fucking world. But yeah, other than that, it was like chill. No one, dude, by the way, thank God that, obviously, hopefully, if I could have it my way, no one was going to be assassinated, right? That's fucking ridiculous, but, thank God that fucking assassination attempt happened like a few weekends after that, because oh my fucking god, would that have ruined our family for the rest of our lives. Like, that would, I mean, that would have been crazy.
As well as he just entered Laymore. At the same time, Mandatory right below them with one death already on the clock here. Didn't need to use that battle res moment, just released and walked back to the group. But you can see how much
Max, how
damage
involved
this
are you in
23
beta raid testing?
Azure Vault is
As
really,
involved as
really
you can
doing.
be.
It's an absolute
I am the
banger
most
of a
involved.
key to me. I think it's so great that we're seeing it, but at the same time, I'm also pretty scared. And
All right,
yeah,
mandatory on a
Miscount,
run.
you're just saying, nah, okay, we'll just claw.
What a
we'll try
what a
our best,
commentary by
we'll
me right
get all
there.
the other keys everybody else has done, and
Mandatory
we'll
is on
go
a
to
run.
that
I'll be right back.
23 when we absolutely need to.
It's actually a really interesting puzzle piece, like to figure out how to live through Lamore, because not only we kind of tend to like lump the explosive brand consuming stomp combo into one thing that they have to live through, but for every single one of the DPS players, it's 2 major points of damage that they have to live through. On a 23 fortified Lamore, the consuming stomp, the explosive brand, the first part that does less damage hits you for 2.7 million damage unmitigated. Now, it might be a little less due to versatility, but your versatility can't really get that high. So, not only do you have to live through the 2.7 million explosive brand, but about 10 seconds later, you have to live through a 3.6 million damage consuming stomp, and that's with 0 flowers active. 1 flower active, it goes up to 4.3 mil, which is probably just going to straight up kill you. So they're figuring out these little puzzle pieces on how to live through this mechanics, and that's why you're seeing players just going down seemingly randomly on Lamore. If you aren't perfectly topped and you don't have the exact right personals up every single time, it could very easily result in 1 or 2 player deaths, and you'll end up going again. Not only that, but the trash pulls, all of these lashers stacking up on top of the tank, if you don't perfectly cleanse all the ranging at the same time, you'll get stacks on your team and just instantly die. Let's see if Pedro's per hour can get this first pull done cleanly, though. I mean, this has been one of the major pain points for Echo. Now, albeit they're in a 23, but this pull's still very dangerous in a 22.
It absolutely is. I just quickly want to note that the Lamore split for mandatory in that 23 that we're seeing is super fast. 7 minutes, 8 seconds is definitely something we'll have to look out for as the other teams are approaching it. You can see that Miscount is currently on that 7-minute mark, and they still have 40% more boss HP to go. So definitely a very, very good split that they're clocking in right here. But for Peters per hour, everything seems to be going well in this very first pull. They're making sure that they're not getting any of these extra casts through, and they're also, of course, making sure that the raging does not hit too much. Due to having that augmentation evoker, you're able to take some of these down, so should be working well. I'm fired up taking some extra hits here as the group drops lower and lower, but the trash is dying off slowly.
So they still have a couple raging lashers, but as long as you know those are raging and you can get the interrupts on those, you should be fine. As I say that, one cast does go off, and look at how much ticking damage just that one stack of that debuff does to their team. Drogo able to keep everyone topped, but only barely. Cannot really afford to have another one of those go off, but I think they should be able to get the remainder of the soothes on those lashers and get through that first pull. And let's get a little more of a breakdown of why that pull is so difficult for the teams to get through. Mandatory, though, on a good run through Lamore, like you mentioned, solid split, setting up to do this Wernstone snap. Skylark going to take the Wernstone back, get gripped, actually rescued, sorry, by his augmentation of
And here comes the trash.
Tiny little grip, and there is the snapped trash. Can they get through this pull? Skylark's had a good record of getting through this once it's snapped on top of him, but still, it's one of those scenarios where you really need to make sure you want to push everything as evenly as possible to get the raging dispels, and yet another reset for one of our teams with Lamore almost going down 12%, just dying to the final combo of Brandon Stomp. It's just a difficult start to the key.
It absolutely is, and Lamore is a large lad, so to say, so teams will be continue to work at that. But for mandatory, we really need to watch their run as more and more teams are taking the final bits of their required breaks that we make them do throughout the tournament. They should be finishing out in the next 45 minutes or so, and then everyone will be safe. But mandatory here, chewing through all of that trash that they snapped onto this area. They do have more room in this area, which is why I like it better than the ring. But I think compared to the snap that Echo does, Echo's just feels faster. How do you feel about the two?
In terms of just the snap in this area, and actually just overall in the general routing in the Azure Vault, Echo has, their route is just better. It's faster, it will save them the most time possible. The only problem is just the volatility of the first pull alone is costing them so much time. I mean, the reset counter shows everything right now. We're at, last time I checked, we were at 16 resets for Echo, and I believe 8 for mandatory. And to a certain extent, when it's costing you that much time to reset the key, you might want to go back and like potentially make that first pull easier, because it seems like the time is there in the 23, right? We already saw Mandatory's route, although slower, will give them enough time to time the key if they're able to do it again. So it's really just about consistency at this point. The team that's most consistent with their pulls will be the one to get
I'm
the
back.
23 down, and right now it's just not consistent.
Dude, what if I just co-streamed the TGP and I just left my computer for 5 hours and just let the fucking stream play on my stream?
No,
That would
think
go
that's
fucking
exactly
crazy.
The question you have to ask yourself: would you rather have the fastest run but a very unreliable route, or would you rather have a route that's
Mandatory's on a run, chat.
definitely slower? And thus far, none of the routes have yielded results. So I think at that point, you're probably saying, okay, we'll just keep trying and we'll like rush against the wall with our heads first to try and take it down our way. But once Mandatory actually
Max
wins
hyped for the
it
Race to World
23,
first,
and
question
if
mark?
they do, I think Echo will need to.
What do you want me to
look
say?
And see if
Yes?
they want to change anything. But for now, Mandatory in that.
Better
second
put on
lane
Dorky's
working
tier
out
list when you go
the rest of
AFK.
the trash
Oh yeah, I
pile
heard about
right
this
now.
strat.
Just a quick comparison. I was looking up the 22.
How is high school
splits.
and college
We have the
actually in
fastest
America?
one for Mandatory
As a
being
European, American movies always seem to
6:37,
make it so
and then
fun.
Echo followed right after with 6:58, but of course we know they pull the trash a little bit differently.
Oh,
so
that's so
Mandatory
funny.
taking a little bit
I mean,
longer
it's probably like
to
high
our
school in a
end,
lot of
but with
places.
7 minutes, 8
But it
seconds
is
on
kind
the
of funny
clock,
that
they
your
should
only
be very
experience with
much on
American
track
high
in this
school is like
23.
probably like frat boy movies and shit.
Scary moment there for Dragno's guild team on the gather of this pull. Timbermaw went down to a melee from one of those phoenixes flying around that your ranged DPS have to tag for you as a tank. Fortunately enough, they got the gather done cleanly, got the stun off from these chains, and Forgy was able to keep the team top with Vampiric Embrace while Timbermaw ran back. Scary moment, but able to get through it, notably saving the battle, as that's huge for them in this key. There is so much danger in the middle section of the dungeon after you deal with Chargath, so the fact that they're able to hold on to that one bodes well for
Like,
them.
what is he
It's
probably
easy to
thinking of?
discuss
Like,
one of
what
the
movies have
for the
Europeans
moment
seen of
with the
American
back
high
ahead
school and college? I'm
with
thinking
Miscount.
Animal House. I'm
Again, though,
thinking
Miscount working on that 23
all
action
of the
roll,
like
if they're able to get that key on the board, it would give them a
band camp
tiebreaker
movies or whatever those are
over
called.
Dragno's guild team, which is
American Pie, yeah,
really
those.
good for them. I think Dragno's guild team definitely
That's
could
so
do that
funny
in
if that's what it
23
is.
Azure Vault. I'm just
13
not
Reasons
sure
Why.
if
Well, if
the
they've seen
Warlock
13 Reasons
is
Why, they
what
probably wouldn't be
they
coming in
would
my
do.
chat and being like,
We'll have to
yo,
find out
American
if
high
they
school is
potentially
lit.
take advantage when they head back to that.
I haven't seen 13 Reasons
So
Why.
why do you
But
think
I know the general
I mean,
premise.
of course we've
And it
seen
can't be that
they
high school
like
is
the
awesome.
Warlock generally better. They also played it in the Agathar Academy and, like I said, in the Uldaman. In the Uldaman,
High
I
School
think it's
Musical?
generally
No,
the
that one
Reach
actually
the
is
better choice, but
is historically
why do you
accurate.
think
High School Musical is probably the
the Vault
closest
as well?
the closest
I think it comes
to
down to
American
region
high school
management.
experience.
I mean, one of the things
People
that
randomly
we're
breaking
watching
out into
happen
song and shit.
on these first couple of pulls is mobs not
Okay,
always
that would go
managing
hard
this.
though.
So ideally on this first pull, what you would your ideal
I think
scenario
there'd be
for
some
how
resistance
would
to it
happen
right
is
away, but
you gather everything up,
a
you start
world where
getting
people
into
actually
dimension,
randomly broke
push
out into
all
song
of the flowers
in
into
high
their
school,
raging range at the exact
like the
same
whole
time so that
lunchroom
you're
or whatever,
pushing
would go
further off
fucking
the
wild,
ground,
dude.
suit
With
all the
choreography and
defense, so
everything.
you can go back to AoE stopping them. With Mage and Shadow Priest, there can be a little bit of inconsistency in damage, especially if one of those mobs doesn't get dotted at the start of the pull. With the Warlock, however, with the amount of burst AoE that they have doing consistent
She's
damage
all
to
that.
everything that they hit
Wait,
with
is
the
She's
Vampire,
All That the one where
have a
Amanda
much
Bynes
better
pretends to be a
chance of
dude?
doing smooth damage and pushing everything and
Also,
traversing
didn't
at the
she
same
go
time.
crazy?
So
Is that
in a
her?
perfect world, if the gather is good and the Rainifiers hit everything, it should
That's
be
he's the
easy
man.
to get that soothe off. But
Oh, she's the man, he's the man,
concept,
whatever.
I don't
Okay.
know if that's actually how it works. I don't know. We'll have to see
Alright.
if it works for them on the 23.
That's a crazy
Well,
movie, by
we'll
the way.
actually need them to go there first. That's the first thing. But Echo back in that 23 bottom left corner. Zalia dropping really low as they are using all of their stops to try and deal with this.
For the
extra
longest
traffic.
time,
We already saw
I
Seattle
thought High School
Silence
Musical
being
was
used
actually
and
how high
then
school was
some,
like in the
and
US,
so
and then I
chewing
grew up,
through
and
these
now I'm
options.
mad. Yeah, now
So
I'm mad too.
surely
Look at
they're
that.
gonna be enraged, and that's when
Now
the
I'm mad.
overall you were just explaining is going to come in and
Guys, I
have
think it is a
one
very
time
real
to
possibility
as many
that
of them
no team
as
times this
possible
23
to
Azure
ensure
Vault,
some
and the
need to
end
work
of the last
on the same
TGP of this
page to
expansion is just gonna be
unbound so that they can do that. Last
is
choice
just gonna be
spotted here
fucking teams
is
wiping in the
Echo
same dungeon for 3
making
hours.
it through that
That would be
first
so funny,
pull.
dude. Holy
Good
shit.
knockup. They've got the soothes on most of the lashers. I think it's actually on all of the lashers. I don't see a single raging Angry Skull
Mandatory.
above those lashers. Actually, there are a couple of them now. Can they get them down? Not sure. In the meantime, though, mandatory. Just another wipe for them to this trash.
You took a spin and you're still mad? Bro, I haven't spun in days.
17 minutes into the key, and that's just more time lost. It just goes to show
I had
you
such a good hockey game last night, by the way, and it was just one of those. I like playing on Saturday nights because there's like a couple teams that like stay after the hockey game and just drink beers outside of the rink and just fucking chill. And it's fucking sweet. Sometime last night, someone went over to this like super authentic Mexican restaurant and brought a bunch of tacos and nachos over. Oh my god, what a vibe. It's just an absolute turbo vibe. I was outside after my game for like 3 hours last night.
You know, player death at this point wouldn't be a reset. It would really have to be the tank going down at this point, I think, for them to have to full reset.
So I'm actually wondering. Echo just came back from a break.
Did they just
right?
take mandatory
And
off
to
the screen?
me, this poll looked like they were doing less actually than what we saw them do before. Maybe that's actually.
Aren't
why
they the
this
team the
happened, why
farthest
they're
in a
getting through it
23
so
right now?
quickly.
Oh, they
If I look
wiped.
back and compare
I
the
didn't
two
know that.
polls, we only saw the ending of this right now, but looks like they are adapting and saying, all right, we have the time. We can actually take just a little bit longer here in that.
I think
threshold
they have to
and
do the
make it
23 Azure Vault. I
simple
don't think they have a
instead.
choice.
That
Some
is
people
what
were saying like
we
maybe go
see
22
finishing up
Bracken.
on that last
They don't have a
little
choice. They're
bit
they're
there
5
and
minutes
going
behind
down.
Echo's Azure Vault
I'm
time.
going back and looking at the VODs just to
So like
compare
you
the
don't have
two
the
on
option
their
because
previous attempts
if
on
you
the
leave
first
here and you
VODs
don't
compared to
like
what
you'd
we
have
see
to
right now, going for 32
do a faster
percent
22
count, whereas before on
No, I
lane
think
war,
that's
to
the same.
leave
they're
here.
on the same count, so it's the same poll. But
And
maybe
they're
during
just going to do the
round,
23.
kinda wait for
Mandatory
the
is going to be in the
on
23
down,
until they
how
time
they
it or else they
that poll
guarantee lose.
go more consistently, and whatever they did during break, the first attempt back is looking good for them. So let's see if they can.
What is it? It must
capitalize
feel
on
so
that
bad that they
break,
almost had it the
build
first
a
run and now they die
consistent first
constantly.
goal and get this key done.
I mean, that's amazing. If
Yeah.
they can manage
does feel bad to
replicate
wipe.
this, then they're in a great spot here to have a smooth run. But of course, we know that this key has more danger waiting around the corner. Lamer himself, we were just talking about it. Lots and lots of potential for just group-wide damage. That if you don't have something ready, you are most likely on the floor. So they're making headway.
To be fair,
with
you
that.
spun 3 times on
Curious
Friday.
how that
Yeah,
setup
and
is
for no
going,
avail. I
because
spun
Echo's
twice
focus
because
on
someone said they
keeping
reverted the
stuff
tank
clean
shit and they
thus far
lied.
for the most part.
I
But
spun
I'm
for no
really,
reason.
really
Span? I said I was
eager
going to say I
to watch
span.
them do that
I
again.
span.
Left-hand side, we're seeing mandatory go back into that key, and Pedro's per hour right above them are now also arriving in those rings, making headway towards.
How do you think you boys sang and fired up from Pedro's are doing? I don't know. How are they doing right now? They're still trying to time a 22 Azure Vault, so sounding like not good.
This is what we've seen so many teams
I'm not sure.
the commander
I don't know about
controls
sang, but I know fired up would not be like...
pack in addition to
Like, fired up isn't...
elementals on top of a
Fired up, regardless of the outcome of this weekend, is never going to be mad.
that you have to deal with.
He's just going to be like,
Mode, but on the
this
first
is
poll,
fun.
mandatory,
And
but
then he's
on
just
this
going to do it.
stay
It's
alive
not
for
like,
the
it's not
remainder
super deep.
of the poll. It should be fine.
Sang, I'm not sure if he's
Used ground,
like super locked into it or not. I'm not sure. And I don't know anyone else on that team. I guess I know Drogo, but
And that's just another one counted on the board. Tally it up for them. That number is getting higher and higher still. Back to Drano's skill team though. The poll is together in the damage from this 21 tyrannical stomp from the commander, in addition to the blacksmith damage as well, is going to be difficult for them to get through. If a single one of those melt casts goes off on a player, it could instantly one-shot any one player in their
Dude,
group.
how's Dratnos
So
guild
the
team doing?
execution has to be perfect from them. In addition to that, the tank under so much pressure as he's getting meleeed by every single one of these
Pretty
mobs.
good.
Timbermaw doing his best to keep him up.
They have to get the
So they're
21
gonna
Nelf.
they'd be able to get through it, just have to deal with
Yeah,
the
so, I mean, it looks like no one really has a
Health
chance to
bars.
win besides Echo and
Fight
Mandatory,
as
though,
long
right?
as you can here, but the cooldowns are running out for them. Just have to stay
Like, even
alive
if-
for a little while longer, finish off
Even
this
if
play,
Miscount
and maybe you can get through the
or
poll.
Dratnos guild team one-shots the Nelther as 21, one-shots the... Wait, why are they missing 2 points? They one-shot the 21 Ultimon. They lose on time, and then they're almost out of time in the entire tournament. So it is, I think it is at this point, not even realistically impossible. I think it is actually impossible for anyone to win that isn't Echo or Mandatory.
Absolutely phenomenal. All throughout compared to the other 21 nil players that we've seen so far. They're on a great pace, and that's exactly what they need to do.
They have to do 21 Nelth and 23 AV.
They need to claw back that time.
No, they would need to do
and
21
also
Nelth,
points at the
21
same time,
Uldamon,
making
and then
it
20.
perfect
Oh
and
no.
on that challenge for
You are
themselves
right, yeah.
as the
They don't
giant
have to do the
is
21
slowly
Uldamon.
dying
They would
out.
have to just do the
Absolutely
23
absolutely
Azure
bad
Vault,
death.
and then Echo Mandatory don't time this. They stay at 128 points, and then Miscount wins on the time tiebreaker, or they win on the key level tiebreaker, because that goes before time.
If a single one of them goes off like you saw, 100 to 0 is a player with the residual AoE damage going off. But yeah, just quick little.
What is it? Wonderful series where the same teams always win?
On to the next pull, not even waiting for the remainder of
You
the
just
match.
showed up
Right?
mad today,
Gotta
Allison?
chain, gotta
Hmm?
make absolute use of our
Come
time
on.
here. We're
Come on
looking
now.
for something like a
The last
2v4
tournament
minimum
of
split on the next boss
dungeons,
kill here. Remember,
the
this is
same
critical
team
piece.
literally
It's a pretty
didn't win.
healthy
And in this
encounter.
one, it's
Probably
really
take
tight
up
between
to
those two
4 minutes
teams.
for them to
This is
kill.
a good day.
So as long as they get on that boss in the next minute and a half here, I think they are on pace like you mentioned. The splits are looking good. But we've already seen the end of this dungeon can be
Yeah,
dangerous.
take a spin, by the way,
Did
Allison.
have a wipe.
Let's go.
2 Warlord Saga on the 20.
Spin it up.
Looked kind of scary on their second attempt, so we know there's still a lot of danger left in this key, and they're going to have to keep up the consistent play to get this done.
Absolutely right. We will keep on watching. Gorek himself also a little bit of a challenge as Echo dropping really low
Max,
on
why
level
don't
here.
any
They are
team
notably
do
little
a
bit slower than what we've
24?
seen from mandatory, but of course they play more trash, so don't be mistaken by that. That is
I don't know, I guess they're just
absolutely
huge
normal,
bitches or
and that was,
whatever.
I think, the last cast that
You know,
Gorek
honestly,
had
why don't they
against
just do a
heavy as
24?
they
I
went
feel like they're
on
all
the
missing that
last
strategy.
percentages.
Not only if you do a 24, not only do you win likely on points, but you win every tiebreaker because no one else will even have a 23.
Match
Take that.
22.
See, this is why
And they
teams
just
need a
also
sixth
made it
man.
through that big snap pull. All right, checking back in here.
Max,
We're
why
at
don't
the
Liquid
40.
field a team for these competitions? Like, why don't we make a dungeon team of our 5 best players and have them try really hard in dungeons? There's really only ever really been one answer to that, and it's just that no one fucking cares about dungeons. Like, no one does high keys on live. Same thing as Echo, where, like, we have, like, maybe, like, 8 or 7 players who do high keys outside of World First Progression. They just have 5 that happen to play on a team together. We just don't have that. They don't really care. That's the main reason.
As the boss transitions into the intermission with just that one Vault Guard alive, played that one perfect.
If we ever had, like, a bunch of our players that were playing together, like a tank from our guild, a healer from our guild, 3 really good DPS, they're, like, fucking going hard, we would sponsor them as Liquid, and we would give them the money to do it. But I'm not willing to sacrifice anything less than that.
And we definitely do not want to miss that. At the same time,
It just has never happened. First time message, why does it have to be a 6th man? Fucking true, by the way.
Wait, I'm doing math.
So true. 21st man. Where are the 21st woman? Man is gender neutral, by the way, in WoW. Like, for example, when I say I'm gonna log on my character, my other character, I'm gonna say I'm gonna log on my guy. But guy doesn't mean male. It means my guy, my character. 21st man could easily be a 21st woman.
We're kind of expecting it to happen at this point. We're waiting for teams to get through this first section before we really pay attention to their runs here.
That's my guy.
That's why we're going to be focusing so much in on Echo as they get through these trash pulls after Laymore. This is the important part of the dungeon.
No woman play WoW. Women are smart enough to not play the soul-sucking game. Well, so now I'm in a pickle, because if I refute your argument, I'm calling women stupid, right? Because I know a lot of women who play WoW, and I have a lot of women who watch my stream. I think it's like 9% of my audience is actually women, which is extremely high. For shout out women, by the way, or girls. Shout out them all. Let's go. But also, yeah. You put me in a pickle, though, because if I refute your argument, I'm directly calling women stupid because you said they were smart by not playing WoW. So I don't really know what to say right now, but I don't like what you're saying.
In that lower ring, grabbing all of those extras. Warrenstone does come in, and here is where it gets dangerous. Fell Devastation has already been sent, but the rest of the trash is a little bit late.
So I can find love in chat is what you're saying? Yeah, you should use chat for that reason too. You shouldn't use chat to just chat. You should use it to find your life partner.
I think we should have
Just randomly DM any of the women. No, actually, I was just about to do a really stupid bit. Do not DM any of the people that just said they were women. Do not do that.
This is, you know, a dangerous not
but
only because the
yeah,
amount of mobs that are in
I'm
the
gonna
game,
stop
but
this
the
bit.
amount of
It was.
interruptions that you're gonna have
I
to
thought it was
do
gonna be funny, and then I was like,
you
this
have
could
my
lead to
swirlies
bad
on
things.
lock. One of those goes off, and it's way too easy to die to one of these swirlies. We've seen tons of deaths to these swirlies throughout the course of today. But also, elementals, if they let a sleep cast go off and someone gets slept into a circle, that's another
Max, what is that
persuasion
green
to
piss you
just
are drinking?
quickly get one shot on
Well,
this bull.
it's
Any
piss.
tiny mistake
No,
results in somebody
it's
getting one shot by a swirly. So
okay.
you
It's
have to
this. It's
get
called
hard, you
pressed
have to
juice. I don't know if you
use
guys ever heard of
yourself.
it. I'm not a big
Cannot
juice guy, but with my like weekly food delivery service, this is not a hashtag sponsored. I'm about to get really mad at them. But in my weekly delivery service, they'll send you a certain amount of juices per day, and I select one. And then for 1 week, I tried 2, and then I was like, I can never do this again. It's just too much juice. I don't like juice that much. So then I put it back to 1, and I've checked. They haven't been charging me for it, but they've been sending me 2 a day for weeks now, and I've emailed them, and I'm like, guys, I'm only sending you 1. They're like, don't worry, we're not charging you for it. You're like, no, you please stop sending me this much juice. It's all over my fridge. I'm not drinking them all. I don't want to throw them out. That feels wasteful. This is awful. Please don't do this anymore. And they just will not stop sending me all this juice. So I just I drink it out of spite.
If I may, I'm going to be quoting our co-caster Dratnos. It's not about the mistakes, it's how you deal with them, and that was fantastic by Echo,
Let's see.
knowing that they really want to have every single battle rest at any given time in the key. So if they
Hey
have a
Max, I
chance
heard you are
to
the
have someone
candidate.
release
Yeah,
and run back
lol,
and
but for real,
survive
I am
every
running for
time,
State
that's
House, Michigan.
absolutely
You should
what
run
they're
for
going to
office.
do.
Everyone
At
should.
the
We
same
need more
time,
normal
though,
people.
I don't know if
I'm
you
way
heard
too
it,
stupid
that
to
was
run
my
for office,
dad. He's very
actually.
excited about mandatory, so
My presidential
Pedro's fan. We have everything here in this house.
what do you
And
call it? Your
he
game
is
plan?
excited
Your
about that late more
your-
dying, as you can hear.
your platform? My presidential platform is absolute nonsense. Basically, my whole bit is I'm not going to listen to everyone, ruin anything, ruin everything, and I don't want any more European temperature or distance measurements being used in my fucking country. Let's go.
And the boss, you need a battle res to get somebody up. There's no releasing on a boss fight.
Oh my
Releasing
God.
The frog pole would be almost certain death. So saving the battle res for that, incredibly important. Making the
What is it?
best of a
The
bad
fact that you just
scenario.
said that
Echo
the fact that you
Day,
just said that is
those
proof that
with
you're
no
smarter than
one
99%
for
of politicians.
showing it off
No,
here
it's not.
in the final day of the TGP, in
I
the
said
most
that I'm
important
too
moments,
dumb to
and
do
they've
it.
got what they need banked for the next
So what
fight.
you're
This is just
assuming is
another killer
like, oh yeah, you
performance.
understand you're too dumb to do it, so you actually listen to your advisors who know what they're talking about. No, I'm not going to listen to them either. I'm just going to make shit up. That's my whole platform is I'm just going to fucking YOLO it. That's what works for me on my stream. It's got to work for running this country. Most politicians are restarted. Yeah.
That's when he'll be safe.
Yeah,
He'll
they
be
are
in a
restarted.
better position. We'll be able to kite
What does
trap
that mean?
bombs around. Look at the health bar. The first melee dropping into 10% HP, but able to stay alive. That's not enough.
Let's
Trash
see.
still has to gather more in.
Max,
Here comes the lieutenant.
which
If
2
you don't have
days
the guards on
should
top
I
of the
book
stairs
off
there,
work to watch the
maybe
race world
eventually
first?
once you feel
Quit your
safe,
job and
don't
watch all of it.
just yet.
Will there be heroic splits on Tuesday? Okay,
They are doing
Mythic
really well.
Tuesday,
We need to make sure that
there
we have
will
the
be
interrupts
heroic
that
splits.
stopped, and that's exactly what's going out there.
I
We
would
have the
guess
schedule come
that
in
there's
once
less
more.
than
Let's
half a
make
day
sure
of
that
splits.
these
So what you
are
got
not
before was
getting
3 full
through
days of
now in
splits.
kiting.
What you're gonna get now with a heroic week is about half of 1 day, maybe not even. But I just, by the way, I don't know. I am not allowed to be in charge of loot and how long we do loot. I have been banned. Oh, Ekka's done. GG.
Can they rest him up quickly enough? Zalia is
That's
going
a- that's
to
a
drop here
Gigi.
as well. They do have the
That's a
battle
Gigi
resist,
right there.
but do they have anyone to actually send them? Mira is going to go out and kite. This is the former tank main.
I
of
wish
the
it could
team,
just
of
be
course,
6 days of
Longevity
splits.
gets now
It can
back
be.
up to try
Just
and recover
watch
this pole.
the heroic week. And if you guys want to watch splits, oh boy, do I have a fucking week for you.
Onto Mira's there, and he was able to fade off the aggro once he had nowhere left to kite. So now could get aggro back off, but it's just another death.
The meta for Dragonflight was just to follow a Twitter account and wait till they go mythic and post. This way you had to have 0 splits. You will have more splits in mythic now because you don't know when they will happen. Yeah, true.
Every single one of these trash pulls just so dangerous and so
Guys, I think it is It is definitely within the realm of possibility that
Honestly, that was a
this
fantastic
23
fight
Azure
from
Vault
Echo.
does not
If
get
they can
timed
kind of
in the
connect
next
to
hour and a
that
half.
after their break and continue
I
to
would
do
say
well
it's
in that first
likely
vault,
that
this is
one of the
real
team gets
progression
it.
throughout that
I think it's
just
unlikely that
quickly
both of
noting,
them get
we
it.
also saw a missed count in the
And I
23
think it is
AV
possible
pulling
that
out,
no
so
one actually times it. It looks
unfortunately
extremely
something
hard.
must have gone wrong for them at the beginning of that dungeon, but that means they're trying, they're in there, they want that highest score point on the 23 dungeon, and DGT 5 minutes to go to finish out this trash and also deal with Sarga. How are you feeling about that timer, Zyro?
The timer?
They just haven't locked
It's
in yet.
not
Oh,
great,
yeah, maybe you're
but I
right.
think there is
No.
barely enough time here. They're going
Does
to
the
have to
4-day
pull the boss
pre-release if you pre-ordered
probably
Epic
with
make any
the
difference in the
support
race?
side. They might
No.
even have to just go now. And they're only
I'm gonna make a huge
get
mistake there and trust what some
two
chatter said
really
earlier.
solid
Miraz has
uses
timed to
of the
23 in
2-minute
his weak aura, so
cooldowns
surely
in
winnable.
the remainder of the key. Now, one of those is going to align with Bloodlust, which is quite good.
Well, I think by the
Shaman
fact that
has
they both
more
went into the
than
23 right away tells you that
and I do not think
they've
that they
completed a
are. So
23 in
not only will they
practice.
have to cleave this trash down with the boss, but they'll then also have to go pull, I believe, 2 more trash mobs during the encounter to make up for their 100% count. It's gonna be difficult, but remember this boss does have damage amplification portions.
What is it? The 23 would be a world first, the caster said. So practice runs that people do off stream on the tournament realm to prepare for this tournament are not like counted keys. They wouldn't be like 23 is a world record, except by the way, one of the teams did it in practice already. So nope, that one's a world record. You know, it has to be on broadcast.
For a portion of the start of the encounter here, but Timbermaw able to keep him alive. And it didn't do a lot of damage in this first damage amp, but everyone's still alive, and that's what matters.
Isn't it funny that a stream like this is using WoW add-ons to display game information? Yeah, because it makes it a better broadcast.
Just quickly noting as our teams are
It
back
turns
in
out
AV,
add-ons are
that
good.
Miscount is actually splitting that first trash pack that we are seeing Echo just wipe to and mandatory just having finished out at
Let's see.
the
I'm pretty
same
sure they
time
just fill in the
earlier.
website that
They
calculates
split it up,
rips and
so
see
every
that this
time
is the
they
most
wipe
survivable
early
key left.
stages of this
That's just
AV,
what
it's
they
gonna
do, yeah.
cost them even more time, which is not very great, but we are getting closer to that finishing timer in DGT's corner. 3 minutes to go, 67% on the boss, and then some more trash count that they'll
How
pull
dare
in
you
here
say my
towards
add-ons
the
are good?
end
My
of it.
brother was
And
killed
Peters
by
Power,
add-ons.
you're looking great in that
Wait, which
22
add-on
AV
killed
as
him?
well.
What would be the most likely add-on to
Just
commit
try
murder?
P at this point. Play safe, big IO. Get this 22 done. 11 minutes left on the timer here. Not going to do just the 22, but you don't need to, right? You just want to unlock the 23.
Altaholic?
And if they do end up coming down to a time tiebreaker. This time
The
is gonna
Pedro
be
weak
very
aura.
fast. Remember, Echo had like a 31
Yeah, dude, Pedro has
As
sinister
well.
intentions,
Pedro's
that little
probably gonna end up
raccoon.
being very close to that by the time this key is done. Now, their Bloodlust probably won't come off cooldown on Umbral Skull until like the very end of the encounter.
Considering how you
Bloodlust
reacted when you
will have
had...
to focus
Oh,
your
yeah,
focus away
it's
here.
definitely... What was that add-on?
So
Was it
Timbermaw
total
goes
RP3?
down. Can we get the res off on him?
Was
Where is
that...
the body?
Was
Get
that the
res
name
off,
of
guys.
the
Get that heal.
add-on
So
that
we can pull trash into the
I
boss. Bloodlust
installed
coming up
on
40
Moonguard?
seconds. Can we get the res? Where's
I
the
will have
body?
Vietnam level
He-
PTSD
I
war,
think
like,
he maybe
war
was the
memories
one- there he is.
of what
Yeah,
I
he's
saw
in
on
the
that
corner,
add-on
so
for like
they
10 minutes
will
when I went inside
try
that
to
in.
rest him. Surely they have the bracers, right?
Oh, let's go for a res here, by the way. They are not resing him.
They're
Guys?
not positioning to go for it, and that is a concerning prospect.
No way they don't have
I
bracers.
gotta check around the skill team now, Terrace.
Dude, speaking of bracers, when do you think was the last time in
Possibly
human
it could
history that
also-
people
also
wore
be something on
bracers?
his end, so maybe
I'd
they
feel like an
just,
absolute
maybe
dumbass if I was
have
just
issues
wearing
on
some
player
fucking
ends.
shackles
Maybe
on
they
my
just know that there's
on
no
my
point in
wrists, you
resting
know?
right now, and they're waiting for it, but they can't clutch it out. Notably, that Vengeance Demon Hunter is great at living. It's just the rest of the team that.
Why
maybe
are
needs to
they
be a
not
little bit more
resing him?
scared
I guess they have a
to
curse
have that
spell.
bloodlust to try and help them throughout, as Frosty does jump out to grab that extra trash. 30% to go. As the
You need to
timer
block sword
is
attacks,
coming
man.
closer and
Fuck
closer,
you.
dropping super low for DGT top left corner. But
Dude, I have no
Frosty
idea
will
why I
be
said
able
that.
to
Holy shit, I just
regenerate.
ripped that. I
Oh,
meant
he
it
has
too.
that followed up ready. Yeah, there we go. And that
Why
will
did I
be it.
say that?
Bloodlust coming in, 40 dropping really low once again for them.
Fuck that
So
random
is
guy.
Terrace Land, but they do have that shield come in, and that will be the stun as well, as they still need to deal with this
Oh, man.
trash. They
We're
don't
just in so much
have their
danger.
healer.
They're
He
just,
has
dude.
to
Why are they
so
not
much
resing him?
damage, but he gets bailed out. The Vampiric Embrace cooldown does come up. That's
Okay,
gonna
maybe
keep
they
them
should have
alive
nerfed tanks a little
and
bit.
healthy
Let's
for
keep
the
it a
next
buck.
10
Let's just
seconds
keep
or
it a
so,
buck
but
a
it's
second.
already gone. The healing is gone. It's really coming down to just raw healing buttons for the team, and with 30 seconds left in the key, you have to finish the boss off.
You have to finish the boss.
But the
Timber's
cooldowns
back.
are gone. Timbermaw is back. They have the res. They have the healing.
Wait,
They got what they needed
why
for
did
it.
they
just
take, like,
need to
3
damage. They
minutes to
finished the
res
key.
him?
25 seconds left on the timer. I don't know if it's going to be possible. They have to kill everything on the screen here. I don't think they have the damage for it.
Yeah, they
18
don't.
Seconds to go.
Yeah, they
I'm
don't.
Pretty sure that they can deal with the boss,
Oh,
but
GG.
the rest of it is the problem.
Wow,
As
Dratno
deaths
skill
come
team, so
raining.
close.
Forgy, followed
Dude,
by
I have a
Frosty,
former
and
raider on
an
Dratno's skill
absolutely
team, Cryptix.
devastating
Cryptix was a good
manner.
player.
PGT is not able to clutch out this 21 with
He was a
32
sweet boy.
minutes lost, putting them further and further behind. and
Where
they're
does he
already
raid now? Oh, I guess probably in Dratnos' guild. Maybe that's why it says Dratnos' guild team.
Brutal way to lose a key. I mean, pulling that trash on top of the boss is dangerous enough in its own right. Doing it without a healer.
Someone in YouTube chat said
I mean, they
was
had-
question
they
mark.
had no time left, and then unfortunately getting the
Yeah,
worst
what-
possible overlap.
what
That
are- what are you
shield
confused about?
exploding At the same time, they push the boss into its magma shield
Sometimes
position.
people are in guilds and
One
sometimes they are
heal
not.
damage on that key level, and that is a rough loss of 30 seconds. Drado's guild team were playing for the safe play there.
Dude, I actually think the funniest thing about our guild's history is that Gromnak was in this guild at one point.
It's gonna be a rough
That's just a
one. I mean,
fucking movie.
the question remains for them: what is the better play? Do they think
Mandatory looks really sketchy right now. This pull looks very disjointed.
in that Neltharis, but then Miscount
They're doing
transitioned
stops, but they
into
can't-
23 Azure Vault.
Condensed Frost.
Miscount just
Oh,
won
they're
tiebreakers,
fucking...
So they're in a tough spot now. after
Okay, they
that
killed the
tough
big
play.
man.
I'm not sure what the best play is for them.
Neither am I, but I'm sure Mathnos will enlighten us later on once he actually comes
Maybe
on
Max
board.
doesn't have the
Of course,
social
he is
battery today for the
someone
kids
that's
JB.
the true
I
champion
mentioned this
of that.
earlier, guys.
I'm sure he
I
has some
obviously
insights
really
into
would prefer to spend
curses
time with
abroad, what else is
JB
not going on for them
and the
after
boys.
their break.
I enjoyed them a lot.
Speaking of,
There's a
because
reason
we're
I'm not in there
out
today.
corner
I
of
noticed
the
yesterday
gap,
off
maybe a
stream, or 2 days ago off
20
stream when I went into one of their
times
channels,
looking good. They
just
do
like
the
pop
chat,
in and
they
say
go
hi.
out
I like
and
went back
what's
in the Twitch
happening
VOD and I
to
just saw
and
their
all
chat's
of these
reaction to
extra
my
crystals are
presence,
dying
and
in
it
a
was
tiny
so
ladder
unbelievably negative,
fashion.
and like
And that they also
I
need
started
to keep
talking
in
for like
mind
more than
that
5
they
seconds at
want
one
to
point. They're like,
take
"Oh,
away
here comes the
those
Max show again.
19
Oh, well, here we
minutes to
go. Fucking, you have to listen to fucking Max all day." And I was just like, "God damn, man!" I like saw that after my stream, and I was like, that like clearly my presence is not wanted by the viewers of them, and they're my friends. I do content with them all the time. I spoke with them about that. They don't feel that way, right? Because that was something I had to figure out. But it doesn't matter if they don't feel that way. I'm putting them in an awkward position with their chatters if I have my presence there with them. So I think it just makes more sense for me to do my own thing.
Do they have time to go back?
They
5
have
minutes
5
might be enough
minutes.
time.
Why go back and look? Because I had the feeling I was on stream, or I wasn't on stream, so I like pulled open their chat and I saw a little bit of it, and I'm like, damn, what did they say when I first came in there? And it was really sad. It was just like some hardcore hate, which also I feel weird about because like I had people last week after we had Growl in the Potty C a few times. There was a bunch of really toxic chatters that were like, fucking get Dorky off the Potty C and bring Growl in. And yeah, I told them to fuck off and die. I don't ever want anyone that I do content with or I consider my friend to feel like any kind of slander of them is going to happen to my channel. I don't like that. Like, I'm never going to stand for that, right? And they both said, like, yeah, I probably should have taken control of that or whatever. They were like, yeah, I don't know. I guess you're just like a bigger streamer, and I imagine that kind of stuff wouldn't bother you. And I mean, yeah, I guess there is that to some extent, but like when you're hanging out with your friends and you see like your friends' community just not even want you around, that's just, I mean, no matter who you are, that's sad, you know. So yeah, I was that was sad. So yeah, I mean, that's the whole reasoning behind it. It's not deep. It's not. There's no drama. I'm cool with all of them. I just feel like it doesn't make sense for me to be in that channel during the watch party. I feel like I'm putting them in a weird position. That's all it is.
If they're there, they have the potential, they have the time to finish the key as long as they can keep it clean.
Yeah, that's right. That's what we'll be looking for. But let's take it one step back just for a couple of seconds, because I saw someone comment on the class variety, and I do think that's pretty interesting because we're seeing mandatory on that fire mage and then echo and miscount on that frost mage. Can you actually elaborate why mandatory is running that fire that nobody else is going for?
So when it comes down to it in this key, there's two main factors that they're using in deciding what class they're playing, right? There is the overall.
Yeah, I don't really know how to describe the feeling, and I don't understand the big streamer thing. Like if no matter what, if you like go with a group of people ever, and then you were to like able to see, like just trying to picture this, like imagine you're hanging out with 4 friends IRL. Let's say you're drinking beers after a game and you're just hanging out in a circle, but you in some alternate universe you could like see a chat of what people. Keep in mind, if you watch people on Twitch, you're not watching YouTube. You pretty much watch Twitch because you like hanging out with that person. That's really what that means. Like, if you really just wanted to watch their content, you would watch their YouTube. You would watch the cut-down content. That's what YouTube is. Twitch is basically just, like, sitting at a bar and hanging out with someone for a bunch of hours, a lot of the time, right? So, like, imagine someone who would hang out with one of your friends, you could see their, like, theoretical Twitch chat while you're hanging out with them IRL, and imagine that Twitch chat is, like, oh man, this guy's fucking here. Oh, this guy's showing up today. Like this, oh, we have to fucking listen to this guy talk. You would probably be pretty fucking bummed out, right? Like no matter who you are, that would just bum you out. Like, so I just don't want anything to do with that. I don't really know how else to describe the feeling, so.
Not sure what the issue was for them there. Maybe they didn't get a perfect setup for the crystals, but it's going to be a scary prospect for teams getting to a 23 Umbral Scroll when they do get there. Do they have the damage allocation?
Mad Zero Monk with the 1 year. Let's go. The mod. Honestly, bro, what did I make you a mod for? I don't even remember.
Seems to be the question as we dive into another caster swap, and Zyronic, you're out. Dratnos.
Dude, I haven't seen your name in so long. I don't think you chat a lot.
You know, do you think it's possible? Like, is that the conversation now? Like, is there the damage in these team compositions?
You care too much?
I guess we're getting another. We'll find
Look,
out
man, as much as anyone would like to say
I'm starting to wonder.
you don't care what people think about you, a lot of that is just fucking fake. Like if you were hanging around a bunch of people, not the people in the call, but like the people, I guess, who watch them and like them. Like, everyone fucking cares what people think about them, man. Like, it's just true. Like, it's, I don't know, man.
Something like 40 resets of this dungeon split between our other teams. That is, wow. What?
I feel bad for Growl too, because Growl like felt really bad. Like, he messaged me unprompted after that stream because I didn't say anything to either of them. And he was like, dude, I like saw you like banned a bunch of my chatters in your chat and I didn't know why, and I went back and looked at my chat and it was like super tough. I like didn't know that it like that upset you or whatever, because like now that I look at it I just feel like such an idiot and stuff like that. So like Growl like totally got it, I guess, and I told him not to feel bad about it. Like, I totally get it, I understand and stuff like that. Like, him and I are cool, all of us are cool. It's just hopefully you can understand what I said. Yeah.
I think trying to focus the boss instead, and you can see that the Ancient Orb is going to come on in here, and they will get that boss walking. 6%.
I think they're getting intermission. This is going to cost them some time. They've beaten this before on some of their previous runs, but now they have to spend another minute in this phase. Now, the good news for Mandatory is they probably don't need that time, but it looks like they think they do, as they are.
We are serious talk mode today. Not only because someone brought it up, and I just wanted to explain it to you. I usually keep everything a buck with you guys.
Which is, I mean, yeah, this run.
Oh man, wiping 24 minutes in. Guys, I'm starting to think this might not happen. This is Azure Vault. This is
probably time to reset.
No, I think
it's kind of now in hindsight, it's kind of insane that Mandatory almost one-shot it. Like, that would have, bro, if Mandatory would have one-shot this key, that would have been the biggest stomping of all time. Because you would have never seen them wipe for hours. It just, like, the opinion would have been, oh, they could have just killed it again and no one else is killing it.
Get that board scored for their team, get that extra point.
This 23 is all for Mandatory, and like, oh no, they're cooked. They're never gonna zone out of the 23, because for them, like, Echo, I don't think will either, but they might, because they can. Mandatory can't. Because Mandatory leaving this 23 Azure Vault is resigning themselves to immediately have to run the 22 for time. And that feels 10 times worse than just going to a different key. Right? Like, if no timer is going higher, Mandatory just has to get a faster timer. I guess Echo's timers are all pretty decent except for like one key, so like they're probably going to go for key level. Also, it feels really bad as a competitor to be like, okay, let's go for time, because it is the ultimate bitch move. Imagine Mandatory goes 22 Azure Vault for time, Echo times it, wins on points, then it's GG.
just because that one has extra tiebreaker implications. Although looking at their timer,
I mean, I feel like if Echo
extra
sees
time at the
mandatory leave,
maybe a
I
one
definitely
side
think it
if
would
they
be a
do wanna raise it to 23,
consideration
maybe
to
that
go
is
for
someone else
time.
instead, but I
Unless they
think
feel really
that
confident, but they've been
is
wiping this key for 2
24
hours. You can't be
beneficiary
super
of
confident, right? Like,
eliminations rule.
I mean,
Teams
they're also getting better
playing
at it over
yesterday
time, you'd
picked
assume, unless
that
they're
was still in
tilting.
place, but yesterday playing and now maybe gonna be able to
Like, I mean, if
overcome
you see mandatory go for time, wouldn't you
Echo
just
having it down one way more
wouldn't you
instead of
just go
versus
back
them.
and
So
run
is there
something
versus
for like a little
Valve versus
faster
them
time, and you
directly?
could kind of box them out that way because you're already so ahead?
Assuming Stomp goes out, but it's gonna kill clicks as well.
What is it? Mandatory is 6:33 behind. No shot they will win, even with just a faster AV.
Well, that allows us to take a look at
I mean, they can
it.
take off 5 minutes in AV alone. They could just run 2 keys real quick. But yeah, I mean, I don't think either of them are leaving the 23. I'm just kind of putting out positions. Also, you have to think, as a competitor, it's not only purely logic. Sometimes it's like your pride matters too. Like, neither one of these teams want to be the team that's like, okay, you're admitting defeat at a key level that mandatory clearly shown they could time already. So I just don't think you're gonna do that. That's like being in a, like, I'm trying to think, oh, this is a great scenario that I'm not in Dorky and Growl's chat right now, because oh my god, if I was about to say this, their whole chat would lose their mind. It would be like if, like, in a made up raid race scenario, you could win by killing a new boss by getting a +1 by killing a new boss, or you could, like, instead of doing the new mythic boss, you could go back and do old heroic bosses for a faster heroic boss kill. And I'm trying to imagine us or Echo, the raid guild, wanting to zone out of potentially killing mythic Tindril to go kill like heroic Tindril faster. That's basically what this is. Like, the idea of doing that would suck your soul out, you know? So even though it might be the purely logical decision, gamers just do not want to do that.
That is currently the situation. You can see Drano's guild team are actually in the M0 Neltheris right now, just getting far enough ahead to be able to.
I'm a dorky chatter, now I'm mad. Spin. I'll spin.
Start this dungeon, so they'll be getting.
One second, I'm gonna spin fast as fuck too. Let me get my cord out of my way.
Yeah, that's something we've been seeing from a couple of teams, just trying to set themselves up.
Oh,
for
shit.
success
I couldn't even
before they
control the
enter
recoil from that
actual
bitch.
dungeon, but
I almost
do
span
have
halfway around again.
Mandatory and Echo, well, nearly side by side this time in the timer on that AV23, and Miscount seems like they made it through that dungeon further than what we've seen from them before. Notably, they do play the beginning of the dungeon a little bit differently. They make some extra trash count, but they're also a little bit slower, so their split on Lamor is going to be way slower than what we're seeing.
What is it? To be fair, JB has been ripping Race to World first scenarios in your stead. Yeah, you want honestly no, that kind of made me mad, because what caused all of this was like raid takes, but I've known that their chatters absolutely lose their mind over anything raid related. So I don't talk about raid in those watch parties ever. I never ever bring them up for like the past 3-4 of them. JB brings them up and directly asks me. So I'm either being an asshole by not answering him, and then apparently he was doing it the other day like as a troll. So JB like low-key caused all of that. Like, I kind of understood to not do that, and I didn't.
In that 23 as well, we've got the fire mages, we've got the frost mages, we've got the destruction warlocks. All of those have different strengths and weaknesses that lead to you wanting to pull mobs slightly differently as well.
Max, do you believe that our planet is always mad because that shit is spinning 24/7? That's a myth. This bitch is flat. I need to stop referring to things as bitches. So, like, I just referred to the Earth as this bitch. I don't know why I have a habit of doing that, because I did that the other day, and I referred to a video as this bitch. And it was me listening to the national anthem at the home run derby, which was like really, really fucking bad. And I said, let's listen to this bitch as, or let's watch this bitch, as in let's watch this video. But it was a girl, so it made it sound like I was referring to her as a bitch. And I was like, oh man, that's bad. I was like, hold up, that's not me. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Nobody alive to kick them. The mobs were raging as well, so CCs would not work on them. And yeah, they are going to just be town portaling out of this one. That's another 20 minutes down the drain for Miscount. Miscount, Echo, and Mandatory, all just the same story as they repeatedly.
It's still crazy to me that she was drunk while doing the anthem.
Meanwhile, Drano's guild team back in it.
Dude, it's crazy how when you're drunk, you feel like you can just do anything.
Yeah, I'm I'm glad you're saying that. We saw
Also,
majority
there's like,
40% in
I think like
chat
when you're
say
drunk
some
and you're
questionable
single,
things. I'm not a
sometimes you get into
translator,
like
so
this
obviously I
stammer
can't
where you
confirm
feel
or
like
deny,
as a
but I'm
drunk
very
person, man, I
curious
look like such a
about how it's
cool
going to work
person, like
out
leaned over with my
depending
leg
on
crossed right now.
balance
But if
and
you were to
trying to
see
put it on the
yourself when
board
you're not
and
drunk,
get
you're
that
probably like
extra score point,
cross-eyed,
as we are
and like
seeing some
anyone
resets
looking at you
all
would just be
across the
like,
board from our
wow,
teams.
that
Now,
guy's hammered.
I will say, it
You know,
is
do you
getting
know what feeling I'm
closer
talking
to the
about?
hour. We're 1 hour and 6 minutes away from starting those final keys. At what point do you maybe say, okay, I actually don't want to continue rushing against the wall in this AV23, and instead I'll look at my time tiebreakers if I'm mandatory, for example.
Yeah, or do you think about the 22 bracket again? Mandatory spent some of yesterday
Exactly.
working on that. The problem for mandatory is that if they
What is it? I
want
know
to
I
pick
suck
the
at
time
dancing,
tiebreaker,
but I love
they
how I
still
don't give a
have to do
fuck
Azure Vault. They
anymore
have to do Azure Vault
once I
22
drink enough. Oh,
5
that's true
minutes
with
faster
everyone,
than they
yeah.
did, which,
I feel
you
like
know,
that's a
if
pretty
you
universal
faster,
gamer
amazing, but
experience.
they're
Like,
not gonna be able to do
I
it fast enough
gamers
for
are
the
probably
round,
not
so
usually
I
good
think
at
mandatory
dancing
needs to be
because the
looking
time you
+1
spent
points.
socializing and getting
I
good at
think that you
dancing,
stay
you
in the
probably
vault until
spent
the end of
playing
the day, so
games,
I think at this
right?
point you're committed.
Uh,
Practicing it, you've been
But yeah,
blocking
there
it,
is
you've been
that like very
working on it.
freeing experience in your life. Like I remember when I was like a kid in high school, I would never want to dance because it was just like embarrassing, I guess. And then there's like something clicks in your life at some point where you realize that absolutely no one gives a fuck about you, and then you just do whatever you want and it doesn't matter. Like if you're dancing and someone else looks at you and you're like being goofy, that's like the whole point. That's like who cares, right?
Is an amazing tiebreaker, right?
You gotta
If you get
fucking
the
gotta
23 and you tie
be a little
points and the
looser,
other
you know.
team doesn't have the 23 and you still have the same amount of points, you win because you have the higher key scored. So that's why that's a priority for sure. But I feel like
Do you ever dance around naked in your house?
While the Brackenhide is lethal, it doesn't look
Dance.
as volatile.
I
as
don't
that
dance,
AV that we've been
like
seeing thus far.
randomly.
So maybe
I do. I am naked around my house frequently, though. I don't know if you guys do that. It's very freeing. I mean, like, if you're going to bed and you sleep naked and you just take a shower, why would you put clothes back on to, like, go, like, take a glass of water before bed or do whatever, right?
Between the two teams right now, but if mandatory put up, say, a 35-minute,
Yeah, like Dorky. Yeah, Dorky does all of it naked.
and Echo
Yep.
put up a 37-minute one, then actually that does flip the time.
What, Max?
tiebreaker
You've
back
never
into
sung a
mandatory
song
favor,
while
so
doing the old
it's maybe not a
chopper in front of the
0%, but
mirror?
it's pretty unlikely if either of these teams times a key that it will come down to time.
Bro, that's
tiebreaker,
fucking
and mandatory
crazy.
will win it. I
That's
think
crazy you
mandatory
just said that.
Definitely are just picking the easiest place to get a point. The more
There's
interesting
no
question for
fucking
me
way.
is Miscount. At what
Can
point
you
does
imagine
Miscount
singing
get
any
out of this
song,
23
doing the helicopter,
do a
and
21
looking
down
yourself
Terrace, which is
in
a
the
much
eyes in the
easier
mirror?
than anything Echo or mandatory still have access
What
to.
song would that be?
for them, the question is.
And that John
if
Bon
they
Jovi
still
song,
have a shot
"Living
at
on a
actually
Prayer." That's like
making
the only
their
one I
way
could think of
into
where that would go hard as
those
fuck.
Top two or even that top one
Well, they
spot.
still
If they
need 2
can get
points to be
that
able to match
23.
Echo.
Just screaming
if
the
they
high
get that
part of "Living on a
23,
Prayer" while
and
helicoptering.
then they can get either the Naltheirs 21 or
Highway
the
to the
Miscount
Danger Zone goes
21,
crazy, yeah.
and they'll be tied. And if they actually are able to get all 3 dungeons, they still have a chance of winning, which is, it sounds insane after how they've been looking day 1, day 2, but here they are, and they've been looking pretty good in that 23 as well.
Yeah, so I mean, they're 2 points behind.
Dude,
Echo
this
right
has to
now.
be an
They
absolute
do
nightmare for
2 points
broadcasters, right?
anyways.
Like if you're broadcasting and you need to think of interesting things to talk about,
They would actually be in first place, right? If Echo and mandatory don't put anything.
like
on
the
board,
two,
it's
like just
23
teams wiping in the
tiebreaker.
same key for 2.5 to 3 hours has to be
Either
just
way, they're gonna
fucking
need a point
brutal,
from
right?
Either Uldaman or Naltheirs to compete with Echo and mandatory. And I think they should maybe be looking at getting that point to avoid losing on points to Dratnos Guild Team if they can.
I love
get the
Dratnos
vault, which
referring to
inconceivably seems
Dratnos
like
Guild
maybe
Team as
none of our
Dratnos Guild
teams
Team,
are gonna be able to
being
get that
Dratnos.
23 vault done. They've been trying now for hours, and there's only an hour left in our day, so time is running short in these 23 vaults. I think the pressure is definitely on for Miscount to maybe make a decision about fleeing from that dungeon and picking up a point or two in the other ones that they still have 20s in.
Max, so like is the same, then you have 200 plus
Yeah,
wipes
I
in the
think
race
so
world
too.
first.
I
Are you?
personally
Is
would
this a
like them
JB chatter baiting me into
see
talking
do
about
the
raid during
Naltheirs,
my
but at
own
the
watch
same
party?
time, you
Oh
can
my
still
God.
do that when the
I mean,
timer
yeah.
runs out. Like,
That's true.
If
just
you're
say
saying
to
that it is
yourself,
also an
"Okay, we'll
equally
try the
boring
AV
thing for
until we
casters to
actually
have to
hit that
cast
5
on a
minutes
boss
until
that we're
those
wiping
last
to all
runs
day,
actually
I
started.
would say that is
And
also
then we go into the
a
Naltheirs just to
unfortunate
solidify
situation,
that
yeah.
extra point. I think that's to me the best routing or best planning for Miscount, so they can get some extra time in the AV and maybe, who knows, maybe finish it out. But for now, it's going to be
What is it? Just focus on Dratnos and Miscount.
Spending here as DGT is in that now Terrace and Match, notably,
Well, I mean,
we're going to be heading into that hall.
well, Miscount just entered the 23 Azure Vault. That would be incredible, by the way. That is their win condition. If somehow you guys get,
If they can do it quickly, they'll have time to maybe get.
I mean, if they time the 23 AV, that would be very interesting. Because then they would just have to time any other key for points and they would win on tiebreaker. That would be a fucking insane comeback.
And Echo and Mandatory do not. Match could actually still get to 100.
Hot take, Max's Race to World Last casted is greater than casted. Dude, the Race to World Last was an amazing stream. That was an amazing stream for sure. The only problem with that is it's really rare for me to ever be able to do it. So like the end of seasons usually happen. This is going to be the dumbest statement of all time. Usually happen around the start of a new season, which you would expect. But the reason why I said that, and it doesn't seem incredibly obvious, is leading up to a new season is when I'm preparing for a race. So like when there's a new raid in that patch, I can't do the Race World Last stream. Because, like, imagine telling my guildmates, hey, guys, so I would have been preparing for this new raid that we're doing tomorrow. But actually, I was up all night casting people killing Cutting Edge at the last second, and now I'm tired and I'm behind on my sleep going into the race. I can't really do that. But I could do it in Season 3 because there was nothing in Season 4. That being said, if there's heroic weeks going forward, which there will be this first time, but obviously there's no Race World Last leading up to it, I could do it before a Heroic Tuesday and get away with that, but not before a Mythic Tuesday. That would be deeply irresponsible of me.
That would be a good sign, you know.
That would be poetic,
you're the knower of curses. Maybe you're also the knower of attempt blessing. I don't know.
What is it? Max, do a undercover heroic raid lead is still good. Oh yeah, do one of those. Okay, I actually randomly did an undercover thing in Terrace Land the other day, and it was randomly really funny. I like got some random pug raid leader, and he was just fucking screaming at all of them. It was hype.
They've been wiping all over the first 10-15 minutes of this dungeon, so.
But I don't think people would want to watch that.
If they can clutch out.
Terrace Land, unrelatable mobile weeb game.
If they could just clutch it from there. I think it's very likely they'll be able to do that. That's a team that. Historically, once they're down to just the end of the dungeon, just some bosses at the end, they execute bosses in particular.
I discovered a new streamer from that Race World Last. Dude grinds Mythic plus hard for like 10 hours a day. In parentheses, says the name of the stream. Is that you?
On Umbral Skull, because you have, Veins and a personal lust for one of them, and then
are you
the group's lust on another one.
Are you advertising your own shit right now?
For the third as well, and you've just got something for everything.
Yeah, that's going to be really.
I'm not even mad.
First you need
that's
to
fine.
Get there, and that has proven to be quite a challenge in itself.
Plug that shit. Get on the grind.
As we are seeing them side by side and on top of each other here in this 23. Echo finishing out on 7 minutes and 54 seconds. And
Max, what's more draining? Slamming the same Mythic Plus dungeon or slamming the same raid boss? Oh, that's actually really interesting. Because, like, the TGP is one of the few scenarios where you can actually do that. Because in reality, when you wipe to the Mythic Plus dungeon, on live, you deplete it. So, like, you can't really pull the same, in quotes, boss again, you know? That would be a good question for some of these players that do both on, like, what's the difference between wiping to the same key level for 8 hours in practice versus wiping to a raid boss for 8 hours. Because, like, in a raid boss, at least for us, it's always interesting and it's never boring. Like, you can get behind it, you're having fun. Pretty much anytime you end a pull and you learn something and you're going to do something better next time, which is true like 98% of the time. It's actually one of the skills of raiding. The worst feeling of all time, and I'm sure you guys know this feeling, is like when you wipe in a raid and you know that someone just messed up and there's literally nothing to learn, and then you just have to keep pulling and that keeps happening, where you just feel like that's like a miserable feeling. In a dungeon, if it feels like that, I think it would be bad. Like if you were like wiping to 8 hours and you weren't actually actively changing things, you were just like wiping to the same. I don't know. That would probably feel really bad. That guy's a mod in that guy's channel. Okay, that's W mod behavior, by the way. If that guy's okay, I was kidding when that person was themselves, but if they actually are a mod, that is W fucking supporting your streamer. All of you guys should do, dude. Why are you guys not spreading the fucking good word of my channel in other random unrelated channels? I feel like we have to. This is a separate conversation now.
Yeah, there is inherently a little bit more safety built into those 22.
If you mod me,
just 'cause, you know, those last few
bro,
bosses take less time.
imagine that. I gave out mod, and to get mod on my channel, you just have to plug my channel in other random streams. That would be a plague.
A lot of players on these teams are kind of used to that experience from their Race to World First players, right? We've got
Oh, Dratnos just brought up the race. I'm mad.
Raiders and mandatory as well. We've got Liquid Raiders and Pedros per hour. So a lot of Race to World First players that are probably used to this kind of progression of, you know, failure 100 times until success the 101st time, and they've got to keep that attitude up. Good practice though, because of course.
I think all of them know that. Like, even if you don't raid in the Race World first, there's a good chance that all these players raid in some guild, and you probably know the feeling of. I bet a lot of people in this chat know the feeling of wiping the same boss over and over again. It might not be 10 hours in a day, but it could be 10 hours over the course of a few weeks. Plus, they only play for 6 hours today.
Personally going to miss it as well as these keys are being finished.
Flex says we are WoW players. We know failure because we are failure. Jesus.
On a broadcast ever? Question mark.
I think as well today. Sometime today we saw our last ever.
By the way, I want to make this 100% clear because we were just doing a bit, and maybe it wasn't super obvious after that it was a bit. Please, please, please do not plug my stream in other random streams. That would make me want to die. Real die. I don't want, like, do not, and no, now, this is not one of those things where it's like, I'm telling you not to do something and you're like, oh, haha, I'm going to fucking do it. Like, please do not do that. That is the worst look ever.
As well, giving the pack a little bit of extra respect as he doesn't want to be getting hit by any of those bashes.
Frank says, dude, it's crazy because I saw someone say this earlier on a great stream. Yes. This is Throbbing Robbins all over again. Okay, what am I supposed to do? If people are posting birdcocks, what am I supposed to say? I said don't post birdcocks, and you guys are saying, well, now you're telling us to do it. What? So tell me what's the correct thing?
From here on out, they're living on Razor's Edge. They need to be so careful walking through this dungeon, and we know
if I don't say anything, they'll keep happening.
In the Azure Blade room is still coming out.
Reverse psychology, only ask for birdcocks, then you get that will only result in more birdcocks.
Key furthermore, but Crash is slowly but surely dying off as the team makes way through that snapped pack.
Yeah, that is one of the downsides of the Frost Mage.
Notes from today's stream. Number 1, DM girls from chats. Oh my god. Number 2, promote Max and other streams. Number 3, post more birdcocks. Yeah, this is a productive stream.
Luckily for Echo, they did have those 2 battle reses available, but now they need to be flawless for the next 8 minutes. Because at this point, if they have another one of those deaths...
Dude, speaking of my title today, no, do not post the tip. You're a fucking mod. What are you doing?
Into their 23 miscount. About the same point in the
God damn it.
in the bottom right, also hitting their lust pull. Also a
bro, why'd you post the tip if you're a mod? What the fuck?
Echo are in this ring. I see a lot of nameplates down there.
I think they might be, so we know that they're doing.
I'm actually pretty sure I have to time you out. Twitch actually got mad at me for birdcocks one time.
Is going to look like in this 23, but of course, first they need to live it, and of course for Echo, a little bit slower due to those stats. A lot of.
All right, I'll give you back mod one time, but do not post fucking birdcocks again. I am sorry I had to. No, you didn't.
Can be quite painful.
No, you fucking didn't.
Miscount doing pretty well here, not happening as they are chewing through that pull. We're also seeing the scary pull for DGT in the top left corner. Previously, they had
now has no cheats. He's gonna get clapped next pull.
It's just so many casts at the same time that you need to interrupt. Really keep your eyes open for those melt casts in that Nell Thayers to make sure.
You're saying you're a mod like you don't throw those out randomly. I don't throw them out randomly.
Very sketchy pull with that mini boss.
I throw them out randomly sometimes, but it's very rare. I usually throw them out for a reason. Either someone said something insanely funny or like really stupid that made me laugh. That's like usually why I do it. Sometimes I do it randomly though.
So many mobs that burst like you find in some of the other dungeons too. So once they start getting these mobs dead, it should.
I still think the funniest thing anyone ever said on my channel is
And see, they're
they
just getting
said
ready to move on
that
with
the
rest of this
the
session.
MDI could learn a lot from the
17
Pirates of the
minutes on the
Caribbean
timer
Dead
now. They're
Man's
about
Chest.
halfway
And then I
through
asked them to
the
respond
dungeon,
and
so,
elaborate, and they just said
looking
no.
good. They've just
And
gotta
I
get
made
these
him a
two
mod
bosses
forever.
killed, and about half the trash also taken care of.
I still don't know what the
Basically,
fuck he meant by
halfway
that.
mark on the timer, the halfway point on the bosses, the halfway point on the enemy forces. This is gonna come right down to the timer, actually, for Drano's guild team. They gotta get into this boss fight soon.
They absolutely do, but a team that is already fighting for their life is Echo, as they have entered the cutter pole here in the Azure Blade boss room. And this one has been causing teams left, right, and center some deaths, as now actually does go down to the melee. Did not have that cheat death, as you were saying, and they also don't have that
Oh,
battle rest.
you were right.
So
You were right,
no
Nox.
chances for them to be able to get through this pole, and just goes
Dude,
to
this
show
key
one
is
more time
borderline
how
impossible.
absolutely crucial this pole is.
Like, I know you guys are like, oh, they've only progressed it for 3 hours. I bet both these teams have timed this in practice before, so they know it's possible, maybe with different mods.
In this
And
Here's the crazy thing now, is
yeah,
that
Mandatory
four
almost
teams
one-shot
on
it, but they
screen
didn't, and then
have
now
paths
they're...
to victories
I mean,
too.
this is
Only
like
50 minutes left in our
these
day,
teams
but
spending
Mandatory and
3 hours on this
Miscount
key
don't time this 23
of hardcore progression.
Miscount
This is
Drano's guild
this is
team
barely
can time the
possible.
23
Has nothing to do with the
as well.
timer
So
either.
They have some relatively easy candidates. Obviously, Drano's guild team wiped in this 21 Neltheris before, but if they can get this on the board, they'll have a couple of attempts to try and usurp the throne from Echo and Mandatory in that 23 vault. And if they can time that, they'll be at 128 points, but they'll have the tiebreaker.
How
Same
much
with
time
Miscount. If
do they
Miscount
have?
gets on the board, then they rush
Here,
over
one second. Let me
Neltheris
actually
towards
duplicate
Ultimate.
this
I
real
think
quick. I'm
Neltheris
not going to play
probably
sound, but I
gets
just
that
want to
one
go through the
on
VOD, and I want to see when
and all of a
Mandatory
sudden,
wiped to the
we could
23.
have a upset in our TGP championship here.
Mandatory
Really exciting
21.
end of the day here. 4 teams very much still
Mandatory
alive
22.
for first place. Imagine Pedros per hour. Probably not live for first anymore, but both definitely still playing. for
Mandatory
third
in the
their
23,
Esports, which
and this is their
is
first
still
23.
also a very impressive and exciting way for our day to end.
So Mandatory is going down on the
We are seeing
23.
The same pull from Miscount here that just went awry for
Okay.
Echo, and it looks like
So this is
Kira
them in the
at least
23.
is managing to stay
They have
alive
5
here
minutes
for
left.
the
Oh, that's
team.
not
Of course,
super...
the timer, I'm a little bit worried about that one, as Kira takes some big hits from
That's
those
still pretty
cover
tight.
teammates are coming in as the
Was that even in?
now
Was this even in
split. A
time?
lot of
Oh, it's
that
fortified. It's in
damage is
time.
going to get lost,
Dude,
but
I don't
they're
know. If they
trying
can
to regroup
spare a
and
minute,
trying to
could
get
they
them
make
back
any of
under
these pulls
control
easier?
as Kira's just dancing through that boss room. You want to make sure that you're not pulling Azure Blade, but
Yeah, they had the
is,
time, huh?
Of course, under control by that priest, making sure that nobody can body pull her.
Yeah. One of the ways you really don't want your key to end. We have seen some, accidentally.
Oh
pulled
shit,
bombs
speaking of,
very
new
long
hot
way
D epi
before
tonight.
dungeon runs to get depleted
True.
Here, so something that all
And
of
we
our
have
teams
impressive
are hoping
roar.
to avoid.
Everything
Yes,
is
we
red
should.
and glowy.
It's okay.
All
as
right,
long
there we
as there's only
go.
a few, you can land the kicks on them, right? It's when there's a lot of mobs and then you're relying on an AoE stop, and then you need to make sure you have a press.
They can't just split a pull though. Well, maybe not split a pull, but maybe like what you're saying with now is maybe they meta that previous pull instead of holding meta for that pull, and then literally AFK for 30 seconds and wait for that to come back, so you still have cheat and you'll get meta later in the pull or something, something like that.
I mean, at this point, do you really want
Also
any
just making
wipes,
it up.
No matter how cheap they are.
prefer not to.
Miscount, no, finally into this boss pool, but they still have some of the extra trash left over that they need to
I
finish off. And
love
for them,
making
it's
shit
going
up.
To be as crucial as it is for the other teams to be able to get that push timing. Pedros per hour, they do have a death.
Dude, I
hit
want to play some
on
beta and
the
hand
Sang,
shaman today.
as
I'm gonna
they're also
absolutely
on
roast
that same
people.
pool, 1 key level lower. Both teams side by
Max
side are
G's,
going
those
to
dogs are
try
lazy as fuck.
and
You talking about my
fight
dogs?
that
No way.
intermission timer that's
My
what
dogs
you
are
see
peak
coming
athleticism.
right now
Reptar,
from
come here.
Miscount. They wanna make
Show 'em what
sure
you're all
that they
about, buddy.
don't get another one when the boss
here,
is
Reptar.
low. So that'll be what we're looking out for in
Come here.
this run.
Oh, what a stretch.
Yeah,
What a
scary
stretch.
part
Oh
of
my
the
god.
dungeon, indeed. We are nearing 50 total resets in our 23 vaults across our teams as
buddy.
well, with nobody
You guys
yet
see a
putting
little
that
Reptar
keystone
dog?
on the board. So if you wanted high
You guys
key
see a little
pushing, you
Reptar
have
dog?
gotten it this
Hello.
weekend. The difficulty level
Hello,
of
Reptar.
these keys is off the charts. One cool thing I
Hello,
want to
you're a
highlight
dog.
from Drano's guild team in the top left.
You're so
look at the way
big.
Frosty
Oh,
is
you're so cute.
leaping in close to melee range
What a
to
big
bait
boy.
that fire there, and then fell blading at the boss right afterwards.
Oh yeah.
That is keeping the boss from basically ever moving at all, which is meaning that everybody else in the group.
Dude, you
has
remember
been
when someone in my
super
chat
patient
called
for
him a
the boss to
blackmouth
like
cur,
Shadow Crash,
and
things
I
like
thought
that
they were
over
calling him a
range?
dog
It's
slur
really nice way of playing this encounter.
instead of
Not
just
something
telling
I
me
see
what his breed
from a lot of
was?
tanks. A lot of tanks will let themselves get knocked back and spawn that fire farther away from the boss, which does cause it to move a little bit. So Nice little piece of tanking tech there that you can use here for these next 2 days before the
Dude,
World
why is my
Cup
camera so
comes
big? What the
out.
fuck? You can barely even see that
Yeah, the
entire
rest of
side of the
team, course,
screen.
also playing along, making sure they can avoid
Dude, why is it so big? Oh, Frank made me make it that big for the emergency potty thing.
to stop the cast from going through, but they were lined up just in case, making sure no oopsie daisies are happening across this pole. As we
Remember
are
when
seeing
Reptar was just a
mandatory
foster dog?
advance in their
Yeah,
game.
yeah,
Once
yeah,
more
guys, I know,
down
I
with
know.
Claymore.
I
Not
know,
the
yeah,
fastest
yeah,
evolution, but
yeah.
still
That's fine.
within,
Remember when you
I
said you
think,
weren't
the
gonna keep him?
time
Yeah, yeah,
reference
yeah.
that they've been doing before, 10 seconds slower than I think the fastest one. And Azure Blade going into that intermission one more time in a couple of seconds for Miscount. Should be the last one though.
Yeah, Miscount. So they are going to get one more intermission. The boss is going to be escaping this intermission at like.
And now Reppy T runs the
44%
show.
health. It's a
Yeah, I
little
like fell in love
high.
with that
It
dog
went
in-
down to,
in,
like,
like, less than 2 days.
42.
But in
So
my
I'm
own
better
defense,
about it.
I don't think
That's
I
gonna
would
be
have
close. Yeah,
just
this- I really
adopted
have a burn on
any.
their hands at the
I
end of
truly
this.
believe this. I don't think I would have adopted just any dog that we fostered. Like, Reptar is actually the GOAT. Like, he, even from when he was a puppy, he was the absolute GOAT.
At the end of day one,
He's so
potentially now
smart.
Able to challenge for first place. If they can time this 23 vault, I would go as far as to say
Yeah,
they're
all
the
right, nice
favorites to win
copium.
the TGP at that
I want to
point.
see you all foster animals. No way you guys have strong enough will to do that. The line between
They have all
caring
the
enough for the
preference.
dog to
Sounds
foster
pretty
for them in the first
insane
place
after
and to
what
not
we've
love them
been
so
seeing
much
at
you
the
have to
end
keep them
of
is
the
like
previous days, tracking
absolute
striking
fucking
the board once
Titan
again, Breaker in the
gladiator
bottom
will
left
type
corner,
shit.
but Miscount can still take it, and so can DGT if they're actually making it through this dungeon.
What was his name before Reptar? That was his name, Ratty. Ratty. That was his name, Natty. Like, that was his name when we got him. I just didn't change it. I thought that was a fucking beast dog name.
Towards the end of this day, as 45 more minutes until our
Yeah,
teams
I
start
do.
their
I
last
agree.
runs
Pure
of the day.
fostering
We'll
households for
finish
animals
that,
are psychopaths.
well,
I
as we
I
are
think you're
last
I
round
think you're right.
finals
You are
once
an actual psycho
Dranos Guild team have
if
a
you
good
if
split
you
on
just
board
keep
masters
fostering
to make their
animals.
way
Like, there's
to the
something
end.
wrong
Miscount
with you
there
if you
is
can
the
just
top
give them
left.
back.
Meanwhile, in the top right, Miscount working on Azure Blade again, trying to
Good
kill it
psycho? Yeah,
before
a psycho
this,
that.
before this
I mean, you're a
timer
psycho,
on the
but
mana bar
you have
gets
some
to
good
0,
good
the boss
side
goes
too.
into another
Like a-
intermission
yeah.
phase here, which
Does good for the
this
world.
one
Still a
is
psycho,
barely.
right?
We saw them start
Right.
this phase sub 40%. The boss's mana bar got to about half when the boss was at 20%, so they can now ignore this image. They're going to CC it. That's going to get them a little bit more damage onto the boss. They are playing for this push, and I think they have it here as well. Their timer is looking great as well. Miscount are through the hardest, like, 3 parts of this dungeon. They just have to clutch out the end of this, and they
What is it, Max? I had a thought for some content. Similarly to reacting to viewer UIs, you could react to viewers' raid leader callouts. I thought this would be a really good idea, and maybe I can do it, but I don't think it's a good idea because a lot of people don't want. Like, okay, a lot of people would be posting raid leader callouts from a raid leader they don't like, and then now this raid leader is getting slandered on stream in front of thousands of people, and they didn't ask for that. They would have to, like, self-post it, I think. And then if they're self-posting it, they're just going to post themselves in the best light. I would almost need to, like, react to a raid night without anyone linking it. I just pick a random raid night and listen to it and give my thoughts based on that. But then again, who's asking me to do that? It would be great fucking content, but I also think it would be really mean. And I don't want to do that to people that don't want that. Yeah, someone in my chat understands that. That would cause so many guilds to disband. And then they think about it more and they said, you should do it. Let the world burn.
One more charge on Yargi would be probably catastrophic for them.
Wait.
They can't get up into the book fast. Then are actually having some difficulty landing
Is
them
Miscount?
up onto the book as well. So they need to be able to get that quick. Looks like he's gotten it this time. Now we have the rest of
Their splits are really slow, right? I don't think they have time. Miscount kills Laymore at 9:24, and Mandatory kills it at 7:19. Literally 2 minutes faster. Do they do more trash there or something before the boss? We can actually check. So we can actually check.
To even say it, but to them, I think the next big pain point is going to be the spikes on Umbral Skull.
One second.
This trash pack does need to be respected. Kira using Ward of Faceless Ire to survive here. Thaner now coming into the boss or into the trash pole. So
Okay, this was when Mandatory was doing it earlier, right? Oh no, fuck. There we go. It showed them. So Mandatory's timer was Azure Blade at 2250, and they're pulling Talash Greywing. Talash Greywing is half health. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. I don't want to miss the wipe if they do. I mean, wait, they have time though, right?
Nearly over, but more of these charges now coming out. Physical damage taken being increased.
Wait, they have time.
From 100 to 0 so quickly here.
They're like ahead.
In meta a tiny bit longer. These mobs are starting to die, but is it going to be?
Oh,
fast
Kira's in
enough?
hell, by the way.
Looks like they're maybe through, but this is so scary as Elfar is going to.
Kira has no cheat death.
All of a sudden it won't be. Meanwhile,
No.
Team having a disaster in their
What? Wrong? No. No. Yep. Okay, go back. Kira has no meta, no cheat, and no. Oh, oh, oh. Kira, just fucking run.
Lord, Kira dropping once more, really low here as DGT at least able to recover. They now used all of their battle rests.
Oh
as
my
well.
God.
You can see that from Miscount. The poll is still not over. They need to finish out this poll.
Oh my God.
Sure that they can
Oh my
move
God.
on one more time. Silent sigils are coming in, making sure that nothing goes awry.
Holy
here, as
fucking
the rest of the team
shit.
is
They're
still
starting to
standing.
die,
It's
but
only Thanner and Kira on the floor there to deal with the rest of the pack as DGT 4 minutes 37 seconds and the
guys,
last
this is
shot
not
still to
insignificant.
go
If
are
Miscount
entering
times
that
this
final
and
boss
they
fight.
+1
Yeah, this
any
is
other
so
key, they're
sketchy
going to
for
win
DGT
if
here,
Echo
but
or
wow,
Mandatory
credit to
can't do it.
Miscount. They managed to get this pull done. It cost them 3 wards of Faceless Ire, 2 cheat deaths, and pretty much everything, but they did manage to get through the pull. They still have more than 10 minutes left for the last 2 bosses as well. They've got a 100% count. Their timer is great. Miscount just need to deal with these bosses, and they will.
Oh my
they'll
God.
be in a position to win the TGP. Again, they'll get to 127 points, but they'll have the tiebreaker, so they'll just need to time either of the 21.
All right, Dratnos. Yeah, nice listening to my stream, Dratnos. I just said all of this, buddy. Hey, Dratty, I just said all that. You're behind, buddy. Oh wait, this broadcast is actually 2 minutes delayed, so he did say that before me.
Problems for a lot of our teams, especially at this key level.
That's right, but we'll see them do just the first one right now. 8 minutes until that bloodlust does.
But that's unfair because he was watching this 2 minutes for me too. I still win. W me, L him.
It's just about remain, and of course the big one is going to be the crystals. But
We need to hand Dratnos as many L's as we can because he gets too many W's and we can't let it get to his head.
Then the Neltharis that we're seeing from DGT has to be the next consideration. It's much easier than the 21 Uldaman, and since they have the tiebreaker, that would
Dude, this is
absolutely
interesting.
be
It's like
enough
Azure
for them.
Vault
So
is a
we'll
key
be
that
seeing
gets
how
into
they
your
go
head. Like,
as
you have a
DGT
chance to one-shot it, but if you don't one-shot it, you're just going to wipe in there for hours.
Some extra trash. They now finished what they pulled into the boss initially, and they'll add some more on top of that in just a couple of seconds. Previously, they were in this dungeon, and they had some tragedy strike as one of their players did go down here. But this time around, they're looking a little bit more stable.
Dr. J down for Madge in the bottom left as well, as they are now setting up this massive pull on the bridge in this 21 halls of infusion. They need to get done with this in the next 3 minutes or so if they want to have enough time for Primal Tsunami. So a little bit of a dangerous area for Madge as well. We have 3 thrilling conclusions to our other keys. That was Cryptix is down for Dragon's Field Team. They do have 1 more B-Res. That's going to be used here. This isn't gonna
just
cost
came
them
up.
Why are we...
just yet.
Hey.
Lust is still going to be
Hey.
coming up soon, at which point they'll probably be
Miscount,
pulling
Echo,
the
and
Dash
Mandatory are the
Box.
only
So
relevant
see
teams you should be full screening right now.
maneuvering
Let's keep it a
on up
buck.
the stairs. No more deaths are allowed, though.
Mando and
For
Echo,
Dragon's Field
Mandatory and
Team.
Echo aren't even on the screen at
Still
all.
have 2
Hey
B-Res,
guys,
so they can
guys,
afford a
hey.
stray death or 2.
Don't say that.
They need to make sure that
What
they
are,
go
what's
full
happening here?
No. Those words are not leaving your mouth. Stop saying that. No curses allowed on this desk as of right now. Miscount making way through that boss fight. You
So
can just see how
Miscount-
each of these icy
I mean,
patterns
assuming no wipe,
absolutely
they're going to have
translates
5
into
minutes for the last
our
boss. Kira's going to have his
players
cheats back too.
making way through the boss's HP, but not as fast as I would personally like.
Dude, this
I'm
boss's
still
melees are hitting Kira for like
they're still
60% of his
in the
HP.
range of being able to finish this key
As a dungeon
as
boss.
DGT
That is
now
fucking
finally
insane.
Sending that bloodlust into Sarga. 1 minute 25
Oh,
seconds
this
to go. It's going
timer.
to be so close for them.
I don't love this timer even a little bit here. Breath of Beyonds does come out. It's still going to capture some of this void form, but it's not going to capture the power infusion, so it's not going to be the most powerful we've ever seen. Madge are also wiping in the bottom left, maybe. They do still have 1 more res for Lamike, but they have a bunch of trash now. Dr. J dead as well. B-res is
No,
on
they're
there,
dead.
but actually
Oh,
not
no.
usable because they've already committed all of their B-reses, and this is going to be a wipe and a reset for Madge. Tragedy for old Madge in the bottom left. Meanwhile, Draenor's
They
gold team
Porb
less
wipe
than
at
a
some
minute
point
left.
now died.
They can't afford any deaths, and
Porb?
they do have
Yeah,
one
Porb.
here from that flame eruption from Warlord Sarga on Forgy. No way to res him. 17% on the boss. This timer is
Dude, when they
over.
made the
Draenor's
English
guild team and
language,
Madge
they
both
could have
are
came up
gonna
with
be
some way more lit words.
still 30
Like, I
seconds
actually
left.
think The
So, try
Sims
again. All good.
came up with, like, some
It's
crazy
just
words that we could have
Curse
used.
of Ra coming back to bite
You guys ever
Seems
played The
like
Sims?
OGGT
So tough.
unable to
Like, some
finish
people
out
just be in a
this game
conversation and then someone wants to
second
leave the
time. Maybe
conversation
this
and they
isn't
just go,
the easier
blarg,
of
and then
the
they
two,
leave.
but I'm just looking at DGT here, definitely.
Bro, that'd be fucking crazy if that actually was what happened in real life.
All right, so Miscount,
Holy fuck. You're just like, you're just done with the conversation, blarg, and just fucking leave.
unlike Madge,
God,
Draenor's
I
gold
wish-
team
I
just
wish-
won
I wish
this
our
round, are
ancestors
very
had some
much
creativity
still
like that.
alive in this dungeon. 7.5 minutes left for them to deal with 25% of Telash and then all of Umbral Skull. That is more than enough time. Their timer is so good here. Miscount are in great shape, but they are playing, a 23 Azure Vault, so they're going to have to deal with Umbral Skull here, which we talk about late more.
I mean,
here. It probably is.
Umbral Skull's
But
probably
Umbral
gonna be a
Skull is also
motherfucker,
really hard, and it scales
but-
really nastily with key
Checks.
level because both the damage and the
They're gonna have the time. They're gonna have
scaling
6
up at the
minutes
same
to
time,
kill
and then the damage
the
lasts
last
longer, and
boss.
The healing is even more intense, so that's going to be a really.
They're gonna have even
important
more
step.
time than
One
mandatory
bar
did.
left. Pedros are starting off Umbral Skull in their 22. This is something that mastered them the last time, but this time around, looks like they have more than enough time. So as long as they can
crystals
avoid
looked really
that
hard.
this time, they should be more than okay on the timer as well.
Yeah, they're gonna have
That
right
allows
around
us to
6
get
minutes.
A little bit of a glimpse of those crystals once again. In case you're not familiar with how they work, every 25%, we're going to be getting a set of crystals, and notably, most teams tank the boss towards the wall like you're seeing it right now to get a little bit of a more favored spawn, get them a little bit closer to the boss rather than everywhere in the room. To
Oh yeah, let's
allow
just go
your
down to
DPSs
10% HP. It's
cleave
whatever.
As Telush Greywing right above that square.
Fort
goes
isn't a
down,
required
last
raid buff in
percentage to go
in dungeons,
as
by the way.
Miscount
So it's just
have
whatever.
defeated Telush Greywing and are making way towards Umbral Skull. 6 minutes, 15 seconds to go. And we're
Wow.
looking at those crystal timers. It's an insane time that they're putting on the board here.
If you're Miscount here, your heart has to be pumping so fast right now. You've been resetting this key for so little time compared to Echo and Mandatory, who've been in here for hours.
Dude, they're just
and
taking
now
a
you have
second to
6
fucking
minutes
just take it
to
in.
deal with Umbral Skull. You can see they are eating up. They are getting well fed. They are getting full mana bars. They know they don't need all 6 minutes. They just need to not wipe as they get the
Wow.
boss pulled
That's so
right
impressive by
now.
them.
They are going to have Lust coming up as well.
What a
right when they want
fucking
it. So
monster.
it's all about just making sure that they allocate enough damage.
This
to
might
each
shape
of
to be
these
the best
crystals.
ending of a
They don't
TGP.
die
It was
anything
still just
quickly.
like a hella
Even if
boring
they
for the
have
last
some
couple
battle
hours,
as well,
but
they have preserved 3 battle reses
Yeah.
to this point in the dungeon. An incredible level of precision.
the last
After
couple
this
hours
is
have been
something
kind of
that, again, I
sleeper,
can't
but
overstate.
this
They
is
would've been eliminated on
this is
Friday
definitely a crazy
if we
ending.
still had the elimination rules in play, and now they're playing for first place in this dungeon.
If you weren't a fan of no eliminations until now, I think this probably changes everything. Missed count with
I am a fan of no eliminations because it potentially makes the last day interesting, and I have this secret hack where I don't watch the first 2 days.
Crystals is going to be spawning in a couple of seconds once they hit that 75%.
It's a fucking insane hack.
HP marker on Umbral Skull, and just checking across the board, we're getting our coolies ready to go for that. PI should be ready in a couple of seconds just when they hit that, and you can see that Kira is doing a fantastic
All right, here we
job
go.
of trying to
75%
keep
first
Umbral
crystals.
so close to the wall to ensure that those spawns are good and no one else of the team is actually be eating those frontals either.
Yeah, this
All right, here we go,
is a
Miscount.
Really, really big.
Oh, they're
start
holding
here for
CDs.
Miscount as the first set of crystals now does come out. They've got Hearthjacks with Veins rolling here. They've got Power Infusion and Void Eruption having been used as well. All of these CDs actually pressed quite a
Bro,
while before
those things-
spawn, but they will be carrying through.
Those
into
things have
them,
so much
and
HP.
They're able to get through the first set of crystals without too much difficulty.
Okay.
At all. Yep, a couple seconds left on that last one, but it does go down. Miscount now just 2 more crystal sets to get through. Timer is great. Kira's
Kira?
health is not great.
Kira's
Does
fine.
get
He
the
has
spell.
multiple
That
cheats.
Dragon Strike,
He's
very
piss
scary.
vibing.
Having to kite the boss as well as a couple of
If
those
you're a
crystals
Blizzard
go
developer
by.
and you made
One
this
goal
room
line
and
in,
you've
but
seen
does a good
people
job
throughout the
of
entire
knocking
expansion, no
that
matter how you
out
change the
the
boss,
way.
tank the boss up on the wall like
Applying
this
some
to make a
signals to the
mechanic
boss
spawn.
here. Some silence and misery
I wonder if you're
sigils.
happy,
Just
you're like, they
magic
figured out a way to
you
make my
get
boss
when
work, or I
one
wonder
is
if you're like,
affected
God
by a
fucking
sigil,
damn it.
just for a little bit of extra juice to get him through that Dragon Strike. Really clever play by Kira as the boss now moves into the next position. They're nearly at 50%. We're
They
expecting
lust
Bloodlust
this
to
set,
be
right?
pressed
They don't have
very soon here
PI.
for Miscount. Maybe
They don't have Breath of Eons.
The 25%.
No, do not
set,
save it. You'll
I
have CDs
suspect
for
they're
that.
gonna want to use it now because they don't have many
No,
other
you need to
CDs
lust
here.
this. You
So
would
this
be
is
an
maybe gonna be a
absolute
really
lunatic to
hard
not
set
lust
of
this.
crystals for them. This is probably it. This is probably the moment that defines whether Miscount get through or
All
not.
right, we
Unfortunately,
have
a big
to
AoE
full
as
screen
well.
this. Please, production, let's go full in.
They already
on
are.
This set of
Oh,
crystals
not
as
very
they are
stacked, but
scoring.
all
Now,
good.
Bloodlust does come
Not a
out
good
for the
spawn.
team. They do have one of these detonating crystals up there together with the big one, but they're trying their hardest to
Yeah,
make
they
sure
killed the
that
big
they
one.
can deal with
Oh, they're
them
all
before
dead.
the fracture card cast does go through.
God,
And
ranged is so
fantastically
OP.
done. They made it, and they will have their cooldowns for that third set. Miscount are showing up tremendously in this world record 23 Azure Vault.
So one more set of crystals.
One more
is
set
ahead
of
them. They are gonna
crystals. They
Void
have
Eruption
2.5
and Power Infusion
minutes.
to get
I mean,
through
they
that set
easily
as well,
have.
which is gonna be
I
huge.
mean, if
Maybe
you
now
want, if you were
Jax's
scared about
personal
timer, you would
bloodlust
PI
for
here.
himself
Tank
that
dead.
He can use here, but Kira goes down. Now this is okay.
Insta res.
Kira, he's gonna be able to take that res. All good, no problems. The boss was busy casting stuff anyways.
Why did his
Does
other
manage to
cheat
pop
not
into
proc?
meta form as well. It is the last resort, but all good.
Blarg.
Actually, last resort having already been used. So a little bit of a sketchy spot here for Kira, but it's okay. They still have 2 more battle reses as well. They've just got a
Roar
lock
comes
back
in.
That
here
might
for
have
this
been
crystal set.
planned.
And ideally, Kira wants to move this up the side of the wall again to help make sure that those crystals spawn nice and tightly
Okay,
packed.
he lived that.
Another
He
Dragon
meta-
Strike
he fell
nearly
dev it.
killing Kira, but here comes the 25% crystal
Oh,
spawn.
nice and stacked.
Fusion, Void
Beautiful.
Eruption. Darkness comes out from Kira to help keep the group alive. Kira needs to make sure he keeps himself alive as well, though. Very dangerous spot here. They've broken through the shield almost on that hardened crystal. It's still ticking. Looks like they have been able to get through, though. Now they're just dealing with the health on all these crystals.
Come on!
3 more seconds to go.
One more.
One
Nice.
more. There
Come
it is.
on.
And now just
Minute and a half.
90
They have
seconds
no
to
more
deal with
use of
20%
CDs,
this
though.
boss's health, and Miscount will actually not be moving into first place, but they're putting themselves in position where they can get first place with a 21 Neltheris. This is such an incredibly
I mean,
impressive
Kira
round
has an
out of
actual
this team.
cheat.
They've come in here and they've just
So
dealt
he
with
just
this
has to,
team
like,
in
send it on
such short
everything.
order as well. The key that
He
has
just
been
needs to have a little
vexing
enough
Mandatory
mitigation on
Echo
everything where he doesn't
all
die.
day, and Kira just has to survive
I don't even
for
think it
another
matters.
10% as they move Umbral Skull around the room away from those orbs.
Wow.
Last bits
Absolute
of
B
damage coming
shit.
out. 1
Absolute
minute
B
left, but
shit
they're
from
not
them.
even gonna need all of this.
They won't 7% to go for Miscount to put themselves in the best position possible to take home the entire event here once that world record Azure Vault does go down for them. The first team ever
Oh,
to
they
do
got it.
that on the current season. Beautiful.
Wow, and that is, we've been waiting all day for somebody to finally take a 23, and it is Miscount, the team that a lot of people have counted out. But no, not by a long shot. They are back in it in a big way.
Miscount is back in it.
And speaking of being back in it in a big way, Ironic and Tuttles are back in this counts in a big way as well.
Yo.
That's right.
And
And
man,
thanks-
get those blood
Hey.
trails in the chat.
There you
Okay.
go, and
That's
shout out
This is
to,
crazy.
it.
Okay.
Shout out to Mates,
they
by the
have to
way.
do the 21 Neltheris.
Okay.
So, by the
They
way,
have to do the Neltheris.
Imagine.
yeah, they have to do the
Imagine if you
Neltheris,
put
but
the
they
23
win,
balls
yeah.
on the board and then you choke the 21 Neltheris. That could still
I mean,
happen.
okay,
There's
so
only 30
they
minutes
have
left.
30 minutes to start a new key, chat. So you have to start your key that you can stay in the next 29 minutes. Now, Mandatory and Echo could time this in that amount of time, but they have been wiping in here for 3 hours, so I'd say it's still likely that one of them does it, and if one of them does it, it makes Miscount's thing not matter. But Miscount, if they time Oldemon 21 or Nelth 21, they will win the tournament if those other two cannot time here.
Level tiebreaker is the ultimate trump card. So having that 23, if
Dude,
no other team is able to put up a
Miscount,
23,
that was
and they have the
crazy.
exact same score, assume that the number is going to be 128, then Miscount would leapfrog into first place. They don't have to go back and do this Nelther or this Oldemon. That Oldemon, they were never timing that anyways on a 21. It doesn't matter. Their
Yeah,
time
I actually
tiebreaker
don't.
also
How did
does it.
Mandatory
However,
wipe?
that 20 Neltheris?
One
we know
second.
that key is very
I'm gonna.
well within their
We're all in
reach.
the middle
They
of
also
keys
have
right
30
now.
minutes to be able
I
to
want to go
rotate
back
to a
and see when
33-minute
Mandatory
dungeon.
wiped in their
Top right there,
23.
They're actually getting that goulash, so they're preparing
One
for
second.
this Nel.
How did they wipe to crystals? Because like those crystals all died like with a lot of time left in Miscount. Okay, they get their first crystals. I mean, they're really spread out, but like they had a spread out wave like this and they killed it. I mean, they just have 0 crystal damage. Did they Breath of Eons it? Yeah, they Breath of Eons, Void Form. It's, I guess the only difference is Frost Mage versus Fire Mage. Maybe Frost does more to them. Maybe someone goofed. It's definitely not the difference in, oh yeah, they like super die. They didn't even, wait, did it go off? Oh, it did go off. Yeah, that's how they did. Okay. It like almost died, but okay, actually here's my guess on how this happened. I think they were greeting boss damage because you noticed when this cast was about to go off, every crystal started dying like hella faster. So I think like right here, you can tell their crystal damage overall goes up a lot right here. Like they almost kill all of them. And I think, I don't know, I'm just guessing, but maybe they were greeting it.
Still 4 teams that could potentially win today.
True.
You can see they are 7 minutes into.
Wait, look at Dratnos' prediction. Oh my fucking god, Dratnos the GOAT.
A 23 Azure Vault.
Dratnos the GOAT.
To win TGP, but it is.
I mean, Echo's on a good run right now, though.
Oh, you know.
Echo's on a good run.
Dude, this Echo run, by the way, we're not really.
So
talking about
actually,
giving it as much credit. This is
sorry,
actually
I
a
could be
really big
wrong,
win for Echo.
but I think
Absolutely.
mandatory.
They make it-
Am I
they've
correct
been
in
running
thinking
well.
that mandatory
Echo tends to win
can't
right at the start
win?
of their runs.
No, they can win.
2 Azure
If
Vaults
mandatory is the
with
only
Terrace
team to time the
available
23 Azure
is a
Vault
huge
and
accomplishment. So
Miscount cannot
Echo,
time this
you know, not
Nelthrus,
far from being
then
able to
mandatory will win on
potentially
points.
challenge. And actually, it would slam
So
the door
if
on
Echo
Miscount.
or
Echo
mandatory
can
get
time
this and then
two,
Miscount doesn't
no longer
time,
can win. Whereas if
they
Miscount
get it.
times itself
Miscount can
and
only win if
don't
mandatory and
time,
Echo don't
then
time.
Miscount would win.
And
Of
if
course,
Echo,
with
mandatory,
who
if
always
Echo and
has
mandatory
something to
both
say
kill,
about that.
Echo easily wins because mandatory will not have time to fix the time problem. Unless they have a really fast AV and Echo has a really slow one, but I don't think the... I'm thinking everyone's timing this with like a minute and a half or less to go, and I think Echo's ahead by more than that time, so...
So they're going to have to go in here and essentially.
Is this the first time 3 teams have all had a chance to win? In TGP, definitely, yeah.
They've got 2
Yeah.
really solid attempts. Yeah.
Dude, I don't get it. How did mandatory almost one-shot this dungeon? Miscount did one-shot or two-shot this dungeon, and then it's like, it seems like if you don't 1 or 2-shot this dungeon, you're just fucking cooked.
Starting up in the top right, so we will have to keep track of that. It's a higher success rate keystone than the 23 vault that they've finished, but they only do have 25 minutes to get a run started. So
They've got the buff.
that
We're in
is
the 21.
underway.
Which team will be the first to time 1%? Oh my god.
Of which team would be the first to time the 23 vault? A lot of votes for Echo, a lot of votes for Mandatory.
Oh my god.
Max, Miscount was on the 8th or 9th run. Alright, I just made it up then. It's all good. That's part of my presidential ticket, is I make things up.
126 back. That's pretty good. Stonks.
That is stonks.
I don't blame them though. I mean, at the start of the day today, it was a clear lead for the top 2 teams. Miscount
Absolutely.
had the narrowest road to competing, but they've hit every single rung on that ladder to potentially climb.
You're
to
35?
success here. Again, not in their
Oh
hand.
wait,
Echo
I'm not
can
actually
still
old.
place
Dude,
points
imagine
right
you
here.
guys
Echo's
calling me
gonna have
old, by the
issues.
way. Imagine, and I'm not even close
Is
to
Echo
old
too
enough
fast
to run
me
for
on this
president in
intermission?
this
They're kind
country.
of lost up
Think
for
about
35
that.
Seconds. Are they beating this next intermission?
You guys have to pick one. I'm either old and wise or I'm young and spry. I can only be one or the other. Pick one.
It's
It
weird
is a
to
good
ask, are
problem
they
to have.
too fast? Like, that is an
I don't
insane
think you
question.
lust this still. You don't lust this still. You save the lust for the next trash pack. The timer is still good for them here, actually, even if they don't beat the intermission. But I suspect if they think they can beat the intermission, this might be the last ad they kill. We might see an oppressing roar, sigil of misery.
Old and
on the
dry.
next ad, just so they can full
Old
burn
and
boss
spry.
here. Committing the cooldowns here. There was the breath
All right,
of
fuck
Neons
yeah.
coming out from clicks there.
Let's
So
go.
I don't know. It doesn't look
I think
like
they're
on
pressing this
pace
lust.
for it. But
I think
maybe with the buttons. Oh no, they lost the 2 minutes. Nearest goes down to a bolt.
Oh.
There's no way they push now.
That's okay. They have so much extra timer. I think this is fine. Even doing another intermission for Echo should be okay on the time
Yeah.
tiebreaker.
Their timer's fine to time.
Their
the game. Like,
tiebreaker isn't relevant. I think at this
even if they
point,
did an extra
if
intermission,
Echo
it's
or
gonna be another
mandatory
45
kills the
seconds per
23
minute.
Azure Vault, they're gonna win. I don't think
So they
both
get the
teams are gonna
H1,
do it.
Then they get the slash on the tank here, and then the boss phase is actually into the intermission. And so now they
you
unfortunately
can see
didn't
a
get the
couple of percent.
slash, so they missed. Okay, that's Miraz's death.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh,
They
They
did
got
it. How on earth did that? It looked like it finished handling its cast, but maybe they got it so low that it died even with that DR. Really nice
Okay.
work by Echo. I
What is
thought
it?
they
If
were
Echo
touching
times,
that
they win, even if
easily
mandatory
defeated
times?
for Echo.
Correct.
Not worried even a little bit.
But I
that
don't
they are
even
making
think both
such
teams are
good
gonna time
plays
it.
in
It looks
this
too hard.
23 vault. potentially locking up first place for them if they can.
Yeah, if
get
Echo
through
times this, they
and
guarantee
get
win.
good time
I
here,
don't
it is
think
gonna
it's
be very
possible for
hard
anyone to
for
beat Echo if they
anybody
time this
to
key.
challenge them for
Dude,
first place. Only Mandatory could
The
do it,
only
and they would have to
scenario
be
is if they
dramatically faster
timed
than
this
their
with 1
23.
second to
They
go
have
and
lust for a
Mandatory
pool
beat the
that no
timer by a
other
minute and a
team has
half.
had lust for. This double
But that
breaker
doesn't
frog
look like
pool,
that. Their route does that, so.
Basically, no team has actually been lusting this. Everybody's been lusting Azure Blade instead.
Here's the problem for Echo. If you press your lust in like a minute here, you're not going to have it for the 50% on Umbral Skull. You'll need to use it at the 25% or maybe even just like 20% on Umbral Skull, something like that, right? Like you're.
That's a good point,
it's
actually.
still got time.
Dude, Drat W, Dratty
Probably got a couple
W.
minutes to press this lust. I've changed my mind. It's because it's a 37:30 dungeon timer, right? So that is
okay,
very
you can theoretically
very
get
fine.
the lust in, but can you get it at the time you want it, which is going to be on the second crystals halfway through the boss? That usually happens like 3.5 minutes left at the key. I don't think you can afford to press this lust here, and they're not pressing it. Okay,
No,
no,
there
they
it is.
pressed it. Okay, there it is.
I think you do get it for 50%. It'll just barely be coming up at 50% on Umbral Skull, if
Yeah.
my calculations are correct. They can also afford to wait a little bit before pulling the boss.
Dude,
That
if
is
you're
also
not an
something
Echo
to
fan, you have
take
to
that
be
down by
rooting
2
for
drinks a few
Miscount to
minutes,
win.
or for, like,
Because,
20
like, aren't
seconds,
all
getting
non-Echo
through the boss.
fans basically
mean,
just
that last
people
boss is
who
45
are, like,
seconds.
tired of the same team winning all the time?
So-
Dude, what a fucking
It's important to
glorious
mention
moment it would be
Miscount did
if
do this same lust timing, but I
within
think
the
they were a
span
little
of
earlier
3
on this
different
press.
dungeon
Okay.
competitions,
And
3
then
different
Mandatory
teams
lost
won.
to the boss.
They'd be so hype.
I see. All right, well, Echo hoping to travel through this dungeon safely from here. It's this big frog trash pull. Now is starting to kite. He's having to kite a little bit more than Kira did for Miscount, as that breaker with the square marker is the highest health target. They're trying to focus a little bit of extra damage into it. Looks like they've already done
Max
the
running
other
all the
breaker
Plan
as
B
well, if
ads,
I'm not
real
mistaken,
sus.
which
You know that
is
shit's
very
based
good.
on you, right?
Those breakers are the main way that you die here. Looks
Or
like
maybe it's
now
based
as
on
the
me.
cheat death
It could be
coming back
based
up
on me.
soon here
They're
as
running
well.
Plan
So
B ads on my
large
channel
extra
because they know
safety for
everybody here
Echo
fucks.
as compared to the near disaster that Miscount went through on this pull.
It looks like now is fine.
Yeah, easy.
I mean, there's
he's kiting
no-
a little bit more aggressively, right? Like he's moving the mobs out of the blizzards and the pros.
Yeah, the TGP is the best contraceptive there is.
Safer.
I love that
Remember
Clix is
the
playing
time?
down here with him too.
The time you want by the time you pull Talash Greywing, you're happy with about 11 minutes left, right? That would be
Oh, yeah.
plenty of time to
Ten-
time, and
10-ish?
they are on pace for that.
10 is
It's
fine.
about
Yeah.
yeah, they probably got about 2 minutes they can spare before pulling Talash Greywing. So their timer is looking great. It's just the execution. We've seen so many things take down teams at the end of this dungeon. Can they keep it clean? This is a clutch run from Echo. This would almost seal the competition.
Dude, Mandatory's
The only
also on a
people
good
who take
run.
it away from them is
Why did I say
Mandatory.
mandatory like
Echo's
that?
tiebreaker against
I didn't mean
Mandatory
to do
is
that.
massive. Their time tiebreaker is huge. It's 6.5
But it's
minutes.
almost all in the vault is the thing. So they're going to
That's
be
true.
overriding.
So
their
that
best
is
timer
interesting.
with
Echo
25.
lusted there?
So if Mandatory have a faster vault, they actually.
I don't
could
know
get
if
the time
Echo gets
tiebreaker.
lust on the second
Bracken-
crystals. I think
Bracken's
Dratnos
big
is
time
right.
Tiebreaker piece to the Bracken
Yeah, but
21.
if you ignore the vaults, it's
It'd be
only,
crazy if
like,
Echo
a
mandatory
minute
timed it.
for Echo on the
Echo-
tiebreaker. So if Mandatory can be a minute faster.
Yeah,
than
it would
the
be
vault,
crazy, but
they
also
can,
Echo
they can
guarantee
get
wins if that
this.
happens.
Oh, now.
Oh, now's dead.
Fails the
He's gonna lose
Mel
his
skill.
cheat too.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh,
He's
that's
gonna
tragic.
he's losing both of his cheats.
He's
Can he
losing.
not just
Well,
jump off
losing
the
both of
crest?
his cheats doesn't really
Yeah, he
matter.
can, but it looks like
He
he's
just has to get
opting
back.
not
He has to get
Oh,
That's
the
gonna
afflictors
cost
are
them.
going on.
rezzed.
Yeah, luckily that looks like those are ranged by
Okay,
the group
nobody got
here.
nobody got in combat. We're good.
Yeah,
Still,
all
that's
good.
precious seconds
That is-
off the board. That's cheats on
let's
now
see.
gone, which could
Mandatory,
be an
though,
issue
mode
on
goes
Umbral
down.
Skull. Mode
On
goes down.
Azure Blade, no B-res available for mode either. Ooh, this is you
Going
guys. This
into
is
the
not good.
intermission.
Mandatory's wiped.
Yeah, look at this intermission damage.
Mandatory's
taking out
wiped.
You
everybody.
just die.
They're
GG.
cooked.
It's over.
This is over. Go again.
They run into these orbs. Okay, 18 minutes left in our day. Mandatory could still put a run together, but Echo are now the team to watch as they are nearing the end of their run. Ooh, a little bit of an unfortunate frostbomb placement there. It's maybe
They're
gonna
fine.
grief them a little bit in this safety bubble. Looks like they're going to be okay, but just barely there. Echo flirting with
Okay,
Catherine
PI
there.
2 minutes.
Look at
one
Miscount
breath.
top right. They're gonna get
That
Magmatus
cannot
killed off
happen.
here.
There's just one thing that cannot happen for Echo, and we saw it happen to Mandatory earlier today. Your healer cannot die to a Frostbomb. If your healer dies to a Frostbomb, you have no way of getting a battle res on them. So there's a lot of pressure on Zalia on this boss to just live through every single damage event.
Oh, Miscount Yargi going down for the second time actually on this Magma Tusk encounter. No Beerez available this time. And they think they're going to just
standing in the
reset
fire.
this and try again. That's
Reset
okay.
Miscount.
17 minutes left in the day. Again, remember,
Okay.
Miscount can still win TGP here. They just have to time this 21 Neltharius.
And they need Echo to
and
fail.
They need to invoke the Curse of Ra on Echo. Echo needs to wipe at the end of this Azure Vault for Miscount to win. Otherwise, Miscount
Max, not a
are
big
playing for
TGP watcher
potentially
here, but is there a
second, which is
reason they are
still
face rolling in
really
Azure
impressive
Vault
for
rather
them.
than doing the
Man,
others?
high highs that they
Yes.
just were
So in Azure
experiencing
Vault, or
at the
in
end of Azure Vault,
TGP,
potentially being taken
the
away from them here
tiebreaker
if Echo can't
is
replicate
done
that.
if you have the same score as someone else. The first tiebreaker is key level. So because 23 Azure Vault, let's just say even if, and I'm not saying this is true, 22 Halls of Infusion is possible, Nelf, Brackenhide, 22 Oldemon, 23, or not 23, Algathar. Like all those are possible, right? You would want the 23 Azure Vault is more valuable than all of those because if you end up in a tiebreaker, the 23 lets you win. But if you don't have more high keys than someone else, the next tiebreaker is time. And why you see them running Azure Vault is it's also, I believe, more doable than any of the other 22s as well. So not only is it more doable, but it is the best tiebreaker key. That's why they're doing it.
I don't actually know if they can get over to where his body is to land the
I think Echo's got this.
kind of
in the fire.
I don't see. The only thing I'm looking at their lust timer.
There's going to be a lot of damage.
No, I think they're gonna have lust. I mean, worst case scenario, they could actually just wait for lust. The timer in here isn't a problem. I think this is GG Echo.
Wards himself just to try to live through the bleed, also cauterizing it off, so gonna be okay. Looks like the fire has dissipated, so able
What
to
is
get
it?
the
22
battle
Brackenhide is the only option, and you burn 35 minutes per attempt. Yep, you have to make it all the way to the last boss.
I think they're gonna be okay on this pull, but do they have the time to finish the key after these mistakes?
I think they do. We're still going to see Gorak pulled around that 20-minute marker. In fact,
What is it now?
Gorak
Won't
pulled
have
down
cheat for
around
half of the last boss and
like
can easy
3:30,
die.
something like that. I think
They have 2 battle reses by then though. You could literally just battle res the tank mechanic and res him before he melees again. I think they're perfectly
You've
fine.
got 15 minutes left to start your last key, so you'd rather get some good attempts rather than slower ones. We'll see, though. I think that is probably what they're doing since we don't have them on screen right now. Meanwhile, Echo nearing the end of Telash Greywing, so it is about to be once again all about Umbral Skull for the second time in the last little bit. Yeah, you can see Miscount are indeed prepping the goulash in the bottom.
Solid TGP this season. Thanks for the streams. Dude, I've streamed like a remarkably small amount of TGP. I was on vacation for the first weekend, which was apparently really good. The second weekend was incredibly boring, and I only showed up for the last day, and that was pretty good. And then I streamed the last day of this. So I will say, I haven't streamed a lot of the TGP this season, but I think I have had efficient streams. I think I've only streamed during the most watchable times when I haven't been on vacation.
That's at the 50% mark. That's typically going to be the lust set. Echo's going to have their lust come up in 3 minutes. They might actually have to stand around for a minute or so to make sure that that lust is available on that 50.
Max, are the possible 22s that much worse than the AV23?
Generally, what the cooldown.
I couldn't tell you, but I get probably. It looks like it.
Also now being able to live. He doesn't have.
That's probably why they're in here. I mean, they want to be in there because it's a 23 and not a 22, but I mean, points matter more than tiebreaker, so the fact that they decided to do this first means they think it's probably easier.
After now got killed off by the Dragon Strike, so now's ability to be able to live that boss is something that we have to really be watching out for.
What is it?
And there are certain overlaps of abilities
I'm
that are
surprised at how much TGP is popping off this season. I think it's probably around 70k viewers.
That's not the worst case scenario.
I think the TGP this season has been a lot less viewed than other ones, but that's not surprising because it's in like the most dead time in WoW in a long period of time. Like there's a lot of people just not playing WoW right now because of season 4.
On this key level, that could spell the end for crystals, and this is it for Echo, and you can see the first
full screen Echo, whole boss. This is literally for the whole tournament. Nothing else matters. At least every crystal set needs to be full screened.
First Dragon Strike, not too big of an issue. 6 minutes on the boss encounter. That is enough time.
Yeah, it's more than enough time. Are they gonna have lust for the second set of crystals? Yes. Minute and a half? Yeah, they will. This is Gigi.
75% is where the first set of crystals come out, so
they would have to giga fuck up. They have reses for now too. Like even if now dies to the next 2 things that could kill him when he doesn't have a form of meta up, they could just battle res both of them and then he'll have cheat from 50 to 0. It doesn't even matter.
pretty much all of the crystal damage. So making sure that those are stacked enough for the Shadow Crash is the most important detail here.
Yeah, a couple of other points of timing here. Really hoping to avoid getting an AoE right before the crystal spawns, that everybody can.
Zelia doesn't have much mana. He's an animal right now. That doesn't matter.
To avoid afflicted overlapping with a spawn of
Ooh,
crystals,
look at
as that's
this.
going to take 2 globals out of the group during a very important time. Now also has 2 minutes until his cheat death CDs come back off. Once those are available,
Gingy doesn't have veins. He's gonna have it, right?
There could be a tank death that could be a big catastrophe for Echo. They deal with an afflicted spawn, so this is
They
good timing.
PI'd
Now
already.
They just need to push the boss and spawn those crystals
I like the
right
boss
away.
spot. The boss spot is insane. Oh, look at that stack.
What
Oh
the
my
stack?
God,
What
it's
the
God
fuck?
stack.
That is insane.
Yeah, Click's landing that Breath of Eons as well, so when that pops in about 7 seconds from now...
Now died. They have reses. It doesn't matter.
Kill the crystals. Kill the crystals. Can I get the crystals dead? I think
Yeah,
we're
it's
fine.
like I said. It doesn't matter.
Scary moment.
Now he has cheats again. It's GG.
Okay. Are we still
One
talking about
one
res?
BRS still available.
Next crystal's in like 45 seconds.
Cheat
Calm
death coming
down.
up soon.
They have lust for it. It's GG.
Now gonna use darkness. Able
He
to
can icy
survive.
veins now too.
That darkness proccing as
Let the
well,
lust
because
set carry him and then have icy veins for 25.
When is he gonna have his prophetic stone scales up? That has to be coming up in his.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
that a
There's
minute?
like it's Last Resort's coming up sooner as well. That's going to be up very, very shortly here. So as soon as Last Resort comes up, now he's going to be safe. Here comes another Dragon Strike. This one he's got Fell Dev for. Looks like he's going to be okay.
It would be the next one that he dies to, but he's gonna have both cheats up right now, so he is piss vibing.
Also going to provide a tremendous amount of survivability to their Demon Hunter. But as soon as that Last Resort icon goes away, there it is. Now he has Last Resort available, and at this point, he should be a lot safer than he was before, because those cheat deaths really are going to be that insurance policy.
Yeah, they would have to have a
against
DC.
killing the team.
This isn't just
Scary
lust.
one.
This is lust and veins.
It's
I
not
think
lust
there's a
and
lot
veins.
of-
He
a lot
shouldn't
of
veins, I
times
don't
having
think.
the Fire Mage, if you're playing with the Fire Mage variant,
Lust
this,
is
like
free.
pre-SKBing or
I think. Actually,
But
I'm just gonna not make
since
this
they're
up
playing
because
Frost
I don't know how
Mage,
Frost
they're-
Mage works at all. But
they're desyncing the icy veins and the
Not a great
freeze
spawn.
cooldowns.
It's
Not
okay.
a great spawn,
Yeah, we
but
can work with this.
This
you
is
can
an
let
acceptable
Mira's
spawn.
This is the
AoE
lust
here,
set.
while
The
Jin
spawns
just
don't matter.
Destroys the shield on
Yeah.
that hardened crystal. It should die very soon here. Yep, already through that crystal. The damage is gone. Just have to focus on the AoE. Health bars are dropping slowly.
Nah, they're vibing.
Those cast bars are getting pretty full,
They're turbo
but I think
vibing.
They're just barely gonna be able to finish
Now
the
didn't
game.
even cheat to
Only
that.
about
It's over.
seconds left at the end of that one
Lust with
final
veins is
set.
more valuable. Lets you
Crystals for
extend
Echo,
veins
the
even more.
Clutch Kings
Dude, I kind of
set.
want to play mage again.
MDI and TGP champions just need to get through one final set of crystals to get through this boss and claim.
Dude, I always forget. Every time I want to play mage, I'm like, let's do it. I want to play ranged again. And then I realize that I'm like 90% as good on ranged as I am on melee, and that disgusts me and makes me never want to do it. Even though doing it is the only way to get better at it and have that not be true, just the idea of being not as good makes me want to explode.
It's definitely quite tough when you do have 2 G deaths available. 29% on the boss now. They are going to have Void Eruption and Power Infusion, as well as a Breath of Eons for this set of crystals. So look for now to make sure that the boss doesn't have any of those orbs
Look at how
underneath
s-
it,
look at how
so
hel-
that Clicks can land that Breath of Eons safely.
Look at how far up on the wall now is too. This,
Oh yeah, he is
second
on
set
the
wasn't really
fucking
that
roof.
far up on the wall, but
Here
this
we
one
go,
is a
crystals.
lot
One
more,
weird spawn, but it doesn't
dragons
matter.
further up on the wall. So there's one detonating crystal
Now
in
has
front of
both
the boss.
cheats.
That's the one that's not going to be stacked inside the Shadow Crash. So I think that Gingy's going to be like GSing that detonating crystal after the hardened crystal
Already
shield
through the
gets
shield.
broken off.
Nah, GG. It's over.
Couple more seconds
Echo
left.
wins.
25
Just
just
one high.
Echo wins.
Okay,
Good.
got it.
They're through.
And there's 9 minutes left.
All on now. Cannot die to the Dragon Strike.
I mean, he's
No,
got 2 G
he's
deaths.
got 2 cheats. It's
How
over.
many more Dragon Strikes are
Echo
there left in
wins.
the fight? Probably just 2 or 3.
Two.
I think, yeah.
I think it's fine. I think he's. I don't think he can die from here.
Easy. No
Yeah.
problems.
They could
Zero
reset the
even
boss.
all
Yeah.
over. Just keep DPSing the boss. Now we're playing for some extra timer as well to help lock up a first place finish for Echo here, despite a rough start to the weekend for Echo.
Plot armor strikes again.
They are
Dude, now all the Echo fans that are like, oh, Echo lost the MDI, now you're gonna get mad, Echo.
nearly able to do it on their very first try, but Echo.
They're gonna be like, I
28
fucking
times
told
the charm or
you.
something like
You
that.
got mad,
They're gonna
Echo.
be able to
Does second spot matter money-wise? I think it
finally
does.
Keystone. What a run.
I think it's like 40K or something.
Echo in sole possession of the lead.
So what would they even do now?
29 score.
The alpha thing to do is to go for 22 Brackenhide. That's the alpha move. The safe move is cutting your time down on any current key, because it is possible, although unlikely, that mandatory times this Azure Vault in a minute and a half faster than that,
Miscount can still
because
get
they
second
can
place,
beat
by the
them
way.
that way.
Yep. Absolutely. If they time this
So I think you, unlikely, but I think you go for the alpha move.
For a silver medal here, as they are working on Magma Tusk, still a battle res available for them too. So looking a little bit better than it did for them.
They're going Brackenhide. That's
7
alpha.
minutes left
That's that shit I
in
do
our
like.
day to start final keystones. Almost every team on our leaderboard right now is playing for a difference in results. Actually, in fact, they all are. Every
Mandatory getting third would be wild.
or lose spots on this scoreboard at the end of the day.
Yeah, it would.
I mean, that's thousands of dollars, right? That is thousands of dollars that you were.
Damn, Mandatory's fucking kicking themselves. They like guarantee win today if they timed that. If they timed that first. I know it sounds ridiculous by saying, they would have guaranteed one today if they. If they timed their Azure Vault 30 attempts ago, but obviously they missed like a crystal set. Not guarantee. Maybe pretty much guaranteed. They would have had 3 hours to improve their time a little bit. I think they would have won. But yeah, they didn't. They were the only team to wipe the crystals in Azure Vault. Right, that's a goof.
Because mandatory only can guarantee a second place finish by finishing this.
Dude, I wonder if the French guy who streams, I don't understand French, but I wonder if he's mad as fuck. Doesn't he stream this shit?
Like a victory lap for them, probably.
Zerator or something? Is he like fucking mad?
On nous a dit, ah regardez c'est free, hop, au revoir.
Oh yeah, they're mad in French.
C'est 0 en duel. Ah si si si, hein. Si t'as regardé le week-end, c'est un duel.
C'est évidemment un duel.
Yeah, that's mad French. I've heard that before. He needs to spin.
One could get it done on the first try the way they're playing right now, it would be Echo. We'll see if they're able to get that one done. Meanwhile, Miscount making good progress in their 21-0 Terrace, going for probably the most dangerous pull in the dungeon. Every single one of
I think Max forgot for a second that most people speak other languages.
Going to use that chain to stun it all up.
Wait, did you think that I opened that stream expecting to hear English and then was surprised, and that's why I said he's mad in French? That would go crazy.
They're going to start cutting this out here pretty soon.
Dude, this was an insane end of day. I'm just sitting
Yeah,
here
dude, the
basking in
missed
it,
count almost win was crazy. You know what's crazy though? Miscount can still get second.
We didn't actually think that Echo coming out of Group B was going to be able to win this TGP with the performance that they showed. I had some questions.
Really?
As to, like,
because they had a bad performance, in quotes, bad performance in the group stage of the last TGP and then had their most dominant global finals ever. Like, this is literally exactly what happened before, except this wasn't nearly as dominant.
A fitting end to a Dragonflight expansion that has been dominated by Echo. Even though Mandatory were the winners of the last MDI, they are definitely now in a very tough spot. A very narrow path to victory remains for Mandatory. They need such a fast 23 vault to be able to get a time tiebreaker over Echo. The problem for Mandatory, looking at that scorecard.
Are you proud of Pedro's? Of course I am. I'll always be proud of my friends.
In Brackenhide, they are a little bit faster in the Algathar and in the that does claw them back sometime. But yeah, they would need a 35-minute vault, something in that range.
Max, any chance to give the new PoE League a little slurp?
Here, so
I'm too stupid.
Things are getting very, very grim for Mandatory.
PoE makes me feel like a small-minded little baby man, and that makes me feel insecure.
Are we as a caster group frauds for not picking Echo to win?
I think we might. I think we need to get those apology forms ready here. Yeah, it's.
I'm sure Flex will be posting that on Twitter any moment now.
Absolutely, yeah.
Travis, can you draft one on behalf of the caster group?
I'm just gonna retweet an earlier one. It's easy.
I refuse to apologize. I work with the data I was given. I think it was legit pick.
Yeah, some would say that the data of winning 9 of these tournaments is a pretty compelling data point that we maybe should have considered.
At least second place for sure.
Yeah,
oh, it was actually tweeted literally 30 seconds ago. Okay, retweeting, liking.
There you go.
All right, legendary.
Signing it.
Yeah, that's an easy apology for sure.
No regrets.
It's not over yet. It's not over.
It is over yet.
Mandatory could still, in theory, get a fast enough vault.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Echo actually are going to.
No, I think Mandatory. I don't think it's possible because I think there's only about a minute and a half you could even time on the 23 Azure Vault, and Echo just didn't time it with like 10 seconds to go. I think they beat the timer by like 50 seconds. Like you're not gonna beat the Azure Vault 23 even with 0 deaths, perfect run. You're not beating that. Maybe if you sent Lust and CDs on pull on last boss, and like somehow just did one of the crystal sets without CDs, and you just went for boss damage. But like they don't know you don't practice that. They already wiped the crystals
locking
already.
In, that's the main thing that's going to be required here from Mandatory. Oh man, Mandatory at the end of this weekend. They're going to be thinking back to that Umbral.
They're like 5 minutes behind overall anyway. It's over. Nah, they're not. They're like, I did the math earlier. Like the most of the time they were behind when you were looking at it before was like, well, we could do it again now. Like let's just say, for example, let's say you just remove Azure Vault and just look at the rest of their times and assume no one times anything. So I'll just do rough napkin math. 30 seconds ahead, or there's 30 seconds ahead in this key. 3 seconds behind, 27 seconds. They are 2 minutes behind here, right? Or a minute and a half behind here. It's like a minute behind. What, they're 30 seconds ahead. So now they're 30 seconds behind. Now they're a minute behind. Should be, okay, I just stupid, shitty napkin math, but they should be a minute and a half behind Echo, like what I was saying. Someone said it's 127, 135 without AV. Oh, there we go. Stupid napkin math was pretty close.
Isn't though? It's the trash isn't done. Oh no! Timer expired. 5.9 seconds.
No, Dratnos
too
Guild
slow.
team.
Our Dratnos Guild team. But the good news for them is that they have another minute to start this one more time. 4th time is the charm in the Neltheris 21. They had 6 deaths in this attempt as well. If any one of those deaths didn't happen, they would have timed that keystone. That is going to be tough. 30 seconds left for them to start another key, and then all of these keys that
I wonder what the success rate is for what Echo's doing.
Keys of the day.
I wonder what the success rate is of wiping in one key for 3 hours, timing it, and then going into a key you haven't done in 2 days. What's working in your favor is you're on a high because you just realized you probably won. What's working against you is that you're turbo Azure Vault brained, and you're just cooked from being in there for 3 hours.
Into this Algathor Academy. Echo instead went here for the
good answer, chat. It's 50-50. It either happens or it doesn't. Fucking facts. Facts, chat.
3 world records of this weekend, so getting that 3rd one
fucking facts.
would be a big point of pride for sure, as they did steal the Vault world record tag. Actually, did they? Mandatory? Oh no, yeah, okay, yeah, they did. They stole it by 7 seconds from Miscount. Wow. Here's the prize pool the teams are playing for as well. You can see that gap between 1st place and 2nd place is not an insignificant
Max, did
you
lose a lot of weight? Yeah, I took like military grade
so teams have a lot to play
dosages of Ozempic every day.
Once these keys
I shoot it into my brain.
We can really go through what each of the teams are playing for at this point, which I think is coming up just about now. So again, Echo,
fucking go.
Close to a lock for 1st place. Mandatory.
Call's been made. Final
Yep,
runs.
there it is. They are final keystones. Mandatory playing for 2nd, or in theory, if they can be really fast in this 23 vault, maybe 1st.
No,
Miscount
no.
Can steal
I don't
2nd
think it's possible.
With a timed Neltheris here, if Mandatory fail to do so. And then
this poll is
Pedro's
so
Dratnos
psycho,
Guild
by the
team
way.
and Maj all theoretically could end up in pretty much any configuration of 4th, 5th, and 6th, depending on if they time their currently active keystone. Pedro's will be the first team to finish their run down in the bottom right as they near the end of this Brackenhide. This would get them to 127 points, which would be very strong for 4th place, although Dratnos Guild team could also get to 127 with a timed key. Maj are hoping that neither
Max
team
is the
times
reason
their key,
24
and then they can
diabetic can't get their
126
medicine.
and join that
Yep.
tie in points. If
I
they can time
I
this
have
21
buckets of that
Neltheris.
shit at my house.
This split in
I drink it
Neltheris
right out
for
of the bucket.
Miscount is not looking great. It is a minute slower than our other timed 21 splits, so there's a lot of work left to do. Now, they do different trash polls than other teams, right? They're skipping past that poll where you obtain the first goulash after dealing with Shargath. Does the other count they get later on make up for this? I'm not quite sure. We'll have to see what they have cooked up here.
Let's see the
Bad
cook.
news if you're a Dratnos Guild team fan. They didn't have time before the key started to get their goulash, so a key that they've depleted by seconds a few times now they will have an advantage missing as they start their final run of that
What the fuck
dungeon.
is goulash?
But yeah, Terrace 21 is now something that 3 of our teams are working on. Miscount have reached the most pivotal part of this dungeon, I think, the mini-boss here. This is something
speed
that
boost food?
has ended a lot of runs for a lot of different teams. Meanwhile, Mandatory in the top right are working on Azure Blade. Once they get past this boss, they are at a point in the dungeon where almost every team has
It's wild that
succeeded.
they already have 2
Once every
generations
other
ahead of
team has beaten
Ozempic that
Azure
make it
Blade on
look
the 23,
prehistoric in
they've timed the
effectiveness.
key.
Yeah, dude, I
Mandatory,
feel like that
think,
shit's
have
insane.
Unfortunate distinction.
Like, I
of
feel
being
like-
the only team to deplete
Well,
a
we
23
can probably
ball
talk about
after
Ozempic
Azure Blade.
later. But like, yeah, didn't they find that shit from
is-
like
Okay,
isn't it like
yeah,
some
you're
compound
right,
in
but I
lizards or
hate to hear
something?
these,
How did Ozempic become?
What is
It was
the
like some
unfortunate title of
something
the
that
whole-
makes lizards be able to not need food for a super long time, and they just
The
fucking
other thing
inject
as well,
it into
you're gonna
humans and it
keep
works.
covering this for the remainder of this run because
It's probably way more
extremely
scientific than
important
that,
for
but
Mandatory to have
that's
a
my like
chance of
stupid
not
interpretation of
only
what
locking up
Ozempic
second
is.
place, but competing with Echo for first. They are playing not only just to time the key, but for time. Every second counts for them. They need an extremely fast run to have any chance of taking first place. They need to kill this boss, probably with just one more intermission, right? They cannot afford to get a second intermission, otherwise their timer is just going to be too slow.
They are going to have Lust coming up for that last phase here. That is nice, at least. That's something that Echo
It's just a
didn't
compound
have.
every human
Echo,
has in their
of course,
stomachs, no
did
lizards.
manage
I
to
prefer the
barely
lizard
beat that
theory.
intermission by seconds in their run, so something that Mandatory, I think, absolutely need to do as well. Meanwhile, Miscount setting up to get into Forge Master Gorek here. Their timer in this 21 Neltheris is doable, but as you said, Zyro, it's not great. They do have a lot of
Mode
counter,
down.
to
They have a
last
res.
into the last boss. Mandatory though, Mode getting taken out by an illusory bolt from an image. Another image cast, it looks like, going off as well. Hopeful.
That's a
potentially
bad death,
ice-blocking
right?
That one. We also have had cheat death used by Mace
Mode
Time
is
there,
up.
as they do manage to res mode. Looks like Mandatory maybe will be able to stabilize this, but oh no. Azure Blade is going to be entering the intermission with like 50% health.
Nah, it's GG,
That's
man. It's
so
over.
much
It's
health.
being
You
over.
have to lust this to beat the intermission. It's a bigger time save than using lust on the frogs.
Why are your VODs
They-
sub only?
they've
They're
been
free on
lusting
YouTube.
this, and in their other attempts, they have been lusting this boss. So I think this is part of their plan. I don't think it's something that the other teams were planning for something else. I don't think that this team is. I think this team's always been planning to lust this boss.
Even
It's
then,
all
with-
Jover.
With the lust on the boss, their Azure Blade split is going to be slower than what we saw from, I'm pretty sure, both Miscount and Echo.
Like
Yeah,
I was
won't
saying
have a lust
earlier.
for the trash bowl that the other teams did have. It's not over for Mandatory, but we can see that their timer is going to be so close here. They absolutely have to beat Azure Blade before the next intermission, so that is going to be a bloodlust that will be required from them. Meanwhile, Miscount up in the top left, playing to get that second place from Mandatory, are on Forge Master here. They do manage to get their first cast of that shield on somebody with the Shadow Meld. That is what we like to see.
Okay.
Kira now having to kite away from the anvil, though, as they still have a lava bearer alive here, which is going to cause more fire to spawn than they would like.
Dude, what a crazy
See,
intermission.
They're actually milking this intermission as long as possible so they can have their 2 minutes come up and have full value during the phase here. There is the bloodlust. 2 minutes will be quick to follow here.
They
in a
CC
few
that thing?
seconds. They'll probably kill off this first
They
ad,
cleave it.
and then they can just CC the remaining 2 ads with those sigils of misery. Just need to burst the boss down as quickly as possible. HP bar dropping low. First ad dying off. Probably didn't have to target it as well. Just cleaving it down. Can we see a POV on the ad? Now jumping to it? Actually, no. Just going to cleave this one down as well. Don't want to risk accidentally having a bolt going off and killing off another player. That would cost you your remaining battle res. Cannot have that happen. Mana bar below half, though, and this
Now they
boss is
CC'd.
way too close to the
They
middle.
have to CC now.
Have to CC off that second ad. There's the repressing roar into the sigil of misery. Now we need to get the boss as far away from the center of the room as
Oh,
possible.
they've got this by a mile.
And
They've
with
got
the
so
Shadow
much
Ball
time
left,
here.
Yeah, I wouldn't even run. I wouldn't even run to the edge of the room. I would just run to the next area you have to go to.
The split timer, not great. 23 minutes. Other teams were pulling to Lash Grey Wing by like the 25-minute mark. This is
All right,
just not
Zyro's a
really fast
hater.
enough for them.
I think they're still in it to time this key, but yeah, I think the prospects of being fast enough to get the time tiebreaker from Echo are getting slim here for Mandatory, but they are going to keep this pull going. No reason not to at this point. They can't start another key. We are in overtime at this point, so no additional keys allowed to be started. Meanwhile, I wonder how Patrons are doing in that bracket. That key's got to be nearing its end. I wonder
They
if
were
we
on
could
the
take a
last
look
boss. I don't know where
perhaps
they.
at them down there. Ooh, we have deaths actually for both Drano's Guild Team and Pedro's. And actually, Drano's Guild Team don't have a res for 4G either. This is going to be really tough for them because their timer has been sketchy before. Meanwhile, Pedro's are going to have less than 5 minutes for their end boss. Oh, no. And they have to drop combat so they can res Drogo here, which means that
they
they're
can
not
res in
Codex
10.
stacks.
They have to send the B-Res. That's their only play. They send the B-Res, they keep their other codices on their cooldown, on their lower CD. It just has to be the play.
So they're going to be doing the last boss without much time and without much B-Res. You're absolutely right.
Oh, Sanguine healing, yeah.
Does land the B-Res. A little bit of Sanguine just to keep the mobs alive so they can keep them in combat for longer. Surely.
That's not what that was for.
Yeah, surely as they do hit the Lust, Pedro's now getting the boss underway. This is playing for 4th place here for Pedro's per hour. If they can time this Brackenhide, they will be putting themselves in a great position to get 4th place, potentially even if Drano's Guild Team get this 21 Neltheris timed. If, on the other hand, they don't time this and Drano's Guild Team do get the 21 Neltheris, then Drano's Guild Team can secure that 4th place still as well.
Sanguini is such a bad affix.
Miscounts
Yep, and
are
it's
going
gone
to
forever.
have to pull
I feel
a
like it still
ton of
hasn't hit us
trash in the
yet that
final area. Most
Mythic
teams
Plus
that we
affixes
see
are just gone.
When they finish off Forge Master Goric are around the 75% trash count area. You can see they're only at 69% trash. So they're going to have to do at least an extra 3 mobs in that area. And if I know anything about the trash in that area, it's that every single one of those mobs is dangerous. Wardens with their shields spawning ads, lava bearers pelting your tank. There's not a lot of great options to choose from, so we're going to have to zone in on what kind of pulls Miscount is doing to potentially get this +1 here. They've got about 9.5 minutes left at this point, so we'll see. What do they have cooked up for the remainder of the dungeon? This timer is going to be very tight for them.
Yeah, we kind of knew that the timer was going to be tight whenever we saw some of the snaps that they were doing in this dungeon, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 6 keys still underway, all of which I think, are going to be tight timers.
Pedro's per hour is dead.
How Echo timed that key, by the way. Oh my god, Pedro's is wiping!
All right, so Pedro's could still get 4th here, but their fate is no longer in their own hands. This is a depleted keystone for sure. Pedro's per hour will be our first team to end their day. And yeah,
07s, 07s to Pedro's.
5th, and actually
Look at that little logo.
6th, depending on what happens for Drano's Guild Team and for Madge, the 2 teams currently at the bottom of our screens. If both of these teams can time these 21 Neltherises, they can maybe steal from Pedro's that 4th place spot, although the time tiebreaker
that guy's dead.
Would come into play for Madge.
Somehow
least.
the priest didn't die.
Final Pedro in chat to pour one out for Pedro's per hour. Just one final Pedro in chat, please.
07.
Yeah, I'm sure we will see them again in the War Within, but that is the end of Dragonflight.
Mandatory has 1 cheat, but not 2.
In this weekend, a great performance from Pedro's per hour. In particular, I was impressed with how strong.
So you just
they
leap,
came out of the block on Friday and
Nelf,
Saturday.
click the book.
Sunday, not bad for them either. But wow, Mandatory, Echo, and Miscount
Oh, they just get
have
gripped.
put on a clinic over the
they
past
goblin?
5
Wait.
hours of key pushing. Although
What was that?
Mandatory really did front load their success this weekend as well. They've been struggling in this 23 vault. They've got Tail Ash pulled, but they only have 10 minutes left.
Oh,
in the
Vengeful,
dungeon
yeah.
as They've just gotten this boss fight
That was
started.
fucking sweet.
This dungeon timer is actually going to be extremely close for Mandatory.
Yeah, which means you're dead.
That was a dungeon timer for Miscount. Yeah.
They have about 8 minutes left as you start the trash. This is doable, but you have to go crazy with the pulls here. I don't think you can get away with just this double pull. I think you can see Thinner going off to the side. He's going to attack a couple extra mobs.
Does Echo win with time? Yeah, Echo wins no matter what.
There's a ton of difficulty added to this pull.
Even if they don't make their timer better in this Algathar, I think it is impossible for Mandatory to time this key as fast as they have to beat Echo on time.
That you want to do on this trash pull is accidentally push a Warden shield to explode at
the only world is if they lust with cooldowns for boss damage and they somehow kill all crystal sets without that, but they wiped by not doing that the first time, so like it is really the only play. I mean, it's the only way for them to win. I wonder if they're going to make the winning play or if they're just going to try to time it.
It's like Zyro was saying, you can't break that barrier whenever the bird goes off.
That won't give them 1.5 minutes.
So they're really
they don't have to get 1.5 minutes. Well,
dying before
they just have to be 1.5 minutes faster than Echo. But they're already behind, so yeah.
What if they're going to start chaining again?
They're not going to win.
What
I've said that a few times. But
probably after these shields get kicked.
Yeah, you still got some timer left in this
What's
dungeon,
weird
but
is
I
them
think
not
that it would
switching
make some sense
Frost.
to get the chain going
Well, they
to
probably just
North
think
Jet.
fire's better.
Playing fire in this dungeon does end up having Cauterize procced as those lava spawns are getting big ignites on them and then getting threat. Kira having to do a lot of work
Could
to make
Miscount
sure that he
time this?
toss all of those and
I
gets
don't know.
control of this pull. And yeah, Miscount's timer starting to look a little bit sketchy here. I mean, you can compare their splits to Madge and Dratno's guild team. Even the Magma Tusk split was about 30 seconds slower for Miscount. This Chargath split of 1541 for Miscount is going to be something like a minute slower than Dratno's guild team as well. So they are not going to have a lot of time left in the dungeon. 6 minutes on the clock for Miscount. They need probably about 5 for the boss, but they also have a bunch of trash that they need here.
Yeah, we want to engage the
Oh
boss.
yeah, I don't know about
At
this.
that 5 minutes left in the key mark, so 28 minutes. And even then, it's closest to whether or not that is enough time to finish the boss off. They have the Bloodlust ready and prepped, and the 2 minutes are there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they either press the lust with this set of 2
Yeah, I was about to
minutes
say,
and
like-
go into the boss. They're not prepped to do that, so
No,
maybe it's gonna
no.
be on the next set of 2 minutes when they pull trash on top of the boss, but it's going to come down to the wire for them. This is going to be very close.
Does anyone know in this
How
comp
much time
whether
did you
you
say we need?
gain
5
more
minutes
damage single
over the
target
boss?
or
It's gonna be
AoE with
5
Lust?
minutes, yeah.
Okay.
Like if you have all
There is a little
cooldowns,
bit of optimization you can do.
assuming there's no
Twos
check
right
you have to beat,
here.
and it's
So with
purely
the
based
boss,
on
2
time
sets of twos,
alone.
right?
Do you
So
guys know with the like meta comp right now
this
if
makes
it's actually
it able to actually
faster?
get
It's
that
a
stuff
faster gain
aggressive
to give yourself haste on
Well, we got
AoE or
closer
single
to
target.
Miscount. Do need to get this boss started sooner rather than later.
Yes,
That's
I
for
don't
sure.
know.
Yargi actually gonna
Okay.
light grip Kira towards the boss, being like, okay, we gotta get this thing
That's
quick.
what I expected,
We
but
gotta go, we gotta go.
Toronto.
Yeah.
my
Diablo's
guess is
so
it's
done,
probably
by the way.
AoE.
This is-
Typically in things in game,
I wonder
haste
if the route was just
haste
slow.
scales your AoE more than it does your single target, but that's not true with every comp or every DPS class. It's just generally true. So I don't know if that's true here. So like when they use their shit there for Miscount, I was surprised they didn't just send it on that pack.
And close the door on that possibility with the 23 vault. But second, still on the
Unless
table
there's a
here
check on this boss you
for
have to beat.
both Miscount and
Or a phase.
Mandatory have the chance to lock up a second place finish, but they would need to time this 23 vault. That would mean that Umbral Skull, the boss that killed their first place hopes a few hours ago, is something that they're
This
gonna have to
boss
be
is a
able to
damage
beat
amp?
this time
Oh, I
around.
didn't know that.
They're only gonna have 5 minutes to do
That
it.
that
It'd be
makes
nice
all
if
of
they
it
actually get
not
this
matter.
done.
I don't know if they can
I
time
think
it. Their
they can.
timer is not good. The timer is really
It's
not
okay.
good, and they're gonna
No,
make
it's
another
fine.
intermission here. The 2 minutes aren't up.
Don't they only
this
need
is
Yeah,
gonna
so you
cost
still
them
got
another
5 minutes
30
for the
seconds.
boss. I think their
It's
timer's
gonna be
fine.
close.
They just have to pull the boss. They can't sit around and wait for food buff or anything.
Yeah, mandatory will still have timer in the key, but they are like
Isn't the boss only like 4:45?
Echo pulled this at like 5:30, the last boss, and they're gonna get this last intermission.
I think they'll have enough time. They are, as you said, Zyro, going to experience one more intermission phase here.
Yeah, they're
Maybe
gonna pull
some
it.
of those
They have time.
moments in M+ when you know your timer is tight and you can't do damage to a
You just
boss,
won't be able to,
sit there
yeah, like sit around and get food
but
buff.
it looks like they are going to be able to get through this. They're going to have 5.5 minutes, maybe 5:15. They'll jump down, pull the boss with 5 minutes left. It is going to be close. But you know who it's also going to be close for is Miscount in the top left. They only have 3 minutes, and they have to deal with 60% of Warlord Sarga. Both
They
of
haven't
these
also
teams
have to pull-
are coming right down to the wire. Yeah, they have to get trash, too.
They have to get
They
through the
haven't
trash box
lusted.
too.
They're gonna at the 1 minute mark, whenever these Shadow Priest cooldowns come back up, like the 1:30 mark, they're gonna press their lust and they're gonna pull the remainder of the trash count that they're gonna need. That's
This
what
is the
we're waiting
same
for the lust
mistake.
for.
It's the same mistake Dratno's guild team made. I think you want to pull early. You don't want to pull with twos. You have to start chipping these mobs down. And just the one thing that cannot happen.
So they
is
don't use
shield
twos on the
goes
pull,
off
saving it for
after the
first.
guild
Makes
team,
sense.
Where the
Oh, no.
shield goes off at the same time as the magma shield on the boss. I think they need to go pull trash right now. Unfortunately, Dratno's guild team wiping to one of the most difficult pulls in the dungeon. I think that's going to be it for them. Another
07 to the
fantastic
Dratno's
showing
guild
from
team.
one of our
Well,
team and another
Tipball takes the
07.
res.
They're trying though. They're trying to make it work. But I
Forgy
think
down.
with Forgy going down, that might be all she wrote.
I suspect.
Does
it is
mandatory have enough
still
time to kill
under
this?
fire. That is the end for Dratno's guild team. That means 5th place is the best that Dratno's guild team can get here, and whether or not they do is going to come down to Madge in the bottom left. Madge potentially able to steal 5th or even 4th place, depending on how fast they can
Mandatory
get
doesn't
their
use the
stuff
spot?
and
Wait,
how
why not?
That makes their overall time.
Were they just like,
tiebreakers
fuck
here.
it?
Meanwhile,
Fuck
we are
it.
coming down to the very end of the
Fuck that
dungeon
shit,
for
dog.
Mandatory and Miscount, our top
Ayy.
2 screens right now. Miscount have got the boss stunned. They're holding Lust, so they're going to get one more press of 2 minutes, and they're going to combine it with their Lust, and that's when they're going to pull Trash as well. But like you said, Zyro, they need to get this Trash pulled early enough that they can actually kill it without having to hard focus it in the next minute and 30 seconds.
One Warden is not enough. We need to pull more. One Warden will not do your count. They have a Lava Mancer, and then they also have another Warden. This is going to be very scary.
Miscount.
They have to
Look at
shoot
Mandatory.
through these mobs.
Mandatory's fine. They shit on those crystals. I'm telling you, in that first run, they were greeting crystals. It's the only thing that makes sense. They have the exact same cooldowns now as they did before. And that time, like, you could see that one of them swapped late. Not saying that was one of their individual players forgetting to swap to them. It was probably just part of their strat that they didn't need everyone.
But still more places to be gained. Miscount down to the wire. Bloodlust popped. Twos popped.
Damn, that's you got to look back on that and be pretty. That's an unfortunate one because you didn't need the time, right? Like, you would have the rest of the day. You would have had 3 hours to improve your time in other dungeons.
I think they have just enough time to finish off these trash mobs. I think they're gonna do it.
So Mandatory now has Lust. They pre-lusted.
On the board, which is going to throw all of that energy back over to Mandatory now, who have to succeed in this 23 vault. They hit that Lust. They are now in that next Crystal Burn. Echo wiping in the bottom left, so they still are going to be first place.
19 seconds for Miscount.
World record dream is over for Echo. 15 seconds to stop the clock for Miscount. They still have 3 trash mobs alive.
Oh, all that stuff's dead unless they wipe.
Mandatory, are they going to be able to kill all these crystals? 3 of them still alive. Looks like they have managed to get through this set.
Wait,
One more crystal
Miscount,
set.
Miscount.
2 minutes and 15 seconds left.
Miscount! Oh my god!
No way.
They missed the count! What? Oh my god!
Oh my god.
What?
You can't tell me it's ending like this. No.
Dude, the foreshadowing of the name, that's fucking incredible shit.
What did I just see?
No, not like this.
Oh my god.
Wow, what a thrilling way for it to end.
I guess they picked
If
the
you're
right name.
Miscount,
What can
you
you
can't
say?
even be mad. That is just a delightful ending for that's why you don't name your team Miscount.
That is pure poetry.
Oh,
What can you
no.
say?
Tragedy for a team that just 30 minutes ago was in position to maybe win the whole tournament, but Mandatory now, they are locked for second place. But the question for them is, will they be able to get the glory? And will they be able to prove that they actually can beat this 23 vault, joining Echo and Miscount with that honor? That is the question as they get the last set of crystals here. Hopeful is on fire. That's always good. They've got the Breath of Eons coming out, as well as those Shadow Priest CDs, so they have pretty much everything except for a Bloodlust to destroy these crystals. The Hardened Crystal stays shielded for quite a while,
though.
but it does have a big ignite now and does explode. Mandatory 1 minute for 19% of Umbral Skull's HP. I like their chances.
Such a great way to end Dragonflight.
Think they're gonna be okay. It's just gonna come
Yeah,
down
I think
to consistency here. A
so.
tank death could,
At least Miscount's
those
thing didn't
precious
matter,
few
I don't
seconds
think.
could be the difference in whether or not they time this key. But with the boss at 10% and Skylark,
Ooh, man, it's not
kiting the
going
boss
down
out, I think
fast.
even as the Prophetic Stone scales off cooldown if he needs it, I think they should be good to go. Knock back into one final Dragon Strike. Skylark is alive. Mandatory are standing tall, and they're going to be locking up that second place position with
Yeah, it'll be
a
alright.
solid run in this Azure Vault 23.
Yeah, hats off to Mandatory. This was a brutal keystone for them, but they
Whew,
know
3
now that they have been
hours
able
of
to do
progression.
it. That is going to be a good feeling and a great end to the expansion.
So they get number 2.
For the team that did dethrone Echo in the most recent MDI as well. A silver medal here, not what they were hoping for.
Max was
but
Frank
still
trolling
an
when he said he
impressive
wouldn't make a
result.
rewind.
Nonetheless, that
Yeah, I
means
think
we
he
have
didn't.
one
He said he
keystone
wasn't going to.
Still in play. It is Madge in the 21 Neltheris here, playing for 6th, 5th,
Yeah,
or
wait.
4th. I think
Did
depending
Mandatory
on time tiebreakers
do
here,
anything today
I
except
am
for being Azure Vault?
too
Is that
fried to
6
be able to
straight
do the math
hours?
on what the timers they're going to need here for those different results would be.
Man, that's
But I
fucking
do know
crazy.
that they need to get the boss pulled very soon. They also need 30% count and to kill the boss. And
I'm
they have
gonna
less
be
than 5
honest.
minutes to do it. Yeah, I got bad news
This
about
is
the
it.
timer.
This is
they don't have the
definitely a
lust either.
deflate.
The lust is going to happen at like the very last second. Maybe they can line up oppressive 2s with it. I don't know. I mean, we've seen crazier things happen today. It's possible, but it's very improbable. But like you said, lots on the line here, depending on whether or not they get this key done with the right amount of time. Could be the difference between a 4th, a 5th, or a 6th place finish. So gotta give it your all. One last shield pop.
What is it? Franck basically said that it was a huge time sink and it didn't pull in enough views in comparison to someone like Asmongold watching it and getting triple his views on his own video, and that was demoralizing.
This boss takes
Yep.
4 minutes alone on
That
single
has to
target,
be
ran a whole
fucking
crew
tragic.
down with trash.
That would make me so sad if that happened to me.
Yeah, I wonder what their strategy is gonna be.
Like the days of not being like a personality and just creating content, like someone like Franck, right, where they just like they just make content.
Their Forge Master split was.
If someone's just gonna react to
pretty
your
slow,
great
I think, is
content
what's
and
going
just
on
steal all
here.
your fucking
Looking
shit.
at that, you want like a 23 some odd Forge Master split.
Yeah, there's just nowhere near enough time left in the day here for them. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. They are going to get the boss pulled. You can see Shelly actually just reaching forward and hitting it with the Azure Strike, getting it started. They know they need all the time that they have, but I think even with all this time, I just don't think it's enough. 3.5 minutes, so much boss.
No,
ahead
it's
of them.
fucking over,
They are
man.
gonna get this lust,
Why are you
which is
guys?
gonna be
I guess
right
that's
at the
their
end of
job.
the boss. I think they just need to get all this trash that they need pulled before the end, like before they can hit lust as well.
This is scary. Gotta pump as much single target as possible. Cannot put any focus into these ads, but the comp is good at doing that, right? It's all passive cleave. But can Lamike stay alive long enough to give them a chance? The boss is dropping slowly, but it's all going to come down to maximizing.
Guys,
these
there's
damage
3 minutes left.
cooldowns here. The
What's
2
going on
minutes,
here?
They'll get 2 more uses of those, and I think the second press will come with Lust. I think some quick math dictates if they can time this key by 27:37, they can get 4th. 27:57 would be 5th. So
Okay, bad news.
they can
They're
just
past that
barely
timer.
get it. sorry, 32, not 27.
Okay.
32, 37, 32, 32, 57. So much exciting things going on right now. It's possible. It's very possible.
It's not possible, right?
Ride 2 tried this, and I was like, what?
Well, I guess there's a damage amp.
If there's some kind of spell they can cast that makes time go half as fast as it usually does, but doesn't affect their GCDs, that would be really good for them right now. They are going to get Bloodlust soon. That's kind of like that, I guess, but I just don't think they have that. Look at the boss. It's still got 73% health. They only have 2 minutes left. They pulled this boss almost a minute and a half ago. They've only done 30% in those 90 seconds. They have barely 90 seconds to do the rest.
Yeah, they have Lust though. Lust will solve everything.
You just gotta believe.
They also don't even have more trash they have to do at the end either. It's easy.
You just gotta believe.
Sure.
Why are we talking about Asmon now?
Yeah.
I haven't said Asmon's name ever. Looks like chat is talking about them because someone mentioned reacting, and then obviously they went to Asmon, and now they're just talking about Asmon.
Well, you want to finish it out either way, you know? I mean, it's a last run, not only for them, but just of the whole tournament.
Did I say
Direct
Asmon?
Fight in general, so yeah, we want to see the boss go down, I think, if possible. We'll see. But props to them for sticking it out, right?
Like I said it before that guy, I read that guy's question about asking about why there was Asmon. Oh, I said it 2 minutes ago. Oh, shit, my bad. All right, fuck it. It's all my fault, chat. I'm caught. God damn it. It's my fault. I knew it was my fault.
Another set of 2 minutes as well. So they're going to have Power Infusion, Void Eruption, Breath of Eons, Lust. They're going to have a Sun King's Blessing from Dr. J as well. Is all of that enough? I still don't think so, but it's going to be close.
It'll be kind of close, but I think that they're going to be 45 seconds off or so.
There is the Lust. They are going to get full value of this Lust. It's going to be running basically the entire way through the rest of their timer. The Magma Shield, though, doesn't get broken right away. They didn't actually
Guys,
have enough,
there's 30
spells to
seconds
break
left in this
through,
key. What
which
are we
means that they
doing
can
here?
actually do real damage to someone's
Guys,
shield.
come
Looks like
on.
They are still going to be able to start blasting into that damage amp phase, though, on the boss. Health starting to melt, but only 27 seconds left.
What?
I don't think this is possible.
Of course not.
But this is like where all the other teams that they defeated in their group just like suddenly appear behind them and lend them their strength. I've seen this anime.
Ah.
Yeah, you know, like they're
I've
about
seen
to
it too.
lose,
You know what,
but
Doa?
everyone
I'm with you
like,
on this one.
yeah, thanks, right? Everyone just appears behind them, you know, and it's like take my energy.
Max, are you gonna
and
do the
suddenly,
tier list
like,
with
they
bringing in
become
players
more
of each
powerful
spec
than
for the
you've
War
ever
Within?
imagined.
Valiant
Yeah,
effort
sure.
from Maj, but it was not meant to be, unfortunately. That concludes all of our
Let's
remaining
fucking go.
champs at the end
Let's
of the
fucking
day.
go. Huge
Once
huge
again,
vibes.
Echo on top.
That's it. And we doubted. As a unit, we doubted, and we were fools. Because once again, Echo are the champions of not just the great push, but I would say the expansion. Taking home more wins than basically everybody. Well, not basically, than literally everybody else. But Mandatory made them work for it. But man, When Echo buckles down and wants to play. they
Noob
get
question,
done.
but why bring an invoker who does less damage and healing than the tank? Fucking true, dude.
What an
True.
insane final day. This played out better than expected, honestly. This was
True. So
insane
true.
Final day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at the leaderboard across the end, obviously we see Mandatory tied on
GG,
points,
Echo
but
wins.
the time just a little bit
Mandatory
better for Echo,
puts
and
up a great
that's what we
showing.
talked about earlier, right?
I didn't
we
watch
talked
it the
about
first 2 days.
down
What's
to
the
it,
story of the
maybe
first few
Mandatory
days?
can get like one higher key level done somewhere, but when it comes
Was
to
it like
GG,
Echo was
they're gonna
dominating the
have
whole
that
time?
tiebreaker, and that's exactly what happened in the end.
I heard
Shout out
Miscount
to
had a really
Miscount.
rough first day.
You know, living up to their main namesake in the end of the dungeon. You know, they say it was on purpose, and I would be inclined, given the situation, to believe a little showboating at the end there.
Mandatory
What an
crushed the
impressive
first 2 days, and
performance.
then they
Having
just
such a rough day at one,
they
come
goofed
back
today.
with a strong day 2, day 3, make it all the way back up to 3rd place. We see why
Max,
they
I
were
have been
able to win
subbed to your
the
channel
league.
for a very,
Maybe
very
that seems
long
like
time,
maybe
and I would just like to know when I'll be able to use my 48k channel points to claim a dog check.
You know, you have to be a great dungeon running team to get
Okay,
this far in the
I got
tournament
you.
anyway, so.
I'll give you a dog check for free. The reason why I don't have it available to claim is because there's a lot of people with a lot of points in my channel,
With a couple
and I
members
would just
of
be
Echo
doing dog
coming
checks
up,
all day.
very, very
But we'll do a
soon,
dog
so
check. Any dogs?
Excited about that.
Is this the first TGP that's ever come down
Come
to
here,
time
buddy.
tiebreakers? I'm pretty
Come
sure every
I
single
believe
other
it
one
is.
has been
Come
won
on,
by
buddy.
at least 2 points.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
They
it is,
fucking
pretty sure
demolished
it
some
is.
shit.
But
Come here.
but maybe
Come
we
on.
can ask
Let's
you
go.
know, a couple people that played in all those, right? Miraz, Gingy, can you hear us?
We got the biggest boy right here. He's very big.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
I
Hello?
can.
Yes.
I can hear you. Yes, that's
Hi,
right.
buddy.
So, Miraz and Gingy joining us from Echo. Thank you so much for
What's up,
joining
mates?
us. Congrats
Yeah,
on
we
the
have
win. Yeah, I was
mates
gonna
and-
say that's not your mates
Mates,
now, I
mates.
guess.
Gingy looks different for me.
The other two are sleeping. Do you want me to get them up so you can,
It's the
There you go.
glasses.
so you could say hi to them?
Well, I mean, no matter what the name.
That is what you paid for, right?
You've shown an incredible amount of team synergy throughout the seasons. And my first question for the two of you, I'll go to you first, Gingy. Is
Let
like,
them sleep.
How do you keep that going?
Yeah.
How do you keep the team synergy going season after season? There's been a couple little swaps here and there. Mira's playing a little bit of a coaching role before jumping.
Dude,
back
what
into
is the
squad.
jacket Dratnos is wearing right now? What the fuck?
Going so long?
It was.
Look at that
since we
thing.
Started like having the team we have now, with the
Woo!
exception of making the change with getting clicks in.
Oh my
and
God.
checking us out.
All right,
We've
we're
been
gonna play some
successful.
beta. Let's fucking go. I want to play. I want to play Enhanced Shaman. Let's see. Why is Zyro awoke too? Wait, what? What is Zyro dripped out?
The race was first.
Oh, he's
together.
got the button up, but he threw it on over his just regular shirt. That is a gamer fit. That's, you guys know how there's business casual? That's gamer casual. Oh wait, I logged on live. What on earth? You guys know I haven't logged in for a single minute of season 4. That is the first time. Actually, shit. When was the last time I did not even kind of play a WoW patch? I updated my MOG. Oh shit. Okay, well, you know what I mean. I didn't do like any content. I didn't do a dungeon, didn't do a raid, didn't do a quest, nothing. The well, I started playing super hardcore in Cataclysm, end of Cataclysm, and I think this is the first WoW patch I haven't played since then. It's the very first one was season 4. But although, I mean, I think I have a excuse. I mean, it's fucking season 4, right? You blame hockey. Even if I wasn't like playing a ton of hockey, there's still absolutely no shot I would have been playing season 4. It has everything about it is not what I find fun. Max, what is your main spec in the War Within? Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I might be finding that out today. The classes that I like playing the most right now are Windwalker, Ret Paladin, DK, and Hand Shaman. Those are like. Maybe there's another one. Oh, Demon Hunter usually, but I don't like Demon Hunter in the War Within. I also like Rogue, but I don't like Rogue in the War Within. So basically, like all of the melee, I guess. I'm really a huge fan of the Windwalker changes. I think Windwalker's super fun, so I'll definitely be playing Windwalker. Between Ret or Enhance as my second class, I was pretty sold on Ret, but I've heard good things about the recent Enhancement Shaman changes, and I want to actually try them out a little bit. But I would need to actually set it up, which is going to take a minute, but... Max, hey Max, I noticed that while you have your VODs in sub only, and while I'm sure this makes you a lot of money, have you considered that it would cost me a lot of money to watch your VODs now? They're for free on YouTube. Max, is Windwalker any good though after the beta nerfs? If I were, or to anyone else were to tell you how powerful certain classes are on beta right now, or actually, I guess you could tell you how powerful they are in beta, but I think that's completely irrelevant. And this game's a huge meme tuning-wise right now, which is kind of alarming because it's never this way, this close to an expansion. But why do I have our liquid break timer forever? Okay, we got to get that off the screen for sure. All good. That's Tag sleeping, by the way. We're on break forever. It's got to be in liquid auto imports, right? Yeah, liquid break timer. Did the recent round of changes adjust the memeness of the tuning much? We'll know more in the future. One second. I gotta briefly make my UI look somewhat normal. Oh, do I not have LVUI on right now? Or is LVUI must be bricked and out of date? Speaking of bricked, me. But here, let's update. Does it have a new LVUI one? Do I have to download a new God, add-ons are ruining the game. God, fuck, I'm so mad. I just realized how mad I was. I fucking hate add-ons. Up to date, released 9 days ago for LVUI. Is this... Yeah, this is the right beta. It says my LVUI is up to date, but my LVUI is cooked. I can't open up the, it's giving me some random profile I've never used before, and I can't move it any. There's a special beta version of LVUI. Why? Hey, why are you a monitored suspicious user? What did you do? Type /LVUI. It's not working, obviously. I tried that. Okay, shit. I have to get new LVUI somehow. I'm not joining their Discord, but maybe I can find it on... There's usually like a GitHub, right? I use the one from GitHub, seems to be working fine. Switch to the alpha channel and WoW up. Oh, that's the way easier way to do it. Does that actually work? How do you do that? See, this one has a channel option, but at the top, you're under Dragonflight beta at the top. That's correct. It is the War Within beta, but the folder it's referring to in my WoW folders is correct. That's the same. It's the same file. Oh wait, hamburger. Oh. Nah, dude. I'm just gonna settings on the left, then beta. There's some new shit going on right now. Add-on stable alpha save. Okay, my add-ons, and now it has a bunch of alpha updates. Does that include LVUI? It does. Let's see if that works. These are all updated longer ago than the ones that I just did, but I bet they're, yeah. Let's just see if this just bricks my game. Let's go. Let's fucking go. I just hope this bricks my game permanently. You're updating that for live add-ons, I think. I chose Dragonflight Beta for that. And that's what we're looking at. Unless I went to live add-ons. That's why. Dragonflight beta. Okay, well now there's no new releases. Same thing. 13.7 is what I'm downloading here. Same thing for live. 13.7. Can someone just DM me the link on Discord and or the GitHub LVUI? Dude, there has to be an easier way. It's either on their thing here, or I can just type LVUI GitHub. There has to be enough people going to this where it's just here. This is it, right? Do I know this is beta? Max, the links don't work in chat. All right, beta. Perfect. Nice. Now I just have to figure out how to download stuff on this website. Green button. Code. Oh, guys, that's scary for me. All right, let's go. We can fuck with this. All right, I grabbed all these files and I'm putting it in there. Let's go. Maybe this will work. Interface, add-ons. And now a little reload. Oh my god. It doesn't work at all. Beautiful. Beautiful. Nothing works. Wait, it says LVUI only loadable on demand. But this looks... This is fucking great. Now it's just not showing up even kinda. We love that. Yeah, I demand you show up, LVUI. Reload. But I demand you. Do other people not have LVI working on beta right now? Check Discord DMs. Okay. This is what they link in their Discord. It might be different. Oh. It is a different file. I can see it has 1 more megabyte. That megabyte is the fucking difference. That is the megabyte that matters. All right. Unzip. Okay. Let's fucking go. Slamming it. Slamming it. Beta interface. Add-ons. Wait, it is beta, right? That's the folder. I'm not stupid. I think it's just, or is it alpha? No, that's the internal press event. I think it is just beta. I think beta works. Okay. Just double checking. That's all. That's all, guys. Just crossing my I's and dotting my T's. Wait. That is, all good. No problems here. Okay, reloading. Come on. The extra megabyte, it has to be the Diffie. Okay, now my game's crashing. This has to be it. Oh, yeah, baby. Let's go. No LVUI install. Previous. Skip. And it works just fine. Beautiful. We found it. Less than a megabyte. Oh yeah, were any of you guys impacted by that when all of the Windows computers weren't working? Were any of your guys' jobs like super fucked? I had jury duty and they sent us home. Damn, so it was a good thing for you. That's how I feel about COVID. Like, COVID is just like this fucking global pandemic and so many people died, but like the pandemic was objectively good for my career, and it's when I it's like when my industry popped off. It's like so weird. It's not a popular take. Bro, COVID was sick. Love COVID. Let's go. Okay. I think we're good. My add-on skins isn't working or whatever, but I know that's like a famously shitty add-on. Okay, we need to fill out talents. I'm going to YOLO this, and you guys tell me how wrong it is, okay? We're going to YOLO it from the beginning. I want to start with an Elementalist build because 30-second Prim Wave sounds absolutely diabolical. Okay. It's wrong. Guys, I haven't even started yet. All right, we're taking Lavi B. We're taking Wind Shear. We're taking 30 seconds left on Astral Shift. We're taking Cap Totem. We're going to take the double stun shit. We're going to take Frost Shock. We're going to take... Ooh, maybe. Oh, that's required. Earth Ellie is required. Nature's Fury is required. Primordial Bond, any defensiveness you can get. Effects on weapon imbues sounds like free damage. Windrush Totem sounds good. Come on. Nature's Guardian sounds good. Spirit Walk sounds good. Spirit Wolf. I don't think I would ever do that on purpose, but it's got to be better than... Oh, no. Thunderous Paws is probably better in most scenarios, right? Because you're like using it for a quick burst, maybe. I don't know. I'm making it all up. Fire and Ice for sure. No Earth Shield. We're going to go minimal keybinds here. Shaman is already illegal with that. What do we need to get down here? Definitely Thunderstorm, so we have to either take Hex or... Oh, that's a 6% fucking damage reduction. All good. We're getting that. Let's take Purge, unless we need a Fear specifically. Let's get Elemental Warding. Let's get Thunderstorm. Don't need Spirit Walkers. AG got nerfed, right? Or was that just for healers? I think it was just for healers. We'll take AG. Ooh, Lightning Lasso is another keybind. That sounds bad. Anyways, Thundershock. Totemic Projection now with Wind Fury Totem. Oh, no, I always like Totemic Projection because it moves your Windrush to you. I like that. Definitely take Spirit Walkers for what? As enhance. Healing Stream, maybe a little healing. Wait, healing from Healing Stream Totem reduces damage by 6% for 3 seconds. Does your Healing Stream Totem ever heal you, like, guaranteed? Like, if you put it down, does it automatically heal you? So that could be used as, like, a mini DR, or is that just, like, some meme shit that Resto Shamans want? It heals the lowest 5? Well, that's gotta be me. Alright, taking that shit. Let's see. Reduce the cooldown of your totems? Sure. All this other stuff is bad. 6 points. Guys, am I missing any banger points here for 6 that are really good and I don't have them? Reed Stone Bulwark Totem. Did they buff it? Oh. They definitely buffed that. Oh, shit.
What this means is if you take your time and plan things out and make sure that you are set up to...
That's real good. Wait, what the fuck? When did I miss this? They gave... This is like AMZ, right? It's basically AMZ. It's a little weaker than AMZ. But it's like technically doing something similar. You want under Windrush Totem? Windrush Totem's cooldown is reduced by 30 seconds. And it's, oh, wow. Okay, that one. It's a big personal. Oh, that's fucking sick. Oh, let's just DC me while I'm looking at stuff. Right? Let's just fucking DC me. Let's go, beta. Let's go. Fuck. You can even reset it with Totemic Recall. Dude, that's actually something shamans actually need. Genuinely kind of feel bad that you need to make roster with the current tuning. Well, one good thing is you already have 15 spots fucking rolled up for you right away, so you don't have to think too hard. Woohoo, love that. Love it. Okay, let me speedrun these talents now. Because we already learned. We learned all the good shit. We are an absolute shaman genius. Alright, I'm blanking. This is bad. I thought it would last. It would be faster than this. Okay, I kind of pulled it back. We're owning now. I don't want to... Guys, there's too many keybinds. I'm not learning Lightning Lasso. I don't want to bind that. I guess we'll take Seasoned Winds, and then we have 6 more points. Radius, sure. Don't need Hex. Maybe a Dispel. I like having Dispel on every class. I guess I could take Earth Shield, so it just goes away from whatever weak aura this is. Frost Shock for sure. Okay, and I'm just going to pick something else. Cool, this sounds good. All right, Enhanced Talents. Let me make up an Ellie build with new talents and tell me if you guys like it or not. This is my first time going through their new talent tree since the changes. We are doing Ellie as well, like elemental version. Okay, I'm at a standstill. I could just take Swirling Maelstrom. You think Sundering and... Yeah. Flurry as well. Increasing your attacks by 15% after dealing a crit with a spell or ability. That's just 15% attack speed. That's just melee damage, I assume, but... Fuck it. It's either that or Sundering, but... Okay, going down. Okay, Primwave, and then all the Primwave stuff. Feral Spirits, and then I think for Elemental build, you want Elemental Spirits, right? And then now we have 3 more points. They made... Oh, I thought they made one of these a 1-pointer. Was I misreading that? Totemic buff Sundering. Okay. Well, maybe we'll go without Flurry then. Oh, yeah. Witch Doctors? Oh, this. This used to be 2, and now it's 1. Okay. So now we need consuming 10 stacks of... Will reset the cooldown of Storm Strike and increase the damage of physical and frost. Oh, that's ass. Melee Elemental Assault. Storm Strike increases damage of Storm Strike Lava Lash by 10%, and Storm Strike Lava Lash and Ice Strike have a 50% chance to generate 1 stack of Maelstrom weapon. Think Elemental Assault. Okay, then now we have one talent. I mean, it's got to be Flurry, right? I mean, this is just largely going to play like what old Elemental Enhance did. What are the changes, if anything? I guess you get... Is it the same shit? You get Flurry? More Hot Hands? Okay. It plays the same. Storm feels way different now. Which, by the way... I'm not saying I'm necessarily advocating for Elemental Enhanced Shaman to play way differently. This is why I had the take, and I know a lot of people didn't like it, but, like, the take that, you know, like, Enhanced didn't need that many changes. I think Enhanced Shamans are like, no, give us the changes everyone else meant. But all I meant by that, it was a compliment. It meant that, like, I think Elemental Enhance is one of the best design specs to ever exist. So, like ever. So like there isn't a reason. It doesn't need to be majorly iterated on. But a lot of people heard that and they were like, "You're telling Blizzard not to give us changes." Like, no, it's not. That's not what I'm. Please don't hurt me. But I've always really liked Storm build for what it is. You know. Let me just save this loadout. New loadout, Ellie. Okay, and then let's do new loadout, Storm. All right, let's YOLO a Storm build. Get all this trash out of my fucking face. Get out. Am I the only person who plays Enhanced that finds Lashing Flames not a, like, skillful thing, but it's more just, like, really fucking annoying, actually? Just not a fan of that. Okay. Let me try this build. All right, Storm Strike, Lava Lash, Wind Fury Weapon, Maelstrom shit, all of that. I think with Molten Assault, I think you just take the 1 point in it now. It used to be super annoying, but I feel like you're just... Pressing Lava Lash just feels bad, though, but we'll get back to that. Storm Strike, Ice Strike, and Lava Lash have a 10% chance to discharge electricity dealing damage, more than Ellie Blast. We'll come back to that in a second. Forceful Winds, Wind Fury Weapon, Doom Winds, Flurry. If we're doing Mythic Plus, definitely Crash Lightning. Definitely this. We'll think about this other side in a second. I'm assuming you're still going to just want Ellie Blast for this, but if you're playing Stormbringer, less value, but maybe you won't cap charges on it. What is it? Storm is Tempest Strikes. Oh, then... Oh, fuck yeah. Increase the chance for this to trigger. I don't understand how that works. Each target hit by Crash Lightning increase the damage of your next Storm Strike by 25%. I feel like that's good for this. Making it up, though. No Ice Strike. If I'm playing Totemic, I would need Sundering. Not sure if I'm playing Totemic. Also, Storm Flurry is really good for this. Isn't Storm Flurry really good for this version of Enhance, if I'm right? So you'd want that. Is Swirling Maelstrom good? Consuming 2 stacks of hit. No, that's... I don't like that. I don't like that. Or... Oh, wait. Could you get, like, Fire Nova and Hot Hands? That would be a little busy, I think, for this rotation, but... I mean, maybe do you just take Storm's Wrath and... Storm Blast? We just taking all the fucking... You just actually take everything else? You can get Fire Nova, but not really Hot Hands with all the Storm points. Yeah, it is interesting, though. You can almost do, like, a Fire Storm mix with no Ice, which is kind of fun. Oh, I missed Overflowing Maelstrom. Holy shit. Oh, wait, what's your last point here, though? I mean, I feel like you could get it. I mean, is it just... It's just the 2.5% weapon increase? But then you're spending 2 points on that. So are you taking a... Where are you taking this point out of? Actually, let's just fill out this bottom row. So Deeply Rooted Elements, Static Accumulation, Thorm's Invocation, Dog, Witch Doctors. I'm assuming it's Alpha Wolf. And then what? Legacy of the Frost Witch? Take Converging Storms away. What does that mean? Oh, this? Okay. And then what? Do you just put 1 point in Primwave? Raw dog it, as they say? What is it? Alpha Wolf doesn't work with Rolling Thunder hero talents. Oh, okay. So would you take... You just wouldn't take it at all? You would take Elemental, I guess? I guess it could give you Lightning. If you don't take it at all, you always get Physical Wolves, which is better for Storm. Oh, so you just don't take the point at all. You can get P-Wave, Elemental Assault, or Fire Nova. You don't want 2 out of 2. You just want 1 for the reset. Oh, let's see. Consuming 10 stacks of Maelstrom Weapon will reset the cooldown of Storm Strike and increase the damage of this by 5%. And then the next one just gives you extra damage for 5 seconds. So you just want the 1? Where the fuck is Elemental Assault? Oh, right here. You also want Fire Nova for Maelstrom Gen and Hailstorm. Don't think Doomwinds is that good and don't need Flurry. I want to play with Doomwinds though, so I'm going to do that. Makes me feel like a lightning god. Natty doing Primwave doesn't even sound good though. I mean, I guess it would just for... Does Tempest still work shitty? If you play Enhanced, you know what I mean. You would, like, it's so blatantly obvious you would know what I mean. No, Tempest gets the full benefit. Here's what I mean by Tempest. When you are... You guys know when you're in your Ascendance, when you press Storm Strike, it does whatever recent version you've done of Lightning Bolt or Chain Lightning. So if you're, like, AoEing in a pack... and you have Chain Lightning up, and then you're just spamming in your Ascendance, it's not going to Tempest when it's proccing because that only works on Lightning Bolt, or will it actually work on Chain Lightning? So they fixed it. Okay, if they fix it, that's like 10 times better. You get 6 Lightning Rods, that's why you take Primwave. Oh, that sounds amazing. Okay, so then I have 2 points left. We can either put our second point in Legacy of the Frost Witch. We can do single point in Fire Nova. I kind of like single point in Fire Nova, actually. That doesn't even sound... That sounds really good. And then Maelstrom, Swirling Maelstrom, consuming at least 2 stacks of Hailstorm using Ice Strike. Each explosion from... Oh, and each explosion from Fire Nova will now grant you 1 stack of Maelstrom Weapon. I kind of like that. Or it's just LA Assault all the time. Storm Strike damage increased by 10%, and Storm Strike, Lava Lash, and Ice Strike have a 50% chance to generate. Let's do that. They're both Maelstrom gainers. Maybe Fire Nova's better in AoE, but let's just play Elemental Assault. Let's fuck with it. All right, I want to hit the dummy like this for a while. I'm not going to, like, buy gear or anything. I just want to see how it plays. Ooh, let's figure out our keybinds, though. This is going to be a movie. This is going to be an absolute fucking movie right now. I can't believe how many buttons I'm about to bind. Okay. Oh, let me get my... Wow, dude, I've been using my non-MMO mouse for everything for so long now because I haven't been playing WoW. Okay, LVY. Let's just get everything on my bar real quick and then I'll just keep mine. This shouldn't take too long. Oh, just kidding. There's fucking 15 more buttons than I was expecting. Got it. All good. No problem. We'll just have a million buttons, whatever. It is okay for us to just do that. Oh, I used to have a nice macro for weapon imbuing. I wonder if I still have that. Why does this class have so many binds, man? Oh, Sky Fury is a buff you have to actually press. That's interesting. Okay. Totemic Projection. I usually macro that. Windrush Totem for sure. Feral Lunge. Oh, we have Feral Lunge all the time now. That's pretty fun. Okay, we'll do that. Primwave is already on my bar. Doomwinds as well. And Sundering. Holy fucking moly. Do we have some buttons? I don't even have Earth Shield bound. Okay. This is insane. Is this more than last expansion? Am I bugging out right now? I feel like this is way more. Okay. Res. Jump, Wind Rush, Thunderstorm. I'll macro that. This is my new personal. I need a bind for this. That, I guess. That kind of works, yeah. That for healing, movement, dispel. Earth Ellie is that, I believe. Speed, that Primordial Wave. Lava Burst. Do you press Lava Burst Enhance? I guess it's like an Ellie Blast bind, so you just bind that to 4, I guess. Actually, let me just re-put these things, because these are like in weird spots. There we go. Yeah, that works. Let me make sure my mouse bind is correct. It is. Oh my god, I just bound a key to W. Discard all my changes, please. Okay, it fixed it. Holy shit. Okay, 4. That, Wolves, Doomwinds, Lust, Sundering, Astral Shift, that, Chain Lightning. This should be like, I just want to click these together. I'm going to move these as well. Can move that and res. I don't know when I'm going to bind these two, just like that and that, I guess. Just some weird ass shit. That, Hex, Heal, Mount. And I mean, that should work, I think. Let me just not think about anything and hit a dummy real quick. And just see if this is even remotely playable. Okay. I don't remember my opener for this, so I'm fully sending it. And it's going to work. Oh, I can't press... Do I not have weapons equipped? And I rebound my character pane. This is beautiful. This is amazing. Action bars. Help. Oh my god. Fucking dear Jesus. Everything is bad. Key bindings. Here we go. Interface panel. Character pane. Do I not have weapons on? I do. Why can I not press them? Do I not have imbuements on? Are these not... Oh, they're int weapons. Beautiful. I've got to have them now. We're about to be the craziest enhanced shaman to ever live. Oh, that's a shield. Beautiful. All right, we're good. We should be good. All right, let's put imbuements on both of these bitches. Let's give ourselves Sky Fury, the new Ellie Shaman raid buff, which I feel... I'm just going to say it. If you guys want to get mad at me for removing AMZ and Rep Paladins losing Red Aura, you have to also give me credit for Shamans getting a raid buff. I've been on that fucking crusade for years, bro. Fighting the good fight. But no, you guys probably won't give me any credit. You'll just be mad. I'm mad too. And I'm mad. Look, I'm mad now. I'm mad even thinking about it. Alright, here we go. Presto Excrono. Oh, I would have put up Lava Lash. Fuck. Would I Lava Burst even? So then I... Wait, would I just be pressing Lightning Bolt? Do I even press Lava Burst, by the way? I don't even press Lava Burst. That is fucking incredible. My Sunring isn't working. Oh, because I rebound it. 1 second. Quick swap. We're good. Okay, we're Lightning Bolting. I haven't gotten a proc yet. Feels like I have some kind of like input lag. Is beta just like hell on earth right now or something? You don't have any hero talents on? Yeah. Oh wait, when do I natty Primwave? Do I just fucking send it over there and then that would give me, in like an AoE scenario, that gives you Lightning Rod and everything? P-Wave at the start just for the haste? Oh, I thought I don't get the haste. I thought the haste was like a, I thought the haste was a... this thing. Right? It's just lightning rods plus damage. Yeah, that makes sense. Bro, where is a proper defensive for Shaman? If you can remove some and fix some, I bet you can fix a defensive for Shaman. I mean, Shaman defensives are... Now, don't overreact at this. If you think I'm wrong, I'm probably wrong. I'm making this up right now. But, I think Shaman's having a minute and a half, 40% in Astral Shift. And then also, in Raid at least, a minute long 15% health buff. And Ankh, which is kind of a cheat death. And then also now they have Stone Bulwark Totem, which is a, like, personal absorb. That's... Actually, right now it's tuned really shitty for whatever it's worth. It is currently giving me a personal absorb for 5% of my HP. No, that's not right. For 10% of my... 15% of my HP. And then also an extra 1.5% of my HP every 5 seconds. Ankh is bad. You lose all buffs. Bro, Ankh is so good. Ankh is so much better than people give it credit for. Ankh is... The fact that you just said that makes Ankh the most like underrated button of all time. I can't believe you just said that. Oh, man, I get to die for free, but... Oh, I lost my buffs. No! Come on, man. Beta has some input lag. Felt it yesterday. Yeah, I could feel it on the thing just now. All right, we'll get some hero talents, boys. We'll play the Stormbringer, right? Okay, we'll do that. Stormbringer. I'm not reading it. I read it once. Okay, I'm going to read it. Wait, when Tempest only strikes a single target, gain 3 stacks of Maelstrom Weapon? That sounds super insane. Okay, when Tempest strikes more than one target, your next 3 Chain Lightning spells are instant cast and deal 75% increased damage. Well, that sounds good too. Well, wait, I mean, aren't they already free? Or I guess you could just spam them. Would you just spam them over and over again right when it happens? Or I guess use them as filler? You just rip them for Lightning Rod Cleave? Oh, that's kind of fun. The free bit is for Ellie. Okay, I see. The instant cast, you mean? Yeah. Okay, let's go again. So, making this up, but lava or flame shock on the way in, dogs, lava lash to spread, storm strike, lightning bolt. Oh, I should have doom winds. Why did I just get a full refund? Is that just like a proc you get? I should probably have sundered by now. Dogs again before I spend. Sunder. I need to take lava burst off my bars. That's tripping me out. Also, when the fuck do I prim wave on single? I mean, you probably just wouldn't, right? You also wouldn't have crash on single. Just send the P wave at 10 Maelstrom. Opener instead of flame shock. Oh, dude, of course. Oh, we got our first fucking proc. Fucking lock in. Lock in. Okay, guys, that's so satisfying. That was with input lag, too. That is so satisfying, man. Primwave doesn't apply flame shock? Does it not? I used to. Did they change it? Let me see. I'm primwaving this thing. You fucking made that up. Guys, making shit up is banned in this channel. I've never made up something once. And you just come in here and do it. Reread what he said. Wait, did I make up what he said? That would be fucking amazing if that's true. He asked, doesn't it? Oh, fuck. Get gaslit. Random chatter. I'll fucking ban you, too. For trying to outsmart me. Get him out of here. Mods, get him the fuck out of here. Guys, I have not procced Ascendance again. This is making me very unhappy. Can I get an Ascendance proc, please? Can we get an Ascendance proc in the house? Oh, let's fucking go. I'm hyped. I would be pressing dogs here, but I gotta press this instead. That is extremely good. Max is the only streamer able to one guy himself. That is fucking made up. Don't ever say that. I mean, the gameplay loop of this is pretty nice. Except, okay, for some reason that came off my screen, but all good. The input lag is... Dude, playing Enhanced with input lag is a fucking problem. It feels very bad. I have to do like a dungeon. I think you should play with the elemental wolf so that Tempest always spawns an elemental wolf. So that's like one of the things here. Right? Isn't it, There's a talent here. There we go. Tempest summons a nature feral spirit. You're saying it can't do that unless you have elemental spirits talented? You only get it when playing... Oh, then you definitely want to play elemental spirits then. Was that guy earlier just fucking lying? I mean, I'm also... We're pure single right now, and I'm taking Primwave for no reason, so... There's a bug, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Also, I kind of want to see how this feels with some other shit. All I'm saying is, this is the other enhanced build, usually. I don't even know if you'd even want Doomwinds, actually, but... This feels pretty good. This feels like kind of nice. Is there like some variant I could do here? One second. Let me cook, chat. Let me cook for a second. This is going to be weird, but you're going to like it. Take points out of Elemental Assault and out of Doomwinds. And out of... Okay, wait. We get... This is an AoE situation. We get Fire Nova. We get Hot Hands. Is Hot Hands too busy for this? It might be. I mean, with input lag, it's going to be unplayable, but I think it's just I think it's too busy. Like, Hot Hands is such a good talent, but it won't flow with Storm at all. There's too much going on. Yeah. So no Hot Hands, but Fire Nova, Swirling Maelstrom, no Doomwinds. And... At this point, you're basically playing half Elementalist build. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're cooking. Not really talking about, like, tuning very much, because tuning is its own thing, and currently on beta, it's completely fucked. I'm more thinking, like, design-wise. Is there something in the middle here that would actually be fun? But, like, Hot Hands, for example, as an idea, is just... There's just too much going on for Storm. I mean, is there a world where you take no Doomwinds and you... I mean, it's impossible to get... So what? No elemental spirits? What do we have to... What kind of unholy things do we have to do to get Ascendance and Primwave for Storm? Is it just no wolves at all? Just fuck a wolf? But think about the gameplay. We're not talking good. We're thinking fun. Is this fun? Like, how fun would it be going into a pack, bro? Oh, is that phrasing? Please do nothing to animals. Nothing. All right, here we go. This is going to be amazing. Oh my god. Spread. Primwave. Fucking lightning bolt. We're super fast. We're fucking cranking. And then we can get Ascendance to proc too.
Oh, input lag is fucking my ass up right now. Come on. Come on. Come on. The haste feels incredible when I can't press any buttons. Oh, I don't have Fire Nova bound. It is... 1 second. Hold up. Let me drag you. It's not working. All right, fuck it. We got to go back in combat a second. You would disable your tier set? I'm operating on a different plane of existence than you are at the moment, sir. I do not have a tier set on. These rules do not apply to me. Why won't it let me drag? Oh, now it will. All right, here we fucking go. Try number 2. Spread. Prim. Lightning bolt. Fire Nova. Blasting. Crash lightning. Hit. Chain. I need a fucking proc right now. I just sundering nothing. Let's fucking go. Okay, we're a little dry right now. That's fine. Coming back with a Fire Nova. Easy. Maelstrom. Guys, I need an Ascendance or else my whole build fucking... I need an Ascendance with the haste buff. Alright, we're going to go next Prim Wave. Here we go. Right here. Fucking money. Right now. About to hit it. Come on, Ascendance. Come on. Right now. God fucking damn it. Please. Oh! Oh my god! We're a fucking... Okay, the whole game lagged out. Guys, I'm fucking shooting so much lightning right now. All of beta just crashed. Oh my god. Dude, this actually feels sick. The feel of this is nuts. I don't think you'd ever run a build without dogs, but this actually feels really good. Again. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at me. Fucking lightning bolting everything, bro. The world is my domain. I actually really like this. This is really fun. I don't think this would ever be good, like, tuning-wise. Like, Feral Spirits are too good, not to mention you literally have to use it in your tier set and your hero talent. But, like, something like this would actually be very different and kind of cool. The problem is with Enhanced right now, it's not really a problem, I guess, but, like, Wolves is just, like, part of your class. Like, you would just always play with Wolves. But, like, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how both those played. Homie, Chain Harvest sucked and you're coping if you don't think it sucks. Are you talking to me? I don't even know what Chain Harvest means. It sounds like a Venthyr ability. I'm actually pretty sure it is a Venthyr ability. It is jogging my memory now. I remember Resto Shaman saying... I remember our Resto Shamans coping that it was good and they were wrong. What is it? The change they did this past week that freed up 3 points in enhancement was god tier dev gameplay. Yeah, and to think that I was pretty sure the devs weren't actually going to do anything for enhance in the expansion. And then they spent like 10 minutes on the spec and they're like, we can give them a couple spec points, right? That'll make them shut up. And it actually did. Would you ever just take the Ascendance button or always the proc? I mean... That's what's kind of unfun about WoW in a way, is like the answer to that question is whatever a robot tells you is the most DPS. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. You could, I guess, I guess whichever one will give you more damage. I'll play with the button though. You guys want to go button mode? Here, let's do none of this Prim Wave shit. And let's just lock in, go dogs. Get Prim Wave off my bar. Oh, let's just gain this many buttons, by the way. Okay, we're going to make Lava Burst not show up. So when would I not want Lava Burst spec'd? Is it... I have to pick a talent to make the weak aura not show up. Pretty sure it's going to be... So Shaman, Primary Bar, Lava Burst. Anytime you run Thorum's Invocation. Okay, so the load condition should be select talent, not that. Select talent should be Thorum's Invocation, and do not load when that is selected. So then now it should be off my bar. Let's go. Weak Aura Genius. All right. Here we go. Wait, actually, isn't there a better way to do this? Isn't it actually this? Like, if you ever have... Or wait, it should just be only show on bar when you have Ellie Blast talented. That's an even better way to do it, right? Because, like, that's... You would never talent Ellie Blast if you didn't want to see that. Whatever. Are you going to key or target dummy slam? Well, right now, I don't... I'm just, like, kind of fucking around a little bit. What was I going to try this time? Oh, yeah, this is actual Ascendance, which, of course, I don't have bound. I'm just going to click it. I'm probably just going to do this once, so... So that... Oh, I should have... that... Okay, and then we just fucking blast. Do you ever use a cooldown in between your Ascendance Storm Strikes, or do you just actually spam it? It seems like you can get an extra global in sometimes, but... Sometimes you can't. Okay, that feels bad. Clicking abilities mid-rotation. Yeah, stay mad. Yeah, it's a 3-minute cooldown. I'm going to go with the proc. We need the high roll. Does anyone else kind of miss when Ascendance was really broken and stupid? So, like, Ascendance at the beginning of last expansion could high roll insane, or it would literally not proc for 5 minutes. It was truly random. And they changed it to, I think, deck of card random, or they made it, like, RPPM. They made it something that was more, like, consistent. But then by doing that, it also nerfed the times when you got super lucky. But getting super lucky is kind of what made that spec fun. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was also miserable when you wouldn't proc, but, like, the upside of getting crazy procs seemed to outweigh the bad consistency, I think. But yeah, I think they changed that really early. Press in between, it resets on spending. You're... Okay, I like this, though. Enhance has my vote of confidence. This is a nice little change going in. I heard they made crazy changes to Ellie, too. Maybe I can play that as well. The problem is I haven't played Ellie in a while. So I would be a big learner situation. And I'm not going to play in the expansion, so... Max, I remember when you used to be a Terrace Land streamer, good old days. Bro, they fucking ruined Terrace Land, man. Well, for us. They went from making really hard raid content that you didn't need to do for power. It was purely for achievement. And they came out with, like, the new difficulty, the harder difficulty, and now all of it's a joke. It's like, we would just log in for 30 minutes and kill a boss instead of, like, progress a hard fight. It's really sad. Super sad. Did you play Windwalker with the Sith lightning talents? Yeah, months ago. Max, why are you even talenting Lava Burst? I don't know. I selected it a while ago. I mean, I'm just hitting the dummy right now. I guess I could, I don't know, like, take fucking some shit. I don't think it matters. I'll take this. Woo. Max, quit chirping at us. What do you mean? Gamer unknown from YouTube chat? Wait, what is the enhanced shaman tier? Let's see. Are there no epic mode challenges? There are, but they're super easy. Which is, they're like anyone can do them. Which is not going to be fun for us. Storm Strike. Okay, you do more damage, and activating Feral Spirits summons an extra spirit. Wait. Isn't that fucking crazy for the interaction with that one tree? Oh, let's go. Thanks for the raid. I'm not going to stream for too much longer. Good showing today from you guys. Stoves on mandatory, right? I think. Let's fucking go. I watched today. I didn't watch all the other days. I heard mandatory was super dominant the last 2 days, and then today I saw they like almost one shot at 23 AV, and then they were just in AV for the entire day. That is sad. You still made money though, right? 40K? That's a decent amount of dollars. Tough? Yeah, losing sucks. What was it? Shark was super easy on Elite Challenge as well. No. So we have the benefit on the NA and EU servers of Terrace Land of seeing what China did 10 days ahead of us. And we saw them doing our favorite boss that took us 8 hours to kill on Elite. And we watched the team that does very similar damage to us. They're like the top team in China, or one of the top teams in China. And they killed it after 2 pulls, and they beat the Enrage by 2.5 minutes. It's the content tuning is just an absolute joke, so it's not gonna be something we're doing. What is it? It's 3 wolves now, but it was stronger before this nerf. The nerf, you had up to 10 wolves sometimes. What the fuck? Wait, did I end up buying the tier? Only a few pieces. Oh no, I did get the tier. So how does it work? So if you don't, how does it work if you don't have elemental spirits talented? You summon 2 elemental spirits, so now it'll give you 3, but then Stormbringer's giving you 4. So when I press this as where the fuck? I'm not. So pressing this gives you 4 guys, right? 4 dogs. That's 3 dogs. The Storm talent. Oh, it gives you a dog when you Tempest. I see. I don't even know how you proc Tempest. I'm just going to press some buttons until I get Tempest. Something gives you Tempest. Oh, I just procced it. Okay, so my next Lightning Bolt will cast Tempest. So I want to get my dogs up. I'll just wait for dogs. Wait, does that proc last forever? No, 30 seconds. So if you were like in your rotation, you could just spawn 1,000,000 doggies. There we go. Now they nerfed it so you get like 8 dogs at most. I'm trying to just spend hella Maelstrom Weapon right now. Oh, I don't have Ascendance Bound. That's the best way to spend it. Come on. This is the best way to get dogs up too. Okay, dogs are up. Tempest is up. More dogs. Continue the blasting. Tempest again. Hard casting it into dogs. Wait, they look like they... Oh, I was really slow, though. I also have no gear on this character. You can maintain 5 to 8. Dude, that's kind of cool. Also, I don't know this because I think all tuning right now is totally irrelevant, but I have a feeling that Enhance is going to be strong in the expansion. It just seems like they have a lot going on here. They were really good last expansion for a lot of the same reasons. Like, people thought we brought them for Wind Fury. They were also just, like, the best class in the game at doing P2 of Fire Act 2. Like, that's why we brought 2. The class is just built good. They've got a lot of... Especially if they have, like, an option to play some other shit here. That'll definitely be really nice. Oh, yeah, dude, I have Feral Lunge baseline. I don't think I pressed that one time. Oh, let's fucking go. What's the cooldown on that? 30? I mean, it doesn't even matter because you have, like, Spirit Walk. You're pretty fast. It is kind of crazy, I will say, though, that it took 2 years of the expansion coming out of them realizing that no one was going to ever take something like Feral Lunge in their Spectre. Feral Lounge as the least hype button. Well, yeah, because it's just you're just lounging. Hopefully Windwalker is not dog water again. I mean, design-wise, Windwalker is up. We are so fucking back. But tuning is its own thing, right? Like, that's... Everything comes down to tuning. If you can make a spec as cool as it is, but if it does stinky damage, no one's going to want to play it. Or very few people are going to want to play it. Or you're going to feel bad when playing it and having a lot of fun, and then you look at your damage and you're doing no damage. It's just sad, right? Do you care about the new race? Nah. What is it? Windwalker's pretty good right now in Dragonflight? Yeah, but my point is that doesn't mean anything. Like, any class being good or bad in... oh, you mean Dragonflight, like, currently in Season. Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't give a fuck about Season 4. But, like, even if Windwalker Monk was doing great right now in the War Within beta, it wouldn't mean anything. Like, no one doing damage right now means a single thing. Tuning is a complete meme. Do you care about the new race? Oh, I already read that. Fuck. Dude, I'm getting old. Dude, maybe it's time to turn my stream off. Holy shit. I wonder if Trill would go again. He is raiding this year. Is there any way to get level 80 other than leveling? Oh, dude. All the questions I'm getting now are so weird. Dude, what is the time? It might be time to fucking go. Might be time to fucking go. Here, I'll host somebody. Oh my god. It's so overwhelming. I gotta get out of here. I saw like 5 questions that I didn't want to answer in a row. Giving them all to Jack.
The only problem is like a curse, dispel, poison dispel, and
Don't leave. I'm leaving. See you later. Woo! Hope I spelled his name right. See you guys later. Amen. Amen. Goodbye.